At the end of the very first recording I made on this game, I sort of confidently blurted out, you'd have to watch the very end to have heard this, that I thought that I made this analogy. I said, well, the other characters are accusing Satoru and Kokoro of having split personality disorder, or they call, what was the term, what does DID stand for? I forgot, whatever. It's a split personality. So they accused them of having split personalities, but they really didn't have split personalities. They had something even more absurd and more fictional, which is they were body swapping between each other. And I said, okay, well then, another person being accused of having, it's dissociative identity disorder, that's what it is, of dissociative identity disorder, another person being accused of having that is Inabushi Keiko. So I would then assume that Inabushi Keiko was also didn't have DID. She was body swapping as well. And then I said, okay. She said after she committed the murders that she committed, the shadow has arrived. Well, the only other character that used the term the shadow was Satoru in his thoughts. And there's some other things as well, because Satoru was talking about the jealousy of Saul and his desire to commit murder. So Satoru was also thinking about murder as he was going up to the clock tower to do whatever he was trying to do. And I went, okay, so perhaps it's Satoru who's the murderer. And I also was in the back of my head how at the end of the opening crawl, you see Satoru and Inabushi Keiko back to back with each other. As if there's something special about the way they're related. Because it doesn't really seem to be anything between them at first, other than they're both at Sphia. That's the only thing that seems to connect those two characters. Like, you can go a really long way around. You could say, okay, maybe Mayuzumi is Satoru's old girlfriend. Mayuzumi happened to get... Well, no, I can't really connect Satoru in, right? He's the only person he really connects to is Mayuzumi, and she gets connected to the characters by the circumstance they are in at present. However, that thing that I confidently blurted out at the start has crumbled away to basically nothing. Because we've now learned that Inabushi Keiko doesn't just have two personalities, which you assume would be her and Satoru. No, she has a whole smorgasbord of personalities. That so many that they have to throw in random comedic ones. It's this overboard, ridiculous amount of personalities. Which you could theoretically keep running with this hypothesis, and you could say all of these personalities A through K, are people she's swapping with. But it takes a lot to do that, right? That's not something that you would think the author would be going for at this point. That's not what you write when you're going for that. In addition, when Keiko, in her Hotori, quote-unquote, personality, is talking to Kokoro in Satoru's body, she tells her that, I forgot the exact wording of this, but there's she goes to some warm place, and then she goes to some cold place, and then when she becomes a primary personality, she goes to a warm place, and then she goes back to a cold place, which Kokoro says is indicative of dissociative identity disorder. It's a symptom you're looking for. It's how the personalities in DID would describe themselves and describe them coming in and out of prominence. Suggesting that she actually has true DID is an extreme case of it, and it's not a body swap. In addition, we know something about the personality of Satoru from his letters back and forth and his voice recordings, and he doesn't seem like somebody who would murder. However, most people who murder wouldn't seem like someone who would murder, so it doesn't really mean a whole lot. But what adds strength to that is that the swapping makes it seem like at some point we will actually play as Satoru. we did actually play as Satoru at the very beginning, and it was actually switching back and forth between Satoru and Kokoro. However, unlike in, well, we'll just keep, I won't go into that yet. What I was trying to say is because it seems like eventually we may play as Satoru, and we know somewhat of what his personality is like, it seems less likely to me that he's the murderer. It may not make it impossible, because those things aren't like don't deterministically result in him not being able to be the murderer. Being a main character, you could also be the murderer. Now, this makes it just kind of seem intuitively less likely in my mind. Just based on my intuition of how writers tend to write. If you kind of get what I mean. So that's kind of disintegrated. Now, I know of games where it starts out giving you really good hints at the very beginning, and then as the game progresses, it sort of leads you off astray. If you were to stick to your guess of what was going on at the very beginning of the game, you would be correct by the end. But those are written by a different author than Kutaro Uchikoshi. I don't know if Kutaro Uchikoshi has done things where the best hints are at the beginning. That is something to keep in mind. But that's not I don't really think that anymore, because that whole Satoru is a murderer thing, because it just doesn't make any sense anymore, really. Looking at what I know now, there's no way for me to make it fit too well. It just doesn't seem right anymore. So, what I was going to mention about Satoru playing as Satoru, in Ever 17, you get to choose who you play as at the beginning. There's a choice that very clearly is a choice between Takeshi or the kid. And it doesn't say strictly, play as Takeshi or play as the kid. It says something like, why am I here? Or, no, who am I? Or I'm trying to find my friends. But you can easily tell what the choice is supposed to be, because you understood the fundamental question being asked by the two characters if you've been paying attention at all. Right? Now, when they made a remake of Ever 17, 5BP made a remake. In the Xbox remake, you don't get that choice, and they force you to play as Takeshi from the start. Now, Remember11 starts out kind of similar to Ever 17 in that you switch back and forth between the characters. This time you switch back and forth between Kokoro and Satoru. You spend more time as Kokoro, kind of like in the Ever 17 Xbox remake, you spend more time as Takeshi in the beginning than as the kid. But you still swap into Satoru occasionally. Well, but you don't get this choice that allows you to choose between Kokoro and Satoru. Or you do, and I just missed it or didn't interpret it as that kind of choice. And maybe you do kind of get that, or you get it as like a combination of choices, but I just didn't see it. I didn't recognize it. But I didn't recognize it as such. Now, the Xbox remake of Ever 17 post-dates this by quite a bit. I think this game is 2004. 2017 Xbox remake is 2011. But it might have gotten inspired by, these might be like the same reasoning, where I just want to make it simple. I want to force the character to play as this character first because it's easier to write that way. And so I'm going to make something kind of like Ever 17, where you have two sides you could look at, but I'm going to force you to play as one side first. I'm sort of thinking that this might be what's going on here. And so you're going to get eventually a choice is going to open up, which allows me to switch to Satoru, should I want to, in the future. And that might have already opened up, actually, because I already got an ending as Kokoro, and that was Satoru drowns in the bathroom end A. Satoru murdered in the bathroom end A. I got this feeling that maybe Satoru murdered in the bathroom in B could be if you're playing as Satoru and you get murdered in the bathroom. You get more details about how exactly it happens while you're super drowsy and you're in the bathroom. But, so that's what I'm thinking there. Now, if I wasn't horribly mistaken, there was a title card. I have it written down here that there was a title card that said August 11th on the first day. So, that suggests to me that there are 4 possible dates that you have to kind of worry about. August 11th, 2011, and of course that would go to, over the course of the week in which this game takes place, we go to August 17th, 2011, January 11th, 2011, January 11th, 2012, and August 11th, 2012. And you'd want to speculate as to which of these 2 scenarios we're playing through, the one in Sofia and the one in the shelter cabin, occur on which of these dates. And this is kind of complicated, and it's a big, long discussion, and it's a lot of time I'm spending talking into this microphone, not playing the game, right? So I don't know if I necessarily really wanted to say everything about what I'm thinking about this, not because that's a bad thing to do. It's a good thing to do it, just because it's not a very effective use of time. But one thing I think I can nail down is that Sofia is not that what's going on with Sofia is not taking place in January of 2011. And I have these bunch of like assumptions where just basically on my feelings of what I can assume is true. For example, I have this assumption that what the newspaper article says happened actually happened. That is, on that specific date, August 11th, 2011, there were 4 people in that shelter cabin. Kokoro, Yugomi, and Mayuzumi died in a ice slide or an avalanche. Uni survives. Given it doesn't explicitly say Uni by name, it just implies it. Because he is the guy you would assume would be the 4th person in the shelter cabin. Which leaves open the possibility it's actually not Uni. However, I'm just going to assume it's Uni. But yes, that is a curveball the game could throw. I'll acknowledge that. So, if we take that second assumption, so the first assumption being that what the newspaper article says happened is true, and the 4th person who survived, fourth person in the shelter cabin who survived was indeed Uni, then in order for Uni to be in Sofia at the same time, you have to have doubled. Like, you have to have 2 instances of Uni at the same time. And my third assumption is that that can't happen. Because I've never heard of a Kotaro Uchikoshi game that allows people to duplicate. Actually, it might be possible that one of them did, but it was never used. But, yeah, there's one where, theoretically, a duplication could have happened, I suppose, but it didn't. It didn't actually happen. There was never... That mechanic that would have allowed it was not used that way. So I just assume there's no duplication. If there's no duplication of Uni, then straight up, you cannot have that instance at Sofia happening in January of 2011. Because I'm assuming that there was a real Uni at the shelter cabin in January of 2011. Another thing that makes it unlikely that Sofia is happening in January 2011 is because Callie already knew that Kokoro was dead on the 11th, the first day of that week of whatever the swapping is going into. That would mean that she would know that Kokoro was dead on January 11th, but her body was not found dead until later. You could say, well, maybe she knew that she was on the plane, and she knew about the plane crash, and so she just kind of assumed that everybody on the plane crash died. However, I don't think so. There's always these caveats. This game is so complicated. There's always a way to do me wrong. There's always a way to contradict me. There's always a hole, right? You can never be certain of anything. But I would presume that if she's already creating a scheme to do something which might bring Kokoro back to life, then she knows how she died. Right? And that Kokoro died in an avalanche and not in the plane crash. Lastly, Yuri's teddy bear you would assume is with him in Sofia. Again, not said explicitly. That's what makes it complicated. He says he has it, but he's never shown it to Satoru. The thing is, though, that could mean it's maybe not at Sofia. But it implies it is. Right? And how would that teleport in? That teddy bear would have to be teleported in immediately from the crash site. Huh? And Uni doesn't mention any unusual damage to it. So it makes it so those things kind of piled up. There's a third thing that I thought of also that I've forgotten about. So those two things and a third thing I've forgotten about piled on seem to indicate that that's not happening in the Sphere stuff's not happening in 2011. There is this idea that maybe Hotori was expecting Kokoro's arrival. And that's another complicated thing that I have to wrap my brain around because Hotori had some odd curiosity to Satoru's body introducing himself as Kokoro, but she seemed to readily accept that that person was the real Kokoro because she said there are many things I want to tell you, and two, she had tried to introduce that Satoru pretending to be Kokoro as she may have sought to Uni. So, interesting. Interesting that she was so not... She didn't react like Uni did, like, you're not Kokoro. Like, that's not how she reacted. Anyway, in order to accept that the Sphere stuff did not happen on January 11th, we had to assume that the radio is bad. So the radio is somehow lying. And you just do that by saying, well, just the preponderance of evidence contradicts that radio. So because that radio is just such an outlier, we have to throw it. That's kind of bad science. And yeah. Another thing to notice that the TV was also not showing anything that told the date. Why would they bother to make the TV not show the date if they had the radio show the date? In other words, if they wanted to establish via media, by broadcasting, what the date was, then they wouldn't have to, they could have just made them both say the date, but they didn't. And there's got to be some reason why they didn't. And it might be as easy to disprove the radio was wrong, but disprove the radio, but not the TV. So that the TV didn't say the date is a hint. That really doesn't narrow things down that much, because I still have 3 other times, or 3 other dates in which the stuff at Sphere could have happened. Excuse me. The ones in 2012 kind of seem more likely because Satoru and Callie are saying it's 2012. And Uni's not trustworthy because Uni has some sort of consciousness forward time skip going on with him. So, of course he would think he's in 2011 because he thinks it's just after the plane crash, right? He thinks the plane crash happened and he immediately teleported into Sphere. What's really mysterious is Hattori. She's still thinking it's 2011. We don't know why. It might be because she's not occupying Kaiko's body all the time, so it doesn't seem like a year has passed or something. She was also expecting the arrival of Kokoro, which she was supposed to arrive in 2011 as well. So Hattori's a little mysterious there. So that's kind of long and hard to... There's so much more to talk about to try to narrow that down. I don't want to spend too much time trying to place Sphere in the other 3 dates. If we assume that the newspaper is real, then Kokoro in the shelter cabin can't be happening in January 2011 either. Which makes for this complete and utter horrible mess where you have to assume that it's the same situation is being replicated, which is Uchikoshi repeating a trick that he did in the immediate previous game, which you wouldn't think he would do because that would be too easy to guess. So it's weird. It makes you really want to put the shelter cabin stuff in January 2011, but you can't because of the newspaper. The newspaper is really annoying in that sense. So you may go, okay, it happens in August 2011 and maybe the other characters know that. Remember, Kokoro only asked them what year it was. She didn't ask what month. So maybe they know it's in August, but they haven't been saying it because the month has not been asked. But then why would they think it's in August if characters of the exact same name and appearance died in January? It's weird. So I'm just gonna put that to rest and just start playing the game some more. If I come up with a big revelation in the course of playing the game, I'll say what it is. There's just so much more in here. It's like, because Fia had this, because if you assume there's a recreation, then Callie had this plan, right? Well, if Callie had this plan, the plan is probably the recreation, which means the Fia events must have happened before the shelter cabin events happened. You could say, okay, Uni's memories seem to collaborate that, but if the situation happening in Sphia is later than January 2011, which it seems to have to be because otherwise Uni's body would have like teleported and it doesn't make any sense, then Uni's consciousness can jump forward in time. Unless you say he's in suspended animation and his memories were stolen or something like that. So if we can jump forward in time, we can also jump back. So that doesn't really make the evidence that his memories from Sphia carry over into the shelter cabin, that the shelter cabin necessarily happened after. Yeah. Quagmire. The greatest quagmire. Hopefully it's saved. So we're on day 4, I think. We're playing as Kokoro. Okay, Yagami's looking at his GPS or something. I forget what the context is.
ダメなんですか?
Oh, it's a satellite phone. No good? Muttering in annoyance, Yokomi lowered the phone. It didn't connect as I expected.
こうなればやむを得ないな。
Now that it has come to this, there is no other choice. Yokomi looked over his surroundings.
みんな集まってくれ。
Get everyone together for me.
大事な話がある。
Honey, we need to talk. He said that with a serious face.
で
And Mayuzumi, wrapped in a blanket in front of the stove as usual, said this in a disappointed voice.
要するに何が言いたいわけ?
So, in conclusion, what are you trying to say? Who contracts water?
説明した通りだよ。
It's just as I explained it.
これからはできるだけ節約していく。
Are they trying to translate? They're trying to get across the feeling of Mayuzumi's tendency to contract things in Japanese. From now on, we're going to be rationing as much as possible. Our supplies were becoming limited. Yogami started discussing what we should do from this point on. Uni, still half asleep, was looking at us drowsily, and Mayuzumi was being as defiant as always. Even so, Yogami patiently continued his explanation. According to him, the current situation required us to be quite stringent. All the firewood had already been split, and it was doubtful that it would last until nightfall. And if we continued to keep the lantern turned on all day, like we had before, it would run out of fuel by tomorrow. Our remaining food supply was more serious. We'd already reached the bottom of our freeze-dried food, and all that was left was literally emergency rations. Specifically, there were only 2 cans of hardtack and 1 bar of chocolate remaining. That was it. From there, Yogomi began proposing ways we could start rationing our remaining supplies. I became anxious. What Yogomi is suggesting is probably right, but it's still this cold, even when we're using the stove. If we turn it off, just think of what cold will we have to bear. And it starts to make you think the shelter cabin is really ill-equipped, right? Because you can use like an inflatable stuff and down stuff to continue in below 0 Celsius. Like you can go down to 0 Fahrenheit, right? And just kind of subsist there, given the right equipment given the right stuff to dress yourself in. And it's much more efficient to store stuff like 0-degree sleeping bags than it is to store firewood that's consumable. But whatever. Moreover, we have a physically weak child in this cabin.
つまり死ねってこと？
In other words, you're telling us to die? Mayuzumi made a cynical remark.
節約して食べ物も燃料も残したまま凍え死ねってことよね。
So that we can ration it, you want us to leave our remaining food and fuel here unused while we freeze to death?
前泉、分かってくれよ。
Mayuzumi, please understand.
わかるわけないでしょ。
There's no way I could.
もしかしたら明日にでも助けが来るかもしれないじゃないの。
We might be rescued tomorrow for all we know.
もしかしたら、あと1週間待っても助けは来ないかもしれない。
Or you might still not be rescued after a week. As Mayuzumi swallowed her words in irritation, Yagomi talked to her in a calm
僕
tone.
も本当はもっと早く救助が来ると思ってたよ。
I thought the rescue team would arrive faster too.
だから節約は最小限にしてた。
At least here, unlike Ever 17, is a mechanic for why the rescue team would be late, right? It's a mountain with potentially bad weather. You don't have to have, doesn't require a conspiracy quite as much. But a conspiracy could still exist. That's why we've been keeping our rationing at a minimum until now.
何せ飛行機事故だ。消息を絶った時点で大規模な捜索活動が行われるはずだろう。
It was a plane crash after all. After communications were severed, they would have organized and carried out a large-scale search and rescue mission.
それなのに救助がやってこない。
But even so, the rescue team hasn't come yet.
ひょっとしたら何か不都合があって救助隊が僕らを見つけられないのかも。
It is possible that some obstruction occurred, and the rescue team isn't able to find us.
何よ不都合って。
What do you mean, obstruction?
それは分からんよ。
That I don't know.
だが何事も最悪の状況を想定して考えるべきだ。
But in any case, we should start preparing for the worst.
この場合の最悪の状況とは救助隊の到着がもっと遅れることだな。
In this situation, the worst would be the rescue team's arrival being delayed even further.
僕はここにいる4人が少しでも長く生きているために必要なことをしよう。そう言っているんだよ。
We should do what we have to for the 4 people here to survive as long as possible. That's what I'm trying to say. Mayuzumi had no rebuttal for that. Clucking her tongue once softly, she fell silent.
無駄だよ。
It's useless. Yuni suddenly mumbled.
僕たちは死んじゃうんだ。
You're going to die. Interesting. Like if he had memories from earlier, and he has a plan, like he's the Kabaraki of this game, then he wouldn't think that they were going to die, right? However, unless he would only say this unless the plan called for it. Yagomi's face in his sprite. He muttered disinterestedly, as if he were some transcendent being. Well, I mean, he is analogous in his role to a transcendent being from another game. Again, Yuni started talking strangely. Goosebumps suddenly formed on my arms. It really felt like there was something strange in Yuni's behavior.
3日後に。
3 days from now,
1月17日にね。
on January 17th. So he is saying explicitly it's January. Okay.
ねえ、ユニ。
Hey, Yuni,
どうしてそんなこと言うの？
why do you say that? I couldn't help but ask. And then Yuni smiled unpleasantly.
だって、
Because
新聞に書いてあったじゃん。
it was written in the newspaper. He was talking about the fake newspaper dated June 4th.
なんだ そのことか。
What do you mean? So that's what you meant. Yagomi smiled bitterly, and it let out a laugh tingled with a sigh. Wait, yeah, well, he doesn't die according to the newspaper. On the other hand, Mayuzumi's eyebrow twitched.
ガキのくだらないジョークに付き合ってる暇はないのよ。
I don't have time to go along with some brat's stupid joke.
冗談じゃないってば。
I'm not joking.
新聞にちゃんと書いてあるだろ。
It was written in the newspaper, right?
はいはい。お子様は黙ってて。
Yeah, good children should stay quiet.
もういいよ。
Whatever. Yuni's lips formed a pout, and he turned away in sudden displeasure. Yagomi cleared his throat once in order to change the atmosphere.
さて、話は戻るんだが、
Well, returning to the subject at
特
hand.
に食料に関してはいろいろと厄介なことが起こるのもまずいから、
In regards to the food supply in particular, it would be bad if there were any trouble over it.
僕が管理することにしようと思
I've been thinking that I should manage
う。
it.
残りの食料の分量や君たちの体調を考えながら僕が食事を配分するよ。
I'll ration and distribute the remaining food, keeping our individual physical conditions in mind. Hearing that, a scoff escaped Meizumi's lips, and she sneered at
は
Yagomi.
は
Oh,
なるほどね。そういうこと。
I see, so that's it. And make your life miserable trying to do
なん
this.
だ
What?
あんた、独り占めしようって魂胆でしょ。
You're trying to monopolize it yourself, aren't you?
あ
Huh?
とぼけるんじゃないわよ。
Don't play dumb.
管理するって言っといて、一人でこっそり食べる気ね。
After you become the manager, you're planning on secretly eating it by yourself, aren't you? Well, I see why you think you would do that, because you would do that yourself.
私たちには食べ物を回さずに。さ、
Without passing anything out to us.
そりゃ自分が管理するって言いたくなるわ。
And of course you'd say, I want to manage it.
ああ、私も管理したい。
I want to manage it too. The message underlying her tone was clear. Don't screw with me.
なんでそうなるんだ。
How did you arrive at that conclusion? The state of nature, sir. As expected, Yagomi returned her glare. It was a sharp look I would have never imagined coming from the normally light-hearted Yagomi. Mayuzumi was pushed back by that intensity as well.
何よ。
Nani?
全部お見通しなのよ。偉そうに仕切らないでよ。
I've already seen through everything. Don't be so proud of putting yourself in charge.
ここでは僕がリーダーだ。従ってもらう。
I am the leader here. I'll have you follow me too.
勝手に決めないで。誰がいつ決めたっての？
Don't decide that for yourself. When and by whom was that decided?
山での経験は僕が一番ある。体力も一番ある。それ以外にどんな理由が必要だ？
One with the most mountaineering experience is me. I am also the strongest. What other reason do I need?
ふざけんな。あんたの思い通りにはさせないわよ。
No way in hell. I won't let you have everything your way. I'll make something go not your way for the principle of the thing. Mayuzumi really has the vigor to counter Yagomi at any given time. I can't do anything but watch over them nervously. That's what I thought, but all of a
あんた
sudden...
もそう思うよね。
You think so too, right? Mayuzumi touched on the matter in a different way. Huh?
え、じゃないでしょ。可愛くぶっちゃって。
Don't just say, huh? God, that cute little lady act.
この男の好きなようにさせる気？
Are you just gonna let this guy do whatever he wants? Yagomi looked at me. As if intending to decide who was in the right by majority rule, they waited for me to speak. This is more interesting. This is correct. This is more interesting. We'll just do this to him because he smokes.
眉住さんの意見にも一理あると思います。
I think Mayazumi-san has a point too.
確かによもぎさんが一番山に詳しいですが、
Certainly Yagomi-san is the most knowledgeable about the mountains, but
私たち話し合ってリーダーを決めたわけじゃないですから。
we haven't talked about deciding a leader at all yet. Showing my words, Mayazumi laughed in triumph.
そうでしょ。あんたぼんやりしてると思ったけど、結構わかってるじゃない。
I thought you were always just spaced out from that blank look on your face, but you understand pretty well, don't you? What if I was?
やっぱり女同士通じるとこがあるのね。
Women understand each other better, after all. With an extremely happy smile, she pointed at
こん
Yagomi.
な男にリーダー面されたって迷惑なだけなのよ。
If we make this guy the leader, it'll only bring trouble. Her words begin to show arrogance. This would go not you. This is where Kokoro goes, me, I'm the leader. Because that's what makes sense, because she's the player we are playing as. The person we are playing as. Yes?
だいたいね、こんな時にリーダーになりたいなんてやつは怪しいのよ。
In the first place, anyone who tried to appoint themselves the leader at a time like this would be suspicious.
何か企んでるに違いないわ。
It's certain that such a person would be plotting something.
だったらどうすればいいんだ。
Well then, what do you think we should do?
信じられるのは私だけ。
The only one I can trust is myself.
そうだわ。私が食料を管理してあげる。
That's it, I'll manage the food.
No.
What? Yagomi's eyes went wide at her proposal. Yuni's mouth opened and closed speechlessly.
なんでリンがそんなことするんだよ。
Why is Lin doing it?
何か知識でもあるの？
Do you know anything about this?
心外ね。
Unexpected, huh?
よもぎさんが山に詳しいというように、私は法律に詳しいの。
Same way Yagomi is knowledge about the mountains, I am knowledgeable about the
弁
law.
護士の見習いだから。
Because I am a lawyer, I'm a lawyer's apprentice, not the full-fledged lawyer.
弁護士？
A lawyer? Okay, so you're, what's her face? Mia Fey hasn't died yet?
てっきりただの OL かと思ってたのに。
In all honesty, I thought you were just some OL that is office lady.
OL は OL でも、オフィシャルロイヤー、国選弁護人。
OLs are OLs, but I am an official lawyer, a court-appointed attorney.
ここでは、私が法律よ。
Here, I am the law. Miyazumi puffed out her chest, an expression full of self-confidence.
それ本当ですか？
Is that true?
何よ。疑うの？
The problem is that why would being a lawyer be of any worth?
でもね、本当のことよ。法律について語ってあげましょうか？
But it's true, you know. Should I start lecturing you about the law?
伊達に六法全書、丸暗記してないわよ。
I didn't just indiscriminately memorize the statute books for show, you know. Yeah, you did, actually. Well, you did it to pass some exam, which I don't know what to call it because you're Japanese. United States would call it the bar, and there's a different bar depending on which state. Yeah,
わかった。
I
それ
understand.
じゃあ僕と眉住どちらに食料を任せるか投票しようじゃないか。
In that case, why don't we put it to a vote? As to who should manage the food, me or Mayuzumi? And then we switch back to
その
Yogomi.
決定には従ってくれるんだな、眉住。
You'll abide by the results of the decision, won't you,
い
Mayuzumi?
いわ。
それじゃ
Alright.
あまず
Then first
Uni.
is you. Wait. Then first is Uni. Yogomi took a peek at Uni's
ど
face.
ちらに食料を任せる？
Who do you want to manage the food?
決まってるじゃん。政治だよ。
That's obvious.
コ
Seiji.
ンビに油揚げ預けるバカはいないって。
There isn't a person alive stupid enough to leave fried tofu in the care of Tombi.
Ch.
Annoyed Mayuzumi glared at Uni. Uni ran behind Yagomi and hid in his shadow, sticking out his tongue.
それじゃあ、あんたはどうなのよ。
How about you then? Mayuzumi pointed towards me. She continued, her tone
あんた
forceful.
は私に食べ物預けたいでしょ。
You want to leave me in charge of the food,
私
right?
はこんな男よりも冷静な判断で食料を分配するのよ。
I could use calmer judgment to divide the rations than this man
生
could.
き残るためには私に管理させるべきだわ。
I should be the one to manage it if we want to survive.
私は
This is like, so if I wanna, I could say I want to leave it to Mayuzumi, and by doing that, I could just throw so much chaos into this. That's just such an interesting response to make. But on the other hand, I want the best ending. But then I actually don't have any guarantee that giving it to Yagomi is give me the better ending. Like, it could be a twist, right? Yeah, Heizumi is like the chaos choice. You know what? I'm not gonna do the chaos choice. I'm gonna probably disappoint people watching this. Want me to do the chaos choice? I'm just gonna go straight Yagomi. Because when it's hard to decide, I kind of fall back on the person I would pick, like if I inserted myself into the game. So that's what I'm gonna default to. But I can see the appeal of picking Mayuzumi here.
私はよもぎさんに任せたいです。
I want to leave it to Yagomi-san.
彼がリーダーだと思ってますから。
Because I think of him as the leader. No, that's not why I think of him. Not why I would do it. It's because there is nothing about Yagomi that suggests he's good. There is stuff about Mayuzumi that suggests she's bad. That's the problem. Expression's profane, so I don't want to use it.
あんた、私にも一理あるって言ってたじゃない。
You said I had a point, didn't you?
裏切る気？
Are you betraying
いえ
me?
ここでよもぎさんがリーダーだってきちんと決めておきたかったんです。
No, I just wanted to properly vote in Yagomi-san as a leader once and for all. I just wanted to set you up to pin you down.
みんなで一丸となって耐え抜きましょう。
Let's all unite and endure.
いぎだーし
No objections. Uni applauded. Yagomi leaned his body against the
これで
table.
決まったな。
Now it's decided, right?
僕の決定には従ってくれるんだったよな。
You'll follow my decisions, won't you?
くそ。
I won't do it. Cursing, Mayuzumi grabbed hold of the nape of my neck.
なんなのよあんた。
What's with you?
私の味方じゃなかったの？
Weren't you my ally? Faltering under her forcefulness, I opened my mouth.
私はみんなが生き残るために。
So everyone can live.
私だって生き残るために知恵を出してやろうって言ったじゃない。
I said I'd use my intelligence so everyone could survive too, didn't
そ
I?
れを無にしようってわけ？
Are you saying that means nothing? Yes.
そういうつもりじゃん。
That's not what I meant. A sort of discontent came from Mayuzumi's nose.
前から思ってたけど、あんたたちってずいぶん仲良さそうじゃない？
I've thought so since before, but you and he sure are close, aren't
で
you?
きてんの？
Are you two doing it?
まゆずみさん、
Mayuzumi-san.
いくらなんでも失礼。
Even if you are upset, that was rude.
うるさい。
Shut it. Mayuzumi didn't intend to listen to my
二人
words.
でグルになって何企んでんのよ。
The two of you are always scheming together. What are you planning? Useless. Really, they haven't really been doing anything. Forgetting herself in her anger, Mayuzumi was beginning to feel suspicious goings on everywhere. Like this, whatever we say will be useless.
まゆずみ落ち着いてくれ。
Mayuzumi calmed down.
君がそんな態度を続けるなら、こっちもそれ相応の手段に出なきゃいけなくなる。
If you continue with that attitude of yours, I'll have to use appropriate measures to stop you. Which would be what? Like using a towel restraint on her like a cat? Mayuzumi gulped and began to tremble. Turning blue, she took a step back.
何それ？
What do you mean?
殺す気？
You're going to kill me? In a disturbingly unusual atmosphere for him, Yogomi took a single step toward Mayuzumi. An alarm went off inside my heart. There was no way he would, I thought, but Yogomi, what are you?
前にも言ったはずだ。
I said it before, too.
雪山ではたった一人の勝手な行動がチーム全体を死に追いやると。
On a snowy mountain, if even a single person acts selfishly, they'll lead the entire team to their deaths.
もしも君がバカな真似を続けるなら、僕はチームを守るために
You keep on acting like an idiot to protect the team.
個人を
I'll
切り捨てる。
throw you away without a second thought.
それ脅し
Is that a threat?
脅しじゃないさ。
It's not a
ルール
threat.
だ。
It's a rule. Quietly, from the feeling of forcible oppression hanging in the air, I felt the vaguest sense of something terrible in Yogomi. Well, they probably would make something terrible in Mayuzumi if I chose her too. I was like, oh, wrong decision, but yeah, they would have done it symmetrical. If he was seriously planning on executing the rule he just mentioned, nice choice of language, I won't be able to oppose him either. Because there was nothing that would keep him from enforcing this rule against only Mayuzumi.
ふざけんな
Cut that crap. Without noticing my anxiety at all, Mayuzumi
あんた
exploded.
が一番危ないじゃねえか
You're the most dangerous one here, aren't you? Her face flushing crimson, she clings onto the same argument recklessly. Her thin hand struck Yagomi's broad chest. The moment Yagomi staggers, a cup on the table falls with a loud noise. The chilled coffee in it was thrown to the floor.
やめてよ。
Stop it.
喧嘩はダメだよ。
No fighting. This is bad. Like this, things between us will only get more and more awkward. Even though the team's harmony is essential for our survival. I... Makes more sense. More interesting. I feel like this is like a needle thread set of choices where it's like you need to make these specifically. I think because right now it so happened to make the set that has created the most, some of the potentially the most chaos. Not as much chaos as if I would put Mayuzumi as the leader, but by doing this switch back and forth thing, which isn't really a switch back and forth, and Kokoro didn't word it the way I would have liked it worded, I kind of stirred the pot quite a bit. Like I could have just not started this at all. Stop her physically. Say, Mayuzumi tried to grab hold of Yagomi. I made a
や
move.
めてください。
うる
Please stop it.
さいどいて
Shut up, move it. Mayuzumi tried to violently shake off my extended hand. Even so, I stepped between Yagomi and Mayuzumi undiscouraged. Her agitation unabated, Mayuzumi didn't try to stop me from rushing in. Finally, she begins pulling my hair. Tears started to form from the
ど
pain.
きなさいって
I said, move.
ダメです。
No. I cling to Mayuzumi. It was
な
frantic.
んなのよあんた
What's up with you?
離せ
Let go. Trying to calm Mayuzumi took terrible effort. In times like this, I wish I was in Satoru's body, I thought.
眉墨。
Mayuzumi.
何よ
What? In a flash, Shigomi's hand moved and slapped Mayuzumi across the cheek. Mayuzumi's movements came to a stop. Quietly, I took a peek at Mayuzumi's facial expression. Pressing a hand to her reddened cheek, Mayuzumi stands there dumbfounded. I'm sorry. When gazing at the hand that slapped her with, Yogomi apologized. However, he continues in a
だが
strong
な、
tone.
こんな時にわがままはやめてくれよ。
But please stop being so selfish in times like this.
命がかかってるんだ。
Our lives are at risk. Frustrated, she bit her lip and turned her face away. Just like that, she quietly walked towards the bed and wrapped herself up, her back to us.
くそくそ
Is that literally like a transliteration? Like, is that what it sounds like if a Japanese person tries to say? No. So if you look at the hiragana, right? It's sa, su, so, say, and she, right? So you'd think it would turn into sheet. Not sita, but Interesting. Mayuzumi's shoulders trembled.
分かってくれよ、眉住。
Please understand,
僕
Mayuzumi.
はみんなのことを考えて言ってるんだ。
I'm saying this with all of you in mind. In the end, the management of the food supply was entrusted to Yagomi. As for me, I didn't really intend to object. Yagomi's an expert in handling snowy mountains, so entrusting this to him should be the best choice. If we follow him, the chances of surviving will be higher. I told myself that. But something is giving me a vague sense of unease. Why is it? I looked over at my surroundings. His face grim, Yagomi's stare was fixed on the blaze as he stirred the flames inside the stove. I mean, he's part of a plot that's Kali and Yagomi, right? They work together potentially for some reason. Uni was crying, trying to stifle his sobs. You wouldn't think, though, that would be a plot that would throw the other three aside, though. Because and the newspaper shows that Yagomi died with Kokoro and Mayuzumi. His teddy bear clutched in his arms, creaking as though crying together with him. And Mayuzumi, with her back to us, had covered herself with a blanket from her head down. The blanket faintly trembled. It was a savage, unbearable atmosphere. Although it had never been perfect, the situation that had more or less been all right until now had suddenly gone to hell. In such a state, are we really going to survive and return alive? Please. I closed my eyes and prayed. Please, somebody hurry and save us. Swap time? Nope, it's not. Afterward. Yagomi broke the table with an axe. The stockpile of firewood in the storeroom had finally run out. The table which we had placed food on and eaten at several times before was being transformed into firewood.
なんだか寂しいね。
It's kind of sad. I nod at Uni's
でも
words.
生きていくためには仕方がないよ。
But there's no other choice if we want to live. Yagomi piled the broken table up in front of the
テーブル
stove.
と棚を全部薪にしても明日の朝まで持つかどうかだな。
Even if we use the table and all the shelves as firewood, I wonder if it'll last until tomorrow morning. Mayuzumi, who had only ever sat across around in bed and given out orders, let out a shrill scream.
何よそれ。
What do you mean?
外に木が生えてたじゃない。あれ切ってきなさい。
There are trees growing outside, aren't there? Go and chop them down. Well, depends on whether or not they're above the tree line. Presume that this isn't that high, though. Because, according to the internet, this is only around 8,000 feet. Right? 8,000 feet does not exceed the tree line, or even close. Where I live, the tree line tends to be somewhere around 11,500. You go above that and there's no more trees.
生木が燃えるかよ。
As if we could burn green wood like that. Actually, you can. It's just more crackly and smoky. But it burns.
もし無理に燃やせば僕たちはいぶされて死んでしまう。
If we tried to burn them, we'd die anyway from all the smoke. Well, isn't there a chimney? Is this thing built in some stupid way where there's no chimney?
それじゃどうする気？
Then what are we going to do?
君の嫌いな節約をして過ごすしかない。
There's nothing we can do except that rationing that you hate so much. After food, it's fuel. Having had enough of quarreling, I was afraid Mayuzumi was about to get angry. However, Mayuzumi didn't complain any further, instead of choosing to wrap herself up in her blanket. It was bright outside the window. It was more or less warmer than night because the sun was still shining. However, when night falls, this mountain will become hell. Yagomi had said so.
あのな、脅すわけじゃないが、冬山の寒さってのは正真正銘、かけねなしの死神だ。
You know, I'm not trying to threaten you, but without exaggerating, a snowy mountain is truly a Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper is waiting outside the cabin with his scythe in hand. With night coming on. With the fire on the verge of burning out. With our physical strength running short, I decide to escape into somebody else's body. After that, several hours passed. Okay, we're moving on to the 15th, aren't we? January or August? Artificial personality exchange. Before I knew it, I was kneeling atop the snow. Okay, I'm going to pause this recording because I got to go pee-pee. Which, for some reason, these characters never have to do unless they end up swapped into somebody else's body and it's done for comedic effect. So I didn't see anything besides Artificial Personality Exchange is the scene title. I didn't see any date change. Yeah, so for reference here, I have relatives that live in Wyoming. And they live somewhere where it gets about 40 below 0 Fahrenheit in the winter. So, I don't know what that is necessarily in centigrade. So 180 is 100. So it's basically, the intervals, if you go to Celsius, there's 100, there's 5 Celsius and every about 9 Fahrenheit. So 40 below is, I don't know, 17 below Celsius. And then you have to add 32. Oh, this is all complicated. Anyway, for people who are not in the United States, I'm sorry, but 40 below Fahrenheit. The stoves they do use stoves, have a chimney, right? They exit out the top of the house. So you don't have to worry about smoke. You'd think if you were building a shelter cabin somewhere, you would do it the same way. If there's a stove, the stovepipe goes out the top of the shelter cabin. It doesn't just exhaust into the shelter cabin. In fact, even if you are burning nice, dry, old wood, it would still smoke you out. So this is pretty contrived, but I'll come back. Before I forget, I did notice that in the opening crawl, when you see a sphere at the beginning of the opening crawl, I did notice there is a second building in the complex joining sphere. So you see the main building where there's like a central room in the middle with 4 bedrooms adjoining and then has a clock tower on it. There is another building next to it. So, yes, I noticed. There isn't anything else about that. There's nothing in the text of the game that suggested anything about the second building attached to Sphia. And there wasn't anything about the building as shown in the opening crawl that was significant looking. It was just like a box. Before I knew it, I was kneeling atop the snow. This was Sphia. And you'll be starving here too because you didn't eat. And I don't know if Satoru ate using this body either. I was at the wall that surrounded Sphia. Looks like I jumped again. I could see Utsumi's back going further away from a distance. She was walking toward the building. What was Satoru doing out here with Utsumi? Cold. I want to return to my room quickly. I stood up and ran to catch up to Utsumi.
Utsumi-san! Matte kudasai!
Utsumi-san, please wait. We're still using the female voice actor for some reason, which has really bothered me throughout this entire game.
戻るなら一緒に戻りましょうよ
If you're going back, then let's return together. Utsumi suddenly stopped walking and turned around. My heart stopped. There's nothing that could be called an expression on her face. She looked at me with eyes that appeared as if they were staring at a rock that had rolled onto the side of the road. I had never seen Utsumi like this before. Just what did Satoru do?
何
What?
まだ邪魔する気なの
Are you still gonna get in the way? Get in the way? What is she talking
そっ
about?
ちがその気なら私にも考えがあるわ
If that's how you're going to be, I have a few ideas of my
あ
own.
なたには迷惑をかけないつもりだったけれど
I wasn't planning on giving you any trouble, but her voice was as sinister, had a sinister resonance, as if resounding from the bottom of hell itself.
邪魔
What do you mean, get in the way?
ちょっと待ってください私何が何やら
Please, wait a minute, I don't know what...
サトルと何かあったんですか
Did something happen with Satoru?
喧嘩とか
Like a fight, or? Utsumi narrowed her eyes and stared at
そ
me.
の口調冬川さん
That tone, Fuyukawa-san? Huh? What is Satoru's plan you just interrupted?
そうですけど
Yes, that's right.
そうだったの
I see, is that so? Itsumi's expression softened. I was a little bit relieved. At the same time, doubts crossed my mind
サ
once
トル
again.
と何かあったんですか
Did something happen with Satoru? I repeated my question from before.
いいえ何でもないわ
No, it's
何
nothing.
でもないことがあっただけ
Nothing happened here at all.
戻りましょ
Come on, let's go back.
ういつまでもこんなところにいたら風邪をひくわ
If we stay here too long, we'll catch colds. Itsumi pushed my back and urged me to return to my room. Itsumi and I walked shoulder to shoulder. During that time, we didn't speak. For some reason, an awkward atmosphere was flowing between us, as I thought something did happen after all. But I couldn't ask what it was. Somehow I felt that it was a very private matter. That's why I tried to change the subject.
あの
何
What is
内
it?
海さんは結婚してらっしゃるんですか
Aha! To something less awkward. Nope, we're gonna know. Are you married, Utsumi-san? After an almost lonely expression crossed her face,
知っていたわ
I was.
旦那はもう亡くなってしまったけれど
However, my husband is gone now. Right, she thinks he's dead.
もし差し支えなければでいいんですが
If it's not too much of an inconvenience,
どんな旦那さんだったんでしょうか
can I ask what kind of husband he was? Well, he smoked.
とても優しい人けれど強い人
He was an extremely kind person, but a strong one
登
too.
山家だったんだけど彼自身も山のような懐の深い男性だったわ
He was a mountaineer, but he himself was a man as deep, broad and deep as a
登
mountain.
山家
A mountaineer, huh? As I thought Utsumi and Yagomi were married.
も
Right.
しあなたが本当に冬川心さんだったら会っているかもしれないわね
If you really are Fuyukawa Kokuro-san, you might have met him already.
誠治はあの飛行機事故で死んでしまったから
Because Seiji died in that airplane accident. I have met him. I'm still talking with him even now. I felt I could tell her that. However, that would have only brought her sadness. I tried asking something
旦那
else.
さんを愛していたんですか
That's kind of an awkward question to ask, though. Did you love your husband?
いいえ
No. Utsumi slowly shook her head.
愛していたというのは間違い
It would be wrong to say that I loved him.
今も愛しているわ
I still love him now. She said it so painfully, but her face once again broke into a warm smile.
ごめんなさいね暗いこと話しちゃって
I'm sorry, talking about such a dark subject.
いいえ私の方こそ立ち入ったこと聞いてすみません
No, I'm the one that was meddling. I'm sorry. Itsumi wrapped her arms around my head and hugged me, as if embracing her own child, a strong and gentle embrace. Utsumi's scent was soft and sweet, making me feel dizzy. After letting go of my body, Utsumi's tone became cheerful, as if her mood had improved.
そうそう部屋の空気を入れ替えた方がいいわよ
That's right, you should let some fresh air circulate into your
寒
room.
くてもたまには換気をしなきゃダメ
It may be cold, but it would be bad if you didn't ventilate once in a
空
while.
気清浄機能が働いているとはいえ新鮮な空気は必要だわ
Even if the air purifier is functioning correctly, you need new air as well.
わかりました戻ったらそうします
I understand. I'll do that when I return.
ええ
Yes. We were in front of the entrance before I knew it.
それじゃ
Well then. So, saying Utsumi's figure disappeared ahead into the building. At that moment, I finally noticed that for some reason Utsumi was barefoot. Frostbitten by the cold snow, her ankle was swelling and had turned a deep red. Something was happening somewhere that I didn't know about. I just had that feeling. I returned to my room and ventilated it just as Utsumi had said. I throw open the window. Cold air rushes into the room. Unintentionally, I began to shudder. I confirmed the time. 4:06 p.m. About 10 minutes had passed from the time the transfer took place until I reached the room, so the current transfer occurred at 3:56 p.m. Doesn't mean much to me. Sitting on the bed, I heaved a deep
こ
sigh.
んな偶然ってあるの？
Do coincidences like that really happen? No. It has to be written that way. Man with whom I flew on the same plane and with whom I experienced the accident, Yagomi Seiji. The woman I met while experiencing a mysterious phenomenon in the personality exchange, Izumi Kali. Amazingly, the two of them were married. Was this simply a coincidence? I didn't think this was something that could be explained away by chance, but rather due to a larger force at work. It felt like something was going to happen, as if someone were plotting everything. Yes. But who was that someone? Well, Callie sure claims to be that someone. Was it God? Incidentally, I've heard of something like this before. Just a review from previous games in this series. First game, Izumi. Second game, Yu. Yu was the person who planned it all out. So, this one, you would think it's part of the cast. It's not someone outside. Callie claims to be the person with the plan. Uni is in on it. But she's so simple, though. Callie's the one who claims to be part of it, and Satoru knows something we don't. But anyway, the primordial age. Incidentally, I've heard of something like this before. The primordial age. There was no life on Earth. There were only soups of amino acids in the oceans, which were the origin of life. Ah, yes, this. Before long, those amino acids began to chain together, and thus life was born. Simple as that. However, even if they try to recreate the conditions of the original ocean inside a test tube, it seems that as far as the creation of life is concerned, it never goes very well. You see, because you don't have enough billions of years. I mean, it's said that the creation of life by the union of drifting amino acids occurred by coincidence of an astronomical probability. The explanation of the scientist who introduced this left people with a strange impression of him. What? If we assume that God exists, it may be that the one who gave birth to life by assembling those amino acids should be thought of as God. The phenomenon that I'm experiencing right now may have a probability of occurring as low as the beginning of life itself. However, remember Bayes' rule rant from Never 7? Let's not go back there. However, I can't think of this coincidence as being caused by anything other than someone's deliberate actions. Not only because the coincidence of Yagomi and Utsumi being married, but because the coincidence keeps on occurring one after another. Coincidences keep on occurring one after another. Intermental guts. Yeah, the series keeps coming back to that whole thing. What is the chance that I would I'd make pairs in sequence, one after the other, until I flipped over all the cards? The son from Megumi's marriage, Yunichi, was killed. 2 years later, by Inabushi Keiko. And now Inabushi Keiko is right here, in Sphia living alongside Utsumi. For these coincidences to continue would just be too sad, I thought. Utsumi thinks that the girl is Suzukaje Hotori, believing that she dedicated herself to taking care of her. What would Utsumi think if she knew she was Inabushi Keiko, the target of her dead son's grudge? Well, I thought she probably did know, right? As if deflating my chest to let out a deep breath. If God exists, then I'm being so cruel. And it's an innocently ignorant cruelty, like that of a child who catches insects to pull their legs off. Here I am, praying that Utsumi doesn't realize that Suzukaje Hattori is really Inabushi Keiko. When she does find out, I don't know what will happen, but there's no mistake that it'll be disastrous. By the way, here's what I think. I don't think there's any mistaking that Suzukaje Hattori is really Inabushi Keiko. Keiko was one of the did personalities that dwell. Hotori was one of the did personalities that dwelled within Inabushi Keiko. I think that's been proven by her testimony. She used the metaphor of a dark room, and there were occasions where other personalities had appeared, so there's no two ways about it, right? It's just that in Inabushi Keiko's case, except for the original personality and Suzukaja Hitori, I don't know the names of the other personalities. Because her current personality hasn't told me her own name, it's difficult to guess. I can only deduce it from her behavior. Moreover, her did personality changes aren't signaled by any actions that occur abruptly. It's the same as with what Yuni told me about the instant I returned from Yukito Satoru's wife to Fuyukawa Kokoro's. There is no alteration whatsoever. To confirm a personality change from an outward appearance alone is difficult. I don't think I've met any of the personalities except the one named Hotori. And some really angry one. Like, you have a Hotori and, like, the angry personality. We don't know what the angry one is. It could be Inabushi Keiko, but it could be a different one. To confirm a personality change from outward appearance... Oh, I already read that. I don't think I've met any of the... Okay, I already read that. But in reality, there may have been a period when she was Inabushi Keiko, or that I've already met the personality of the murderous monster that killed Juniko without realizing it. There's even a possibility that the personality of the murderer will go unnoticed until the moment it attacks someone. I looked at my left arm that had been injured by someone and shuddered. It was at that instant...
サトル、ちょっといい？
Satoru, do you have a moment? Yuni's head popped out from behind the door. He was wearing an amiable
サ
smile.
トル、どうして窓なんか開けてるの？寒いじゃん。
Hey, Satoru, why'd you open the window? It's cold. He quickly jumped to the window and shut it with great force. Rubbing his hands together, he shivered
どう
slightly.
かしたの？何か用？
Is something wrong? Do you need anything?
ラジオのことなんだけどさ。
About the radio.
何か気になることでもあった？
Did you find out anything interesting? The smile on Yuni's face was replaced with a troubled
そ
expression.
の口調って、今はココロンなの？
That tone, you're a Kokoron now? Yep.
まあいいか。
Well,
もし
whatever.
もサトルの中にいるのが本当にココロンだったら関係あることだし。
Kokoron is really inside Satoru. It involves you anyway.
関係あるってどういうこと？
What do you mean it involves me? Yeah. Yuni moved next to me in the bed, sitting close enough for our shoulders to touch. He showed me the
さ
radio.
っきからラジオ聞いてるんだけど、おかしいんだ。
I've been listening to the radio for a while now, but it's weird.
どこが？
You sit repeating the same thing, right? How
僕が
so?
飛行機で落っこちたのって4日前なんだけど、
I was on an airplane that fell 4 days ago.
もっとニュースでやっててもいいはずなのに。
There should be more news on it.
全然放送してないの？
Are they not broadcasting anything about it? Yuni switched the radio on. He twisted the tuning knob. Songs started to flow from the radio. It was a popular singer's hit song from the Red and White Song Contest at the end of last year, 2010.
さっきから1時間以上聞いてるのに、ずっとこんな感じなんだよ。
I've been listening for over an hour. It's nothing but stuff like this.
いろんなラジオ局聞いてみたけど、大体同じ。
I've already flipped through a couple of stations and they were more or less the same.
飛行機事故って大事件なんだから、もっと放送してもいいはずだよ。
I forgot to mention this about the radio, is that he listened to the radio on the 4th and it said it was 354 days since 54 days until the next year. That would mean it would be January 11th, but he's listening to it on January 14th. That's more evidence that the radio is bunk and should be thrown out. The plane crash is a huge incident, so there should be more broadcasts about it.
それって変だね。
That is weird,
でしょ？
right? An airplane incident is a big deal. You'd think that they would broadcast more about it on the news. And of course, 4 days have passed since the accident occurred. It's an event that's likely to be all over the news. But they shouldn't have found a single survivor yet. Obviously, because we were still in the shelter cabin. However, the news has yet to even touch upon it, so what does this mean? I know I usually shut off the radio. I bit my lip lightly.
テレビもね、 ダメなんだよ。
The TV is no good
墜
either.
落事故のニュースやってないの？
So there's no news on the plane crash. There's a television in the living
違
area.
うよ。あのテレビ、変な映像しか映らないんだ。
No, it doesn't show anything besides weird pictures.
川のせせらぎとか、森の中で小鳥がピーチクとか、
Like a flowing river or a bird singing in the forest.
変なお坊さんがありがたいお話してくれたりとかね。
Or stuff like a weird Buddhist priest saying stuff about being
な
grateful.
んだよあれ。全然役に立たないし。
What's up with that? It's not useful at all. Now that he mentions it, I feel like it was the same when I tried it yesterday. Wondering what was going on as it suddenly dawned on me. This was Svea, the specified psychiatric hospital for isolation in Aegis. They probably don't show regular broadcasting in order to prevent mentally ill patients from becoming overstimulated. They show environmental broadcasting in order for them to not feel confined even when shut in by the snow for the winter. Would being preached to by a priest do an unruly patient any good? Uni impatiently stared at the radio.
ココロンのこと知りたかったのに。
Even though I wanted to know what happened to Kokoron. The Kokoron that he mentioned didn't refer to me. He was probably worried about the well-being of the Fuyukawa Kokoro trapped at the shelter cabin. I tried asking Uni once
ユ
again.
ニは飛行機事故のこと覚えてるんだよね。
You remember the plane crash, right, Uni?
忘れたくても忘れられないよ。
Yeah, even if I wanted to forget, I couldn't.
事故が起きたのはいつのこと？何年？何月？何日？
Then when did the accident happen? What year, what month, what day? Wearing a slightly unpleasant expression, Uni answered my question.
2011年1月11日だよ。
The year 2011, January the 11th, which I would assume he would answer. Nothing weird there.
一応はココロンのつもりなんでしょ。当たり前のこと聞かないでよね。
You're supposed to be Kokoron, right? Don't ask such obvious things. He stood up
病
angrily.
気だかなんだか知らないけど、僕は本気でココロンを心配してるんだよ。
I don't know if it's a mental illness or you have or whatever, but I'm really worried about Kokoron.
僕を惑わせないでよね。
Don't try to confuse me. Spitting out those words like a piece of gum that had lost its flavor, Uni turned on his heel and walked away.
ユニ！
Uni! He left the room, not responding to my
ユ
call.
ニ！
Uni? He was really worried about me. That much was certain. The Uni that was here was, without a doubt, the same one that rode beside me on the airplane. And the same one that was beside me when it crashed.
私だって忘れてないよ。
I didn't forget either. I'm certain that I was grasping Uni's hand inside the airplane as it crashed. Even now, I can still clearly remember the feeling of his small hand trembling in mine. The Uni from before and I both experienced a plane crash together on January 11th, 2011. So, what does this mean? Did the Uni from before, the Uni at Svea, jump here right after the accident? If so, who was the Uni presently at the shelter cabin? After thinking it over for a while, I reached a single
ユニ
hypothesis.
はやっぱり人格交換してるんだ。
Uni is undergoing personality exchanges after all. On the second day, even though I talked about the foods I liked at Svea, the Uni at the shelter cabin knew them. From that, I deduced the Uni was undergoing personality exchanges as well, or maybe teleportation. However, at that time, I didn't know about the time periods between Svea and the shelter cabin were different, so that deduction was abandoned. But, in regards to Uni, when considering the difference in time periods, I thought the complexly entangled thread had more or less begun to unwind. Yeah, this is what I was thinking too, which makes me worried that it's wrong because the game will not give me the right answer, right? Putting aside the radio and the newspaper for now, you can guess the year from people's limit testimonies. At Svea, the ones who said it was the year 2011 were Hotori and Uni. However, it feels like I could discard these two testimonies. Hotori, Inabushi Keiko did, so it's possible that she isn't aware of what year it is. After all, there's even a child's personality dwelling inside her. It wouldn't be odd for her to sense what year it is to be off. And then there's Uni. From the conversation with him before, I couldn't think of any other explanation than him transferring here from the accident. And therefore, his statement that this was the year 2011 is a given. The statement from Satoru and Utsumi that this is the year 2012 are correct. Okay. If you exclude the radio that broadcast it being 2011 and the newspaper that had information about the future written on it, well, the radio is easy to exclude, the newspaper not as much. In the world of Sphia, it's 2012. In the world of the shelter cabin, it's 2011, is what it means. Sator and I are under the assumption that our two personalities are jumping through time and space in our exchange. And on top of that, might Uni's personality be exchanging as well. Unlike us, the 2012 Uni and the Uni from right after the plane crash are being exchanged, switching back and forth into the same body of Kusuda Uni.
あれこんがらがってきた。
No, they're not switching back and forth. It's just he's going all the way through in Sphia. Then afterwards, he's going to go all the way through. Maybe long afterwards, he goes all the way through in the shelter cabin. This just got a whole lot more
ちょっ
confusing.
と整理してみよう。
Not really. It made it less confusing. I need to sort things out. Yeah, like she got to go back into it. Like she says, there's the only real thing that's forcing the stuff at the shelter cabin to not be happening in January is that newspaper. That's forcing it later in time. Makes me think it's happening in August 2011. And that's where Kokoro gets all like, but the plane crash was so fresh, right? The crash site was fresh. It wasn't like 6 months old, right? And if they die, how would the bodies resurrect? Let's try to trace Uni's movements. First off, Uni was caught up in an airplane crash on January 11th, 2011. However, I don't know when, but he was saved somewhere. That was the cause. What was the cause and effect that brought the rescued Uni to Sphia and passing through into year 2012? And this is where it gets complicated. But the future Uni at Sphia in 2012 and the past Uni that survived the plane crash in 2011 are switching between one another. Right now, the Uni here at Sphia in the year 2012 is the Uni immediately following the plane crash. And the Uni in the shelter cabin right now can be otherwise referred to as the future Uni.
でもちょっと待って。
I don't think switching is like the right word, but whatever. But wait a second.
私たちは何度も人格を交換してるのに、どうしてユニは一度だけなの？
Our personalities have exchanged multiple times already, but why is Uni only transferred once? No, I didn't know yet if it was only once. However, it didn't appear that his personality exchange happened very frequently.
人格交換のルールがいまいちよくわかんないな。
I still don't have a very good grasp on the rules of the personality exchange. What an irritating feeling. This is probably what they call the feeling of chewing on sand. Well. However, even though I know the rules of the personality exchange, there's one thing I do know.
スフィアは12年、避難小屋は11年って考えるのが一番スマートだよね。
Thinking that it's the year 12 at Sphia and 11 at the shelter cabin would be best. The contradiction with the newspaper and radio has yet to be settled. But I should make sure to keep in mind that Sphia is in 12 and the shelter cabin is in 11. So, with that decided, what should I do now?
ユニに聞いてみるのが一番だよね。
I should ask Uni first. I decided to ask whether he was the future Uni that had transferred there once I got back to the shelter cabin. And you just go back to the shelter cabin. The beginning of ego collapse. The next day, I was standing in the snowfield. The snow reflecting the setting sun, dazzling my eyes. My shoulders heaved as I drew breath, as though I had been exercising strenuously. My exhalations hung in the air, white clouds that almost looked as though I could reach out and grab them. With low on food, why aren't you being strenuous? That's the thing. If I was low on food, I would just be like a bump on a log and not move at all. Just moving it enough to avoid bed rash. Which isn't healthy. But it's like, you gotta survive, right?
何があったの？
What happened?
サトルは何をしてたの？
Satoru, what did you do? Uni screamed out, sounding frightened. He was running as if to flee the shelter cabin, heading for the grove of trees. Uni! Surprised at seeing him in his unusual state, I started to run after
どう
him.
したのよ、ユニ！
What happened, Uni?
ユニ待って！
Uni, wait. It was hard to run in that snow. My feet sank another 30 centimeters into the snow with every step. And gradually I began to feel my strength depleting. That actually would be something that would make sense to anglify. Because 1 foot is about 30 centimeters, and that would just read much better. Hey, wait. Following in the footprints he'd left, I pressed on. Wow. Having reached the grove of trees, Uni slipped in the snow and fell. He smacked his head on a tree root that had been hidden under the snow.
Uni! 大丈夫!
Uni, are you alright? I caught up with Uni. I helped Uni, his body half covered in snow, stand up.
痛いよ。
It hurts, it hurts. He rubbed his forehead. It seemed that he had hit when he fell
見せ
down.
てごらん
Let me have a look at that. Uni had gotten back to his feet, but his hair was sticking out every which way. I gently brushed away the snow clinging to it. There was no injury to his forehead. You wouldn't see it unless you looked closely, but there was an old scar there. He hadn't gotten that just now, had he?
大丈夫血は出てないよ
So he did. Oh, that's important. Old scars are always important. You can't just brush over that. I gotta write that down so I remember it. Uni has a scar on his forehead. But we didn't think his body did this before, though. Okay.
でも痛いんだってば。
It hurts. Uni's eyes are wide with tears as he tried to withstand the
も
pain.
う男の子でしょ泣かないの
Really, you're a boy, aren't you? Come on, don't cry.
だって
But
しょうがないな
come on, it can't be helped. I gave Uni a little kiss on the
痛
forehead.
いの痛いのアンドロメダの彼方まで飛んでいけ
Pain, pain, fly away to Andromeda, which apparently he got a tip for, but tips don't work on this.
なんだよそれ。
What the heck is that? It's the... I was gonna say it's the galaxy that's closest to the Milky Way, but there's no such a thing as satellite galaxies, so it's like the next closest big galaxy to the Milky Way. I guess you could say. It's kind of like slightly bigger around than the Milky Way, so I guess it's slightly more mass. The stars are slightly older. Uni smiled shyly. His cheeks had turned red, and I don't think it was just because of the setting sun.
恥ずかしいことしないでよね。
Don't say such an embarrassing thing.
でも痛いのは消えた
Hasn't the pain gone away? Yeah. Oh, that's not what he was asking. Okay. He mumbled it, but I could still hear him softly say that.
ありがとう心。
Thanks, Kokoron. Smiling, I nodded and pulled him back to his feet.
どうしてアンドロメダの彼方までなの？
Why is it to Andromeda?
その方がロマンティックだから
Because it's more romantic that way. To go to Andromeda? Sounds like death. I brushed the snow from his clothes. Most of space is just a big void of death. Like, nothing is... Like, humans are... The only place humans can exist, really, is on the Earth. If you have something like a spacesuit, you can exist on something like Mars. Oh, there's that... Ooh, that scar is pretty intense in the drawing. Ooh. Is that, like, inspired by... Is this character inspired by Harry Potter? Yeah. So to confirm something, Uni asked a question.
今はココロンなんだよね。
You're a Kokoron now, right?
そうだよ
That's right. After hearing that, a somewhat imprudent expression of relief came to Uni's
と
face.
ころでどうして逃げてたの何かあ
By the
っ
way,
た
by the way, why were you running away? What happened?
それは
Because he hesitated. I don't know what was so hard for him to say, but it was most likely something that had happened in the shelter cabin. Just then I heard a scream from the cabin.
何やってるんだよ、マユズミ。
Hey, what the heck are you doing,
お
Mayuzumi?
い、やめるんだ。
Why, knock it off. Yeah. When I heard that scream, Don't hurry back to the cabin.
小屋へ行こう、ココロン。
Let's go back to the cabin, Kokoron.
ねえ、その前に、どうしてユニは逃げていたの？
Hey, Uni, just now, why'd you come running out
理
here?
由を教えてくれない？
Won't you tell me the reason?
それは
That's because
トビリンがいじめたからだよ。
Tobyleen was picking on me.
いじめられたの？
Picking on you?
すぐに手あげるしさ。最悪だよ。
Just grabbing it like that, she's the worst.
そっか。それで逃げてたんだね。
So, like, grabbing your teddy bear is what you're saying? I see, and then you ran away,
かわ
huh?
いそうに。
Poor thing. When we were together, I'd do whatever I could to protect him, but when we were at Sphia, there was no way I could interfere. It was irritating. I gently patted his head. Uni smiled and pointed toward the shelter
それより
cabin.
もココロン、小屋に戻ろう。
Anyway, Kokron, let's go back to the cabin. Yeah. Following in the trail of footprints we'd left, we headed back toward the cabin. What I saw when I returned to the shelter cabin took my breath away. A dreadful scene had unfolded there. Something dark red was smeared across the edges of Meizumi's mouth, and beside her, Yagomi had fallen to the floor. Stains around Meizumi's mouth were blood.
まさか、よもぎさんを。
No, she couldn't have. To Yagomi-san? To answer my questions, Meiazumi licked around the edges of her mouth. The maddened eyes she looked at me with looked to me like those of a wounded beast.
そんな、やだ。
Such a thing, no. People are stranded after an accident and run out of provisions. They fall into a horrible state like this. That horrifying thought had become lodged in my mind. Before such a scene of shattered human dignity, my lips began to tremble.
僕は無事だよ。
I'm fine. Yagomi slowly picked himself up off the floor. In my relief, In my relief, my legs lost their strength, and I dropped to the floor on my knees.
よかった。
Thank goodness.
ちっとも良くないよ。
What goodness?
何があったんですか？
What
こ
happened?
の女、チョコを一人で食っちまったんだ。
That woman, she ate all the chocolate herself.
目を離した隙に、僕のバッグから奪ったんだ。
I took my eyes off her for one moment, and she stole it right out of the bag.
それを咎めたら、突き飛ばされた。くそ。
And then I confronted her about it. She pushed me down like this. Mayuzumi stood and dusted off his knees. Yagomi stood and dusted off his knees, scowling at Mayuzumi. Eh? Yuni drew closer to
なんでそん
Mayuzumi.
なことするんだよ。それはみんなのものだろ。
I don't know how you could do such a thing. That's everyone's food, isn't it? I don't know why he's still talking like that to her after all this time.
あんたらいなくなったからさ、もういらないかなと思って。
And I was just thinking, if only you all were in here, you wouldn't need it. So those dark red stains around her mouth, they were chocolate. She wiped them off with one finger and then licked it clean.
そんなわけないじゃないですか。
Well, she's really messy about it then. That's not how it is at all.
足を引っ張るような真似するんですか？
Were you just putting on an act to try and sabotage us all?
足を引っ張る？
Sabotage?
みんなで協力しないと生きてはいけないんですよ。
Unless we all cooperate, none of us will survive, you know?
どうしてそんな勝手なことを。
Why would you do such a selfish thing? Mayuzumi turned towards me with an insolent smile as though she were trying to start a fight.
どうしてって、決まってるでしょ？
Why, don't you know perfectly well
簡
why?
単な算数よ。
It's simple arithmetic.
1枚しかないチョコを全員で分けたら生き残れない。
With only this one last chocolate bar, we won't survive even if we divide it up
だ
equally.
けど、私が一人で食べれば生きていける。私はね、
But if I eat it myself, I can go on living, just me.
だから食べたの。
So I ate it.
みんなで決めたじゃないですか。食料はよもぎさんに任せるって。
We decided together, right? We're letting Yogomi-san manage the provisions.
このおっさんが信用できるかよ。
You have this much confidence in that old fart?
私は知ってる。いざとなったら、このおっさんは簡単に人を見捨てるんだ。
I know it. When the going gets tough, this geezer will abandon all of us. I mean, technically, yes.
どういうことだ？
What do you think you're
飛
saying?
行機が墜落した時、私は見てたのよ。
I saw it myself when the plane crashed.
あんた、私を見つける前に、もう一人息のある人を見つけたでしょ。
You, before you found me, you also found another person who was still breathing, didn't you?
でもそいつのことは見捨てた。息があるのに助けようとしなかった。
But you abandoned them, even though they were still alive. You didn't try to help them.
そうでしょ？
Isn't that right? He only took a long, deep breath, and when he finally spoke, his voice was filled with pain. His face, darkened by 4 days worth of stubble, distorted in anguish.
その通りだ。だが、
That is right, but
胸に飛行機の破片が突き刺さってた。
there was shrapnel from the plane sticking out of that person's chest.
もう助からないと思ったんだ。
I didn't think there was anything I could do for them.
ほら見なさい。
Look, just look at this. Mayuzumi thrust her finger at Yagomi as though in
この
triumph.
男は助からないと思ったら、見捨てるようなやつなのよ。
This bastard didn't think there was anything he could do for that person, so he simply threw them away.
こんなやつに、食い物を任せておくわけにはいかないでしょ。
Don't you think it's idiotic to let a bastard like him be in charge of the food?
体力の劣る私たちを、全員切り捨てるに決まってるわ。
We're all weaker than he is. He'll get rid of all of us as soon as we give him the chance. That I can feel my own voice turning shaky with rage. My nails dug painfully into the palms of my hands, but I dug them in even harder as I
そ
yelled
のよ
out.
もぎさんにあなたは助けられたんでしょ？
Gomi-san even saved you, didn't he?
それなのになんでそんなひどいこと言えるの？
Even when you say he saved you, how can you say such horrible things about him?
言うと思った。
I thought you'd say that.
助けてもらったから言うこと聞けって。
Just because he saved me, I have to listen to everything he says?
冗談じゃねえよ。
I'm not just screwing around here.
確かに、よもぎさんに私は救われたわ。
Certainly
でもそんだ
Yagomi-san
け。
Certainly Yagomi-san did rescue me, but that's all.
今の私に指図する権利はない。
He has no right to order around the me that's here today.
恩を感じたりしないんですか？
Have you no gratitude at all towards him?
もちろん感じてるわよ。
Of course I am
ここ
grateful.
から生き残ったら、一回やらせてあげようか。
If we make it out of here alive, I'll let him do it with me once.
でも、そのためにも、私は生きて帰んなきゃいけないわね。
But in order for that to happen, I have to get back home alive first, you know.
ふざけるな！
Is that how you would translate that? Like, there's no... I would... Is there... Let me try to back... I forgot how to backlog in this game. J? My anger lost control and struck out at Mayuzumi. Okay, so now backlog.
ふざけるな！ふざけるな！ふ
Yeah,
ざける
I don't really hear a transliteration of that English word that doesn't seem to have an analog in Japanese anywhere. They did that a lot in Danganronpa. They made like a pre-canned voice line for the non-voice acted dialogue be that. So it's a common way to translate that to English, but it's kind of there is no I wouldn't think there would be a Japanese analog to the F word. In my anger, I lost control and struck out at Mayuzumi. Kya. Staggering, Mayuzumi crashed into the wall.
何すんだよ！
What the hell do you think you're doing? Mayuzumi got back to her feet and grabbed me. Sharp pain raced to my body as she pulled my
大
hair.
体、私はあんたみたいなアマちゃんが一番嫌いなのよ！
You know, I hate naive little princesses like you more than anything in the world. You hate a lot of things more than anything else.
何の苦労もなく、ぬくぬく育ってきやがって！
Never knowing hardship, growing up leading such comfy, carefree lives.
あんた、さっさと死んじゃえば？
Why don't you just die?
そうすれば、食いぶちが減るんだからさ。
If you did, that would be one less mouth we'd have to feed. In retaliation, I grabbed Mayuzumi by the collar. Trembling, shaking her back and forth, I
それを
answered,
言うなら
As long as we're on the
あなた
subject,
が消えればいいのに
you should just disappear.
あなたがいなければここはもっとうまくやれてた
Life would be so much easier if you weren't here.
あなたさえいなければ
If only you weren't here.
やめるんだ
Cut it out. Yumi forced his way between us. Uni, too, was clinging to my back, murmuring in a barely audible
やめ
voice.
てよ心
Stop it, Kokoron.
でも
But my eyes became blurry with tears of frustration and sorrow. Burying my face in Yagomi's chest, I wailed loudly. The things Mayazumi had said were unforgivable, and I couldn't believe what I blurted out, that it would be better if she weren't here. Tears came streaming down my cheeks. Looking at me at that state, Mayazumi spat these words out
甘
at
い
me.
わあんた
You're so naive.
泣けば誰かが助けてくれると思ってやがる
Do you think somebody's gonna come save you if you
あ
cry?
んたみたいなのが真っ先に死ぬタイプ
People like you are always the first to die. Nope. You don't understand, Mayuzumi. She's the character I'm playing as. So, it's very likely that the author is going to have me witness everybody else's death so they can end up in the story that is portrayed to the reader. So I die last. Most likely. Although I have played a game where some of the endings you die first, and some you none of them you die first actually. Yeah, very rarely do you die first. There's always someone who dies before you. Mayuzumi continued while sneering at me.
そもそもね苦しい時こそ助け合わなきゃいけないっていうのは幻想なのよ
In the first place, thinking that when things are rough you need to work together is just an
世
illusion.
間はね他人を蹴落として成り立ってんの
You know, in this world, you get by trampling over other people.
世界は弱肉強食なのよ
It's survival of the fittest.
そうだな君の言う通り
That's right, it's just as you say.
君を命がけで助けた僕はとびきりのバカだ
I was a complete idiot for risking my life to save
じ
you.
ゃあ今から殺す私のこと
So what are you going to do? Will you kill me now?
いや僕はバカだが最後の瞬間まで人間でありたいんでね
No, I may be an idiot, but until my final moments, I plan to stay human.
そんな真似はしない
Well, to murder is human, as demonstrated by Cain. So, I won't deceive myself with such a farce. Mayuzumi snorted through her nose and leaned against the wall. Wait a minute. I stopped crying and Yagomi helped me sit on the bed. Then he sat down on the bed too, along with Uni. We'd already used the table and chairs for firewood, so there's nothing else in the room to sit on.
食べ物を誰か一人が管理するというのはやめよ
Saying that someone should be the soul food manager. Why don't we give up on that? Mayuzumi, who had sat down, facing away from us, now sneaked a sidelong glance at
う残
Yagomi.
った食料を4等分して各自が保管するんだ
Let's divide the remaining food into 4 equal parts and take care of our own share individually. Yagomi produced a hardtack biscuit from his bag. Only 2 cans of emergency rations were left, and those comprised our entire food supply. Yagomi opened one of the cans. With a swish sound, the contents of the can were exposed to the air. The sound was as though the starter's pistol had been fired, to signal our unstopping march towards the edge of a cliff.
前泉君が4つに分けるんだ
Mayuzumi, divide your portion into 4 shares.
私が
Me?
ああ君が4等分して僕たちが選ぶ
Yeah, you divide it into 4, and we'll choose what we want from
君
it.
は残った1つだ
You can have whichever one is left.
不公平な結果にしたくなければ私が頑張って当分しろってことね
Even though it's so unfair to me, you're saying I have to stick it out and divide up my share, huh?
ああ真泉が一番文句を言いそうだからな
Yeah, that's right, because you're always the first to complain about it. He brought out the now empty can that had held the biscuits. Carefully, as though carrying out a mock scientific experiment, Mayuzumi divided the biscuits into 4 shares. Yagomi, Yuni, and I each chose from the three of them. Mayuzumi picked up the last one. Then, holding it to her chest, she gritted her teeth at us and
これは
glared.
私のだからね。取るんじゃないわよ。
This one is mine, so don't go trying to steal it, okay?
泥棒が何言ってるんだ。
That's big talk coming from a thief like
黙れ
you.
ガキ。人間命がかかったら何だってするのよ。
Shut the hell up, brat. Human beings will do anything they can in order to live, you know. Sighing deeply, Yagomi said,
この食料で今
These rations
日
today,
節約すれば明日ぐらいまでは持たせられるだろ
if you're really economized, they might hold out until
う。そ
tomorrow.
れ以降は食料なしだ。
From then on, we'll be out of food.
各自覚悟して食べてくれよ。
Each of us should choose to eat with that in mind. That small, empty can, with only half a biscuit placed in it, it made me feel very uncertain. Can I live on only this? An uneasy feeling spread through my chest like a lethal poison.
とっても少ないね。
There really is not much left, is there? Sounding worried himself, Uni peered into the
だか
can.
ら分配するのは嫌だったんだ。
I just knew that nobody would want to
食
share.
料が少ないと実感すると不安になるだろ。
You start feeling uneasy as the food supply runs low, right?
この不安感ってのが厄介なんだ。
That anxiety, it becomes a
不
burden.
安は希望を殺す。
Anxiety is the killer of hope.
絶望は恐怖を呼ぶ。
And this despair comes fear. And with this despair comes
恐
fear.
怖は破滅を運んでくる。
And fear will bring you to ruin. I will not start singing Crawling spontaneously because I could copyright claim. No, it's because I'm really bad at doing that. And that would be really cheesy. I don't want to be cheesy. Sorry, I dropped a pin. Muttering this regretfully, Yagomi gently stroked Yuni's
心
hair.
配するな。
Don't worry.
心配だろうけど気にしないようにするんだ。
I know you're already worried, but try not to dwell on it.
セイジ。
Seiji. His face had been expressionless, but I suddenly saw Mayuzumi's eyebrows shoot out.
アホらしい。
Idiotic. With her precious can under her arm, Mayuzumi turned back toward the bed. And she wrapped herself in the blanket, her body began trembling. Biting her nails, she began muttering in complaint. Her words, so faint that they barely reached my ears, were, I'm going to live.
死ねない。あの人に会うまでは死ねない。
I can't die. Until I meet that person, I can't die. Meaning, that person being Satoru? I think she already met him.
絶対に死ぬもんか。生きてやる。生き抜いてやる。
There's no way I'm gonna die. I'll live. I'll live through this. A strong attachment to life. Hearing that muttering that fell from her lips like a curse, I turned and ran from the basement storeroom. For the basement storeroom. Choosing life. So the antithesis. It's like just import all of the Never Seven characters into the situation. The basement storeroom was deathly quiet. It would be like the opposite, right? When I first came to look around here, it had seemed that there were stores of food and fuel in abundance, but now not a trace of anything remains. Until now, my main concerns were the personality exchanges and attacks at Sphia, but I realized that the situation at the shelter cabin had grown just as urgent. Death was drawing closer.
甘いわ、あんた。
You are so
あん
naive.
たみたいなのが真っ先に死ぬタイプ。
People like you are always the first to die. Her words repeated themselves in my mind. The hand holding the can that contained what was left of my rations was shaking hard. The few remaining biscuits danced inside the can with a clatter. My stomach was so empty it hurt. I hadn't eaten anything since last
お腹
night.
すいた。
I am so hungry. My trembling fingers picked up a biscuit and threw it into my mouth. I chewed slowly, then swallowed it with great care. I felt a sharp pain in my stomach, as if it were yelling at me that this wasn't nearly enough.
このまま助けが来なかったら
At this rate, if help doesn't
私
come,
死んじゃうのかな。
am I going to die?
死んじゃうのかな。
Am I going to die? Tears started to obscure my vision. I was scared. Very. Very. The faces of my friends and my parents back home appeared in my mind. The dreadful campus life I had enjoyed not long ago. Oh, the dreadful. I projected. The peaceful campus life I had enjoyed not long ago had disappeared from my mind.
死にたくないよ。
I don't want to die. Tears began to fall. The hot liquid flowed down my cheek and dripped to the floor of the shelter cabin storeroom, marking it where they fell. At that instant, a voice came from behind me. Kokoron. Frantically wiping away my tears, I tried to plaster on a smile before turning around, but I didn't do a very good job. I just looked like I was smiling through my tears.
変な顔。
You're making a weird face.
ごめんね。
I'm sorry.
私の方がお姉さんなんだから泣いてちゃダメなのに。
I'm the older one here, so I shouldn't be crying.
うん。もっと泣けばいいよ。
No, you can cry even
知っ
more.
てる？目が乾かないようにいっつも流れてる涙と心が高ぶった時の涙は別物なんだよ。
Did you know, the tears that always flow out of your eyes don't dry out, and the tears that come out when you're troubled are different?
涙の成分が違うんだ。カルシウムの量とかが大きく異なってる。
The composition of the tears is different, like the calcium levels, for example. They differ a lot.
悲しい時わーっと泣くとすっきりするでしょ？
If you scream wah and cry when you're sad, you'll feel much better,
泣
right?
くことによって体内のカルシウムバランスが修正されたからすっきりするんだよ。
When you're crying, your body's calcium balance is readjusted, and you'll feel refreshed. That's like the most voodoo thing I've ever heard. No, I've heard worse voodoo things.
泣きたい時は泣けばいいんだ。
When you want to cry, you should cry. I've heard that crying is good for you, but not because you're releasing your calcium. I was struck dumb by Yuni's explanation.
それ本当？
Is that true?
うん、本当。
Yeah, I made it
だ
up.
から僕の胸でたーんと泣くがいいよ。さ、
That's why you should jump into my chest and cry as much as you want. Don't hold back. Come on. Yuni sticks out his thin chest and spreads his
もう
arms.
泣けなくなっちゃったよ。
Jeez, I completely lost the will to cry. Were his explanation and actions all just to distract me from crying? Or did he do it unintentionally? Yuni's cheeks puffed up, an expression befitting
な
his
ん
age.
だよ、つまんないの。
What's with that? Boring. Yuni put on a displeased face.
はあ、笑うなんてひどいよ。
It's so mean to
ご
laugh.
めんね。
Sorry. Yuni approached me as I apologized. And then he took my ration can from me.
何するの？
What are you doing?
いいから。
Don't worry about it. He then poured the food into his own can, from his own can into
僕た
mine.
ちはさ、この缶から二人で分け合うことにしようよ。
Hey, let's both share from this
どうして？
can.
コ
Why?
コロンがお腹減ってたらいっぱい食べていいよ。
Kokoron gets hungry. It's alright for you to eat a lot.
僕がペコペコの時はたくさんもらうけどね。
And when I get hungry, I can take a lot too. Then he passed the can over to me. It felt heavier than before, when it had only contained my
二
share.
人でこんなに食べ物があるんだよ。
Together we both have this much.
そう考えればまだまだ平気って気がしない？
To think of it that way, then it's like we're still okay, right?
ユニ。
Uni.
とっても不安で心細いけどさ、
Right now, it's really insecure and
僕
disheartening.
たちは一人じゃないんだ。
But we're not
一
alone.
人じゃない。
We are not alone.
その言葉だけで腹ペコなの忘れちゃうよ。
With those words alone, we'll forget our hunger. But there's something more to it than simply like, I have you and you have me. Right? There's something more to we are not alone. I silently put the can of food on the shelf. And then I took off Uni's glasses.
まさか。
And then Mayuzumi steals that can.
ユニ
Uni. I hug Uni's thin body to me. Tightly.
痛い
Tightly.
よ。
It
ユ
hurts.
ニがいてくれてよかったよ。
Thank goodness you're here with me.
一人じゃなくてよかった。
Thank goodness I'm not
ユ
alone.
ニに何かがあっても私が守ってあげるからね。
No matter what happens, I'll protect Uni for sure. I shouted out as I hugged him
そ
close.
れは僕のセリフだよ。
That's my line. Yuni continued talking in a strangely adult
ココ
tone.
ロンを僕は絶対に助けるからね。
Because I'll save Kokoron, for sure. And there's a lot more to that.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
もう男の子なんだから。
Jeez, you're such a boy. I hugged him even tighter.
シム
I'm gonna die. Warming us inside, I happily felt Yuni's gentle warmth. Like a beast running away from a flame, his warmth made my fear of death disappear. And then Yagomi joined us.
おしくらまんじゅうか。
A group
僕
hug?
も参加していいかな。
Can I join in too? Yuni jumped
セ
backwards.
イジは好きだけどさ、
I like Seiji,
ヒ
but
ゲのおっさんと抱き合う趣味はないよ。
I'm not in the habit of hugging bearded old guys.
ケチだな。
Stingy.
できることなら僕は冬川さんと抱き合ってみたかったんだが。
If I could, I'd rather get a hug from Fuyukawa-san,
こ
though.
ら
Hey,
冗談だって。
it was just a joke, and you already got one, although it was from the behind, but you got one. Laughing, Yagomi held up his can of rations for us
さっ
to
きの
see.
話聞いてたんだが、僕も混ぜてもらっていいかな。
I heard your conversation just now. Can I put mine in too?
3人の食料を一つにして分け合おう。
Let's share 3 people's worth of food between us.
いいよ。
Okay, sure.
それよかった。当分にしたままじゃ君たちに食料を分けてあげられないからね。
If we keep splitting it equally, I won't be able to give either of you two my
ど
food.
うして？
Why?
君たちだけにあげて眉唾に分けないってわけにいかないだろ
You can't just give it to you two and not give Mayuzumi any,
う。
right?
彼女とは違い、君たちにはチョコ一つ分のビハインドがあるからな。
Unlike her, you guys are behind by one piece of
衰
chocolate.
弱する前に僕の食料を分けようと思っていたんだ。
I thought I should give you some of my portion before you started weakening. Aoi placed his own rations in my can. The biscuits were piled up inside the can. It felt like it would overflow. When I lifted it, it felt heavy. It was quite a weighty feeling. This is like such a setup for like the whole can disappearing. If you split up the rations, then you can only lose one split at a time. If you put them all in one can, then they can all disappear at once. This is like dramatic irony here. Yugoi rubbed his chin while staring at the heap of food inside the can. Like it's very easy to see what's being set up
こ
here.
れだけあれば一月ぐらいは生きていけそうだな。
If we have this much, it feels like we could live off of it for an entire month.
そんなにこんなとこいたくないよ。
I don't want to stay here for that long. What we couldn't fit inside, we divided among ourselves and had for tonight's dinner. The meal the 3 of us ate while standing there was delicious beyond imagination. It was only a handful of dry biscuits, but I was very satisfied. My heart, rather than my stomach, was
この
appeased.
食料は
Those rations, Yomi handed me the
君が保
can.
管してくれ。
Hold on to them for safekeeping. Which is again a bad idea because she body swaps.
私がですか？
Me? Oh dear. Okay. Trying to think what I would do here. Saying that you'll safeguard it is bad because you body swap, right? Satoru takes over your body. So that could that's a big danger. Giving it to Yagomi is also dangerous because he can get it stolen off of him. So I'm going to say I'll safeguard it, but there is this problem having to do with Satoru that you haven't dealt with. I don't think I could carry out such an important mission. I pushed back the can at Yagomi-san. Wait, did I pick the wrong one? No, I said I'll safeguard it. Interesting, it didn't let me.
よもぎさんが保管してください。
Please safeguard it instead, Yagomi-san. Wait, is this a glitch? Is this like a typo?
いや、 僕は舞泉に警戒されてるみたいだからね。
No, it seems Miyazumi's already suspicious
同
of
じ
me.
女性である君が持っていた方が反感も少ないだろ
If another woman like you holds on to it, there might be less animosity. Well, I'm not always a woman, though. That's the problem. I saw his point. Miyazumi seemed to be very defiant of men in general. It might be more secure if I safeguard it might be more secure if I safeguard it
ユニ
instead.
はそれでいい？
Are you okay with that,
当たり
Yuni?
前でしょ。文句ないよ。
Isn't it obvious? I have no complaints.
それじゃあこれは私が大事に保管します。
In that case, I'll keep a careful eye on this.
食事の時はよもぎさんが分配してください。
It's time to eat. Yogomi-san should be the one to divide
う。
it.
分かった。
Understood. With that said, Yogomi took a vinyl bag out of the emergency kit inside the storeroom, and he wrapped the can up and sealed the bag. This was to prevent it from getting damp or spilling, just in case. I accepted it and stored it away inside my clothes. I held it carefully against my stomach as if warming an egg. Seeing my appearance, a fatherly smile rose on Yogomi's
絶
face.
対に生き延びような。
You're going to survive. He climbed back
よもぎ
upstairs.
さん、あんないい人なのにどうして前泉さんは信じられないのかな。
Yogomi-san is such a good person. Well, that's a bad sign. So why doesn't Meizumi believe in him?
トビリンは心がねじ曲がってるんだよ。
Tobilin's mind is twisted like a screw.
もうリンがあんなやつだって知ってたら小屋に入る前に聖司に言えばよかった。
Geez, if I'd known Lin was that kind of person, I should have told Seiji before he even reached the cabin.
そんなやつ捨てちゃえって。
Throw that jerk away. Yuni muttered his complaints in a small
そん
voice.
なこと言っちゃダメだよ。
You shouldn't say things like that. As Yuni rebuked her, I suddenly became curious. Wait, that's a bad translation, isn't it? Oh, I don't know if rebuked is the right word, but okay.
ユニは前泉さんのことを遭難して会うまで知らなかったのよね。
You didn't know Meizumi-san until you met her after the accident, didn't you, Yuni?
当然だよ。何言ってるの？
Of course not. What are you saying? Yuni looked at me in confusion. I think the shelter cabin's Yuni is the future Yuni. If he'd already experienced the accident at the shelter cabin once before, Yuni should already know Meizumi. However, he said he didn't know her. It seems like what this child is saying is a lie. Was this Yuni not the future Yuni? I try my best to
ユ
ask.
ニはスフィアってとこに行ったことある？
Have you ever seen a place called Svea, Yuni? Yuni replied, tilting his head.
スフィアって何？ゲーセン？
What's Sophia? A game center?
うん。行ったことないならいいんだ。
No, if you haven't been there, then never mind. I slapped Yuni's shoulder and put one of his hands on the
そ
ladder.
れじゃあ私上に行くね。
One of my hands? My hands. Alright then, I'm going up.
二人っきりでずっと下にいたら怪しまれちゃうから。
We stay down here for too long, they might get suspicious.
エッチなことしてるんじゃないかって。
They might say maybe they're doing something dirty. I fixed Yuni with my most erotic, or at least I thought it was, look. I didn't think it was very mature of me, but I thought I'd get revenge. For what? Before, when he said something similar, I was really embarrassed. However, Yuni just shook his
全
head.
然色っぽくないよ。
That's not sexy at all.
2点ぐらい。
It's worth about 2 points.
5点満点で？
Out of 5?
100点満点だよ。
Out of 100.
あひどい。
How mean. I hit at the ladder while jokingly pretending to cry. In actuality, my innermost feelings were hurt a little, but that was a secret. I returned to my bed and took out the food I had stored by my stomach. I hid the food under my pillow so that it wouldn't be found, and got swamped. Oops. Oops. All of a sudden, I lost my balance. It looks like we're in the storeroom. I was supposed to be on a bed in the shelter cabin, but now I was groveling on a concrete floor. I couldn't see anything in front of me. Still on all fours, I tried to make sense of the situation as best as I could.
した？
Did I transfer? The air is faintly warm. There was no smell of burning wood. This seemed to be Svea. But where in Svea am I? What's going on here? Intense pain radiated from the back of my head and throughout my body. A throbbing pain resounded inside my head. Touching the back of my head brought acute pain. Struck by vertigo, I felt nauseous. You got a concussion. Great. At least you didn't do it at least you weren't swapped when it happened, so you're not responsible. I tried getting up, but couldn't even put power into my legs, let alone stand up. What's this? What's going on? I was taken aback. Someone's here. Someone's behind me. Someone's drawing near. Who? Utsumi? Yuni? Hotori? Inabushi Keiko? I turned around right away. Just then. With a ferocious strike to my face, I was sent flying. This is the first time I've been hit this hard. I lost control of my body due to the pain and impact of the fall. Someone was bending over me. I couldn't see the face of that someone in the dark. Who was it? What is this? What's going on? It hurts. Someone help me. Got to escape. Where am I? I was hit. I'll be killed. The iron taste of blood spread through my mouth. This darkness severely limited my vision. Why would someone do this to me? All my thoughts were in panic. No! No! Screaming, I started struggling recklessly. But that someone got on top of me, pinned me down, and began choking me to shut me up. Painful. I can't breathe. I'll die like this. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I started to flail with all my might. Then, by swinging, my arm connected luckily with the jaw of that someone. The mysterious assailant's hold on my throat weakened. Using that chance, I pushed someone away with all my strength. Crawling on all fours, I managed to put some distance between me and the attacker in the pitch-black room. And then before my eyes were shelves. As quickly as I stood, I moved into the space between the shelves. I held my breath. I curled my trembling body up, burying my face in my legs. I couldn't silence my breathing. My teeth chattered loudly. I'm likely to end up screaming. Put my fist in my mouth and bit down hard. I can't make a single sound. I'll be found. Afraid of the mysterious assailant, I kept my voice held back. How long was it? This someone hasn't pursued me. Not a single sound. It was so quiet, my ears hurt. To figure out where I was, I timidly looked around at my surroundings. The room was dim. If I'm not careful, this dusty air will cause me to cough violently. In the shelves I was hiding between, many cardboard boxes were piled up. A row of several other shelves was visible. I can't see too well, but in the middle of the room there are many scattered boxes as if a storm had hit here. This is the underground storeroom, which means the exit is... I recalled the times I had been here before and guessed the direction of the exit. Quietly I peeked out. There. In the dim light I saw a distinct handrail of the stairs to the upper floor. From there I was crouching. It's about 5 meters to the stairs. If I make a run for it... Startled, I barely managed to cover my mouth. That someone may still be lurking near. Or the assailant may have already left. If they're near... You would have heard the footsteps, though. Just thinking of the attacker made me tremble once more. Someone just now tried to kill me, Satoru. I sensed a spine-chilling thirst for blood. A thirst that made the hair on my back stand on end. I drew my arms around myself. Holding my breath, I strained my ears. They began to ring. Other than that, I heard nothing. If this someone was lying in wait, waiting for me to make a move, the moment I take a single step towards the exit, I'll be assaulted from the darkness. I don't want to move. I'm scared. But there's not a chance that I'll continue to wait here patiently. I can't stand the fear and tension. I have to go. I'll certainly be okay. It's no more than 5 meters. If I dash through the room without looking back, it shouldn't take me more than 3 seconds to reach the stairs. As long as I can get out of this room, I'll manage whatever comes somehow. Showing myself, I mustered up the courage. I stood up silently. My head still throbbed with pain. Moreover, the numbing pain in my face is still here, too. The pain made me remember the fear that I will falter, and my will faltered slightly. I returned to my crouched position. Until a short while ago, I was in the shelter cabin with Yuni and Yogomi. I was so glad I wasn't alone. And yet, I'm alone now. Scared to death by the presence of a murderer. Why? Why am I alone in this situation? Tears seeped out. I wanted to cry and give up on everything. Yet in my despair, my strength returned. This body is Satoru's. I have no intention of letting him be
一
killed.
人じゃない。私は一人じゃない。
I'm not alone. No, I'm not alone. I breathed deeply over and over. Once again, I took stock of my surroundings. Not a single trace of anybody, not even a sound. I righted myself and ran to the stairs with all my power. I felt something moving behind me, but I won't look back. I clung to the handrail and quickly ran up the stairs. There was no one in the kitchen. I hesitated. Where should I run to? Nothing but anxious thoughts crossed my mind. Wherever I run, traps may await me. Wherever I run, the criminal may anticipate my moves. Wherever I run, as long as I am in this facility, the criminal will come after me. I was startled. Down the stairs from the underground storehouse, I could hear footsteps. As I thought that someone didn't leave. Their breathing was silent. The strong intent to kill still focused on me. I'm scared. I'm scared.
どこに逃げればいいの？
Where do I run? I was stunned by overwhelming terror. When I came to my senses, I was running. I ran from the hall to the outside of Sphia, delirious from terror. I regretted rushing outside. The sun had already set. Snow fell in the pitch dark. My whole body was chilled instantly. I wasn't wearing anything warm right now. I only have one shirt on. Should I turn back? If I go back now, that someone who assailed me may be waiting to ambush me. I'm sure that this someone saw me go outside. I'm sure that that person is waiting patiently on the other side of the door. But even so, the air is so cold it stings. My hair and clothing are getting soaked by the falling snow, making it even colder. I rubbed my upper arms desperately. I'm going to freeze to death if I stay here.
どうしよう。どうしよ
What do I do? What do I do?
う。何？
What's that sound? Don't tell me the door was locked. I rushed over to the door in panic. Even as I stood in front of it, it wouldn't
締
open.
め出された。
I'm locked out. Stuck outside in this weather with only one shirt on. In desperation, I beat the door relentlessly, but the door gave no response. The steel door blocked my way heartlessly. No way. I'm going to die here. I'm going to freeze to death. I stood up on unsteady feet.
なんとか中に戻らなくちゃ。
One way or another, I have to go back
出
inside.
口を探さないと。
If I don't look for a way in. Even if I do manage to get back, the murderous monster might be waiting inside. Even so, it didn't seem like I could simply put up with this cold. Walk away from the building. For now, I decided to walk away from the building, because there's another building, right? It's because I felt that the murderous monster was watching my every move. They're planning on me coming back inside Sphia in a panic. The murderer probably has this in mind. I set my freezing feet in motion and started to walk. Stepping firmly onto the snow, I decided to take refuge in part of Sphia where the light didn't reach. With Sphia's gate locked behind me, I advanced diagonally to the right. It wasn't at all easy to walk in the thick snow. Every step I took sapped my energy. And then there was the snow. The falling snow had slowly narrowed my field of vision. A blizzard is near. When I turned around, the lights of Sphia were so small I was surprised. It was obstructed by the snow. This may be within the premises of Sphia, but one wrong move and I'll be lost. If I lose my way, I could go into hypothermia and lose consciousness and freeze to death. I need to set a reference point. What should I use for a reference point? A little trouble, I decided to use the basketball court. The basketball court should be slightly illuminated. Even if I get lost, I can use that as a landmark. Treading through the snow, I advanced step by step. I started to lose feeling in my fingertips. They had turned a violet color. Due to the extreme cold, my teeth chattered. How long has it been? Cold. I collapsed on the spot. It hasn't been more than 10 minutes since I left Svea, but I've lost all feeling in my arms and legs already. If I stay here, I'll die. I started moving my frozen limbs and tried to advance further. I raised my head. I was horrified. Snow had completely closed in my field of vision. This is a whiteout.
何も見えないよ。
Lost in the drifts again. I can't see anything.
どっちへ行けばいいの？
Which way should I go? My cry was sucked into the white darkness. Go forward. If I stop here, I'll die. I continued fumbling my way through the white darkness. The perfect whiteness of the storm obscured even the tips of my own fingers from view. I had no clue where I was. I was heading towards Sphere, or maybe I'm heading the wrong way. I soon lost track of all that. Nothing but pure white world without end. Terrified, I screamed out loud. My cry too was sucked into the pure white darkness. In the white world that enveloped everything, I fell down. The cold snow covered me. That in? I thought I was gonna go to something like you'd like end up at the shelter cabin if you went far enough. That's why I just kind of went. I was lying down on a wooden bed. The air was painfully cold. My breath settled slow. This is the shelter cabin. A small fire was burning in the stove. However, to me who had been walking in the snow, the blaze was a much appreciated blessing. I'm saved. I flew to the stove. I grabbed the stove, almost tugging it, but I immediately realized my mistake. No, I'm not safe at all. Satoru's body was still in the snowfields as was Svea. Only my consciousness only transferred here. And at that exchange, Satoru in the snow, I took out the VR. I turned on the switch and impatiently played it. No messages from him. I pushed the recording button.
ごめんなさい。本当にごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry
外に締め出されちゃって。
for having been locked out.
雪の中で身動きが取れなくなっちゃったの。
I couldn't move in the snow anymore.
お願い。どうか無事でいて。
Please, somehow be safe. I shut my eyes, pressed my hands together, and started praying. While trembling from the cold and praying, I desperately hit the VR switch. Yeah, those intervals, it's like 33 minutes has Satoru, and then the interval in which you are in Kokoro just gets, random, right? So that was a random... I transferred again, collapsed on the snow. My limbs, which were frozen stiff, didn't move. I couldn't even close my eyelids. The snow stuck my eyeballs. I had stopped trembling. I couldn't even feel the cold. I couldn't hear anything. All I could feel was my heart pounding as if it was defective. I slowly lose consciousness. I fall into the pure white darkness. I fall. Well, I guess obvious bad thing to do is obvious bad thing to do. Yes, save my bad deeds. Okay. Let me look at the clear listed stuff. So, see how far I got. So again, we got everything in here. So, except for something that I presume happens in the at the wreck site, because this is the wreckage site. This is right after the wreckage site. So something at the wreckage site I missed, as I already noted. Oh, I forgot how to toggle. There we go. Wow, we're not even close. Okay. And then we just run out of stuff. Okay. Satoru stuff we haven't gotten anything of with. Okay. This is okay, this is gonna be. I need to listen to some of these, but I'll do that later. Off recording. Clear list. 2 out of 33 endings. Wow. 44 out of 154 scenes. 46 out of 110 special blue words, I think. 48 of 116 songs. Or pictures, one or the other. 23 out of 35 musics. Yeah, so I guess that's the pictures. 48 out of 116. 27% of the text. 16% of the choices, I guess. Okay, I've done this for 12 hours and 12 minutes. Satoru, ending 2, Satoru murdered in the bathroom, end A. Incident at Sphia, end. Interesting. Wow, White World, I didn't get nearly half that stuff. Okay. So let's go into continue. Load. Load that same save. Yes. Now I need to figure out how to skip.
ダメなんですか？
Okay,
こう
so
なればやむを得ないな。
I figured out that star skips, but it's not like a
で
good kind of skip. Like it won't stop if you've already got that line of dialogue, which is a problem. But I'll use it because that's what I know for now. Same choices.
まゆずみさんの意見にも。私はよもぎさんに任せたいです。
I just want to do the same thing as before, so I'm not going to see any new things immediately until I do some safe scumming here. Stop her physically. So same, I always do same choices until I get to White World. Then I'm going to do things differently when I get to that point. Okay. Now we had that argument with what's her name? Utsumi. Speculate about the lore. Uni is disappointing. Speculate about lore some more. Swap back. Find Uni in the forest. Same choices I made
小
before.
屋へ行こう。
I'll safeguard it. Swapping back. Start skipping. Okay. Save here. So save this in file 5. Cool. Now that I have a save, I'm going to try all the combinations, right? To try to get through the scene and see if I can get out of this and keep going down the plot. So I'm going to do the same one on the first choice. But this one, I'm going to hit stop instead of go forward. And see if we get something different. If I advance blindly, I'll just end up getting more lost. Keeping my emotions in check, I stopped moving. As the snow continued to fall, it began to erase my tracks. The cold air pierced my body the same way a sharp sword would. I muttered in the snow-white world.
ごめんね、サトル。
I'm sorry, Satoru.
私、ダメかも。
I'm no good, I guess. Despair took hold of my mind. But suddenly the wind blew. The white curtain disappeared for an instant. In front of me, I could see the basketball court. Let's go. Digging a path through the snow with my shaking hands, I began to move.
着いた。
I made it. To the basketball court, that is. After reaching the court, I followed my earlier path back to Svea. With this little detour, the killer should lose me as well. At last I arrived at the terrace of Svea. Held my breath, I quietly looked for someone inside, but there wasn't a single trace of anyone. Sorry, I'm hiccuping. Hoping for some warmth, I clung to the window pane, but the glass didn't grant me any comfort. Oh man, I'm hiccuping really bad. Yoni, Utsumi, and Hotori, where did they all go? No. An unpleasant premonition crosses my mind. Did someone also... Fui, did that someone also attack them? Shaking my head, I tried to erase that idea. I tried to see whether or not I could open the window. Was the window locked from inside, or would it just not open? In any case, checking out the window yielded no favorable results. I gave up on the window and left. My consciousness was starting to fade out due to the unbearable cold. After a while, a small window came into sight. I peeked inside. It was a private room. But my body won't stop shaking. I can't feel my limbs anymore. Walking with my dull legs feels like swinging massive logs. My vision is blurry too. If I don't hurry up and do something, I'll collapse soon. Trying my best to regain a bit of my dimming consciousness, I peeked inside the window. Whose room is this? It was dreary inside. I saw something like a notepad on the desk. I recognized the deep red coat hung near the window. Man, the hiccups. This is Hotori's room. Clinging to the small hope that it would open, I tried pushing the window. It didn't open.
ダメか。
It's no good,
ど
huh?
こか窓は開いてないの。
Why won't any of these windows open? And then I remembered. Satoru's room. During the day, I had opened the window to ventilate the room. Yuni closed it soon after, but I don't think he
サ
locked
ト
it.
ルの部屋へ行こう。
Let's go to Satoru's
ここ
room.
がほとりの部屋だから。
Since this is Satoru's
サト
room,
ルの部屋ってどっちだっけ。
Satoru's room, where was it
ど
again?
っちへ進めばいい。
Where do I go next? Oh no, I have to remember this. Oh. We just came from the terrace, didn't we? So, I would presume we just keep going around. I don't remember the map. I'm just gonna go left. That might be wrong. If I get a bad ending, I'll just redo it. I began to walk to the left. My steps are uncertain. My physical strength is being swept away by the cold. I can't walk straight anymore. If I can't reach Satoru's room, then it's just a matter of time before I pass out. How did things end up like this? What did I ever do? Thinking of my hopeless situation caused me to start sobbing uncontrollably. The tears won't stop. The tears running down my cheek felt unbearably cold. Walking in a daze, I reached another room. It's Satoru's room. I mustered up my last of my strength and ran to the window. Pushing on the pane, I easily opened the window.
助かった。
I'm saved. Okay, I got the right way, but that's just because I didn't remember the map. It's because I remembered the plot. Relieved, I almost rolled my way into the room. I didn't think I'd have to remember that. Warm air wrapped around my body. I'm saved. Tears flowed out from the sheer relief I felt. Even my numb limbs had started to feel pain again. I hurriedly entered the bathroom. I washed my hands with hot water from the shower. I grated my teeth as I held my hands under water, so hot it made me instinctively want to spring back. Gradually, feeling came back into my fingertips. The sensation of pain returned. Then, because I had suddenly made contact with the hot water, my body got goosebumps. Gazing into the mirror, I noticed that Satoru's face was a mess. It was wet and soggy with tears and snow. The lips were a ghastly blue, shivering from the cold. I also used the water to wash my face. Pleasant warmth sank into my body. What I really wanted to do was get into the bathtub, but I couldn't afford to be too carefree. After I'd warmed my body to some degree, I left the bathroom to change my clothes. I reached through the closet for something suitable and changed into a warmer shirt. The inside of Sphia was deathly quiet. Not a single sound could be heard. I hoped no one was around. The someone who had attacked me must still be in the facility. No doubt about that.
鍵を
Right, the lock. If I lock the door and shut myself in here, I can avoid the impending crisis. I ran to the door, was about to put my hand on the knob. At that moment...
今の悲鳴
What was that? A scream? It sounded like a scream had reached my ears. I could hear the wind and other high-pitched sounds.
今の声
That
何
voice.
の悲鳴だった
Was it Uni screaming? Had Uni been assaulted by someone? I peered out of Satoru's room. The kitchen was dark. I frantically strained my eyes. I couldn't see anyone in there.
どうしよう
What do I do? That voice I just heard definitely sounded like it was screaming. Moreover, it sounded like Uni's. That someone may have decided to target Uni instead of me. I hiccuped again. Me. At this moment, right now, the assassin's knife may be pointed at him.
私が助けてあげなくちゃ
I have to save him. I heard noises. They had come from the underground
ユ
storeroom.
ニいるの大丈夫
Uni, are you there? Are you okay? Lowering my voice, I called out to him. There was no reply. I'm scared. Someone may burst out of it at any moment. I'm scared. I bit my lip and stepped forward into the dark kitchen. Step by step, I advance. Peering down the stairway to the underground storeroom, I called out to him.
いたら返事して
Uni, if you're there, answer me. No reply came. A silence so total it was painful ensued. The stairway leading to the basement yawned open like the jaws of a monster. It was pitch black downstairs. I stepped into that darkness. Slowly climbing down the stairs. I'm scared. Really scared. Because of the overwhelming terror, my legs wouldn't stop shivering. Cold sweat streamed down my forehead. My throat was dry. I raised my voice in the darkness as I descended into the underground storeroom.
お願いいるなら返事して
Please, if you're there, answer me, please. My voice was hoarse. Swallowing my saliva, I
ユ
continued.
ニ大丈夫なの
Uni, are you alright? Silence was the only reply. Maybe the scream was a figment of my imagination.
戻ろう部屋に
I should go back to the room. As I nodded to myself, I put my hand on the handrail. And then at that instant... Sudden noise made me jump in fright. What was that? I focused my eyes and squinted to see as best as I could in the darkness. At the edge of my vision, I saw a small rat run past me. I sighed in relief and put my hand on my chest. To my chest. Oh, just a rat. Eh? In that moment of relief, From the darkness, the shadow of a person rushed out. Ah! I was pushed aside by a strong force. I tumbled to the concrete floor. I sensed that someone behind me. I frantically turned around. Because of the darkness, I couldn't see that person's face. Instead, I saw something else, something dreadful. In the dark, shining softly, was a knife. Okay, whose hands? Doesn't seem like, what's her face? Utsumi Kali, because Utsumi Kali has dark skin, remember? It's white skin. So that's Yuni or Inubushi. No, no. I frantically waved my arms in front of me, trying to push the body of that someone away from me. Okay, between anxiety and collapse, the scene. Kya! I let out a scream.
どうした
What is it? Yogomi was there in front of me. What happened? The one that was chasing after me was Yogomi? Why was he at Sphere?
また発作か
Another fit? Yogomi stared at me worriedly as he spoke. I see, so a personality exchange occurred. I was sitting on a wooden bed. This isn't Sphere. This is the shelter cabin. Yet whether because the flame of the stove was too small or something else, it was freezing cold. My breath was so white it felt like it might turn into ice any moment. I was wrapped up to my shoulders in my blanket. My heart continued to hammer like an alarm bell. Because my mind suddenly transferred while I was in crisis, my body was still reacting to
顔
it.
色悪いぞ平気か
You look pale, are you alright?
大丈夫です。
I'm fine. I nodded to Yogomi and returned to my own bed. After covering myself with my blanket, I closed my eyes. Really, I wasn't alright at all. I wanted to shout out loud for someone to save me. The fear of hunger and freezing to death. I'm slowly dying here in the shelter cabin. And at Sphia, the hand of the murderous monster draws even nearer. Being exposed to a never-ending succession of different terrors, my spirit is shattered. My heart didn't have time to calm
マ
down.
マじゃ私壊れちゃうよ。
If things keep going on like this, I'll break. I muttered through shivering lips. But now wasn't the time to be whining. While being chased by someone with a knife, my personality transferred to the shelter cabin. Right now, Satoru's personality should be inside his body. Which meant he suddenly transferred into his body while being pursued by that person.
サトル大丈夫かな。
Is Satoru alright? I was incredibly uneasy. I felt guilty escaping to the shelter cabin as Satoru was being
無事
assaulted.
でいてね。
Be safe. Joining my hands together, I muttered as if praying. Then I heard Mayuzumi shouting,
ちょっと寒すぎるわよ
Hey, it's so cold, it's too cold. The bed began to creak. Mayuzumi was
黙っ
trembling.
て座っていろ
Be quiet and sit
節
down.
約しないと朝には尽きる
If we don't conserve, there will be nothing left by morning.
死にたいのか
Do you want to die?
今まさに死にそうなのよ
I feel like I'm dying right now. Yogomi opened his mouth to complain, but only a sigh
仕方
emerged.
がない
There's no other choice. Yogomi stood up from his bed and approached the stove. He started throwing the piled up firewood into the stove. Soon after, the fire grew larger and the air became
そう
warmer.
このペースじゃ朝まで持たない
Damn it. At this pace, it won't last until morning. Even though he said that, he was trembling as well. He held his hands over the stove. Even as such an experienced mountaineer, Yogomi found the cold in the shelter cabin unbearable. His decision to build up the fire may have been based on his judgment that we'd all end up dying from the cold if things continued as they were. I started thinking to myself while blowing on my frozen fingers with white breath. If all the firewood disappeared at this rate, how cold will it get? Well, you have that ladder, you have beds, you have a lot of things. You have the entire shelter cabin itself. Burn it up, just light it on fire. I couldn't even imagine. Satoru said that he was at ease here. However, with this, there probably isn't any comfortable ground left for him. Because with each passing moment, this place is further transfigured into a freezing hell. However, Sphia was also hell in another sense.
もう本当にサトルは無事かな。
Is Satoru really alright?
そうだ
That's right. I took out the VR with my shaking hand. My other hand clumsily hit the playback switch. The message began to play.
心、たった今、俺はスフィアで襲われた。
Kokoro, at this very moment, I'm being chased through Sphere.
襲われた直後に、ここへ飛んできたんだ。
I ended up jumping here right after I was attacked.
頼む。どうか無事でいてくれ。
I'm begging you, please make it out safely. Well, you don't get to... It doesn't work like that, you see, because once you swap, she's already swapped into you, so, like, she can't get your voice recording.
くそ。手出しできないのが歯がゆい。
Damn it, not being able to do anything is so irritating.
俺のために、君の人格が死ぬなんてことがあったら、どうやって詫びりゃいいんだよ。
If your personality ended up dying because of me, I don't know how I would ever be able to apologize to you.
腕の一本ぐらいはなくなったっていい。
I don't even mind if I lose an
だ
arm.
から、どうか、無事でいてくれ。心。
So please, be safe somehow, Kokoro. The tone of the message sounded almost as if it were throwing up blood. The murderous monster had begun attacking before I transferred. And then in the middle of the attack, Satoru and I exchanged personalities. That's why he was so impatient.
私は無事だったけど、
I'm safe,
今
but
度は悟が心配だよ。
this time I worried about Satoru. My wristwatch was, I thought, in my pocket. I'd usually get angry about now, but right now my wristwatch being taken off allowed me to be able to feel his existence. I'm positive that Satoru, who was inside me, had jumped back to Sphia just as danger drew near.
無事でいてね。
Please be alright. I close my eyes and clasp my hands together. I desperately pray while shivering from the cold. Ready to get jumped into, like, really bad danger? I blinked several times. I understood immediately what that I had transferred. The time period between the transfers was strangely short this time. I held my breath and looked around. This is the basement storeroom of Sphia. Someone was after Satoru. The murderous monster had been hiding somewhere, targeting me at this very moment. And all of a sudden, a hellish scene appeared before my eyes. I am speechless. Okay, I saw this scene in the opening crawl, and it's really confusing to me because that's not Satoru. The hair is the wrong color. That's not Yuri. The hair is the wrong color. That's not Ayuzumi. That's not Utsumi. Not Ayuzumi. Utsumi. The hair is the wrong color. Random new character introduced. I was speechless. I began to doubt my own eyes. In front of me was the corpse of someone I did not recognize. Crimson blood was flowing out of the man's body. The blood had formed a pool that was spreading across the floor. All I could smell was the scent of rusted iron coming from the blood. Nausea rose in my throat. I covered my mouth to hold it back. What is this? Who is this? I had thought that Satoru was about to die, but now some man I didn't know lay dead before me. What was happening? Just what was going on? Sensing someone's presence, I jumped and looked up. Hotori was standing stock still next to the corpse. Her clothes and her hands were covered in blood. The fresh blood on her body and her clothes was still wet. And in her hand was a knife dyed red. What? It can't be. An ominous premonition came to my mind. No, rather than a premonition, it was a conviction. Inabushi Keiko had awoken. The personality of the murderous monster within her has awoken. Did she kill this man in front of me? Does that mean she was the one after Satoru? Hotori was staring at me blankly. I gulped as my breath caught in my throat. My knees trembled. Our eyes met. Her eyes were hollow and somehow frail. Suddenly Hotori blinked several times. She looked down at her body and the knife and she was holding, and panicking, she threw the knife away. She looked at me again. This time her eyes widened. Before her eyes, Hotori turned pale. She started to shake her head, slowly at first, then gradually increasing in intensity. She took one step towards me. She extended a blood-soaked hand to me. Unable to take it, I took a step backward. Confused by what was happening, Hotori opened her mouth, but only a wheezing sound came from her throat. I trembled in fear as she continued shaking her head. Every time she took a step forward, I took one step backward. No. Hotori drew closer and closer, blood dripping from her extended hand. Her blood-stained hand looked like the tentacled limb of the devil, coming to take my life. Stay away. Before I realized it, I was backed up into the corner of the room. My back hit a shelf. One box on the shelf made a sound that as abrupt as a gunshot as it fell. I heard a scream from close by. Hotori and I looked in the direction of the voice at the same time. Behind the shelf was the shadow of a small person. It was Uni. Covering his head with his hands and trembling, Uni slowly raised his eyes. His face was distorted with tears. His eyes were swollen and had turned to a deep red. Why was Uni here? I was getting more and more confused. My head was totally blank as I simply stood bewildered at the incomprehensible situation before me. Uni was terribly frightened. Once again, he lowered his head and covered it with his arms. He muttered something with a small voice. Going to be murdered. Everyone's going to die. Going to be murdered? By whom? I looked at Hotori. Right. Let me go back to the backlog. His eyes. Is that a mistake or not? It can happen in translate. I assume it can, because the pronouns are more ambiguous in Japanese, that can be a translation mistake. Hotori is a him? That's interesting, if it's not a mistake. His eyes were gazing off somewhere far away. He continued to wheeze as he spoke. Okay, it's talking about Uni. So the he is the antecedent of he is Uni. Okay. Uni continued to murmur in a shaky voice between sobs, but it didn't seem like he was able to speak the way he wanted to. Lies. Everyone is lying. Hotori didn't kill. What? What did he say? Everyone is lying. Hotori didn't kill. Then who killed that man? All of a sudden, I recalled what Uni had told me yesterday. Kokoron will soon see a corpse. The conversation with Uni that had taken place in the shelter cabin yesterday. It was when he read my poem. Uni said that. A dead body stabbed with a knife. My throat was completely dry. It was painful to breathe. My heart was pounding furiously. What was the meaning of what Uni had told me then? A premonition? What did he say you're supposed to do, though? Or was it an advanced declaration of his crime? Nope, it's, he knew because the shelter cabin Uni is the future Uni. I know he tried to claim ignorant, but that's still the case. Upon arriving here, I realized that my doubts as to who Uni was had not been erased. But was Uni at both the shelter cabin and Sphia? If it's 2011 in the shelter cabin and 2012 in Sphia, then what did this mean? The Uni of the year 2011 told me about something that would occur in the year 2012. It's not like that possibility was completely unthinkable. Why was Uni here? Why was he crying like this? Does Uni actually know everything about my and Satoru's personality transfers? What if being an innocent child that doesn't know anything was really just an act? What if the one lying was Uni? That can't be. For a child like him to have done that, it can't be. Despite all the calm reasoning I had done, deep in my heart, I had begun to think that there was something eerie about Uni. This child, just who is he? It can't be, but did he kill that man? Did he attack Satoru? Somebody answer me. I don't know what's going on in anime anymore.
どうしたの？
What happened? I heard a new voice coming from the stairs that were connected to the kitchen. Utsumi climbed down the stairway anxiously. Where had she been, and what had she been doing until now? Driven into a corner by distrust, I wondered that momentarily. When I was being chased by that someone before, Utsumi had been nowhere to be seen. Was she someone I could trust? Utsumi slowly looked around the room, not paying attention to my suspicious glare. And then surprised by the corpse. This is... Continued to look at the blood-covered Otori. Curving her lips slightly, she grinned. And laughed. Huh? I'm sure I saw it. I hadn't overlooked it. A chill ran down my spine. Why? Why was Utsumi laughing right now?
殺したの？
Did you kill him?
殺したのね。
You killed him, didn't you? Utsumi started talking in a cool voice. I couldn't understand why she was so calm. Utsumi's eyes immediately locked onto Hotori. When Hotori noticed her gaze, she tore her own hair with her blood-soaked hands. Her beautiful long hair became disordered and messy. The red blood soaked into her black hair. Utsumi slowly shut her eyes halfway. I thought I saw a smile for a moment. Terrified, I couldn't even raise my voice.
あなたは危険だわ。
You are dangerous.
殺人鬼を野放しにはしておけない。
We can't just let a murderous monster run loose. It was as though Uni and I were not in Utsumi's field of vision at all. Her gaze didn't move an inch from where Hotori
危
was.
険だから死んでちょうだい。
She knows this. Like, Kokoro is like suspecting, like thinking that Utsumi didn't know that that person was Inabushi Kaiko. She knew. You're too dangerous, so please die. What'd she just say? What did Utsumi just say? No, this isn't the normal Utsumi. I can't believe anyone. I don't know anything. Everyone is lying.
償わなくちゃね。
So she framed her up. Crimes must be punished. No. Incited by Utsumi's words, Hotori started shrieking. She was having a fit. But did that mean that the personality that was in control now was actually Hotori? Wasn't she Inabushi Keiko? Breathing wildly, Hotori's gaze dropped to the floor. Utsumi was looking in the same direction. I followed her eyes. The knife. The blood-covered knife that had fallen next to the body. All three of us had our sights fixed on the knife. Between the three of us, the distance to the knife was more or less the same. No, I'm a little bit further away. A feeling of strain and tension held the room in its grasp. Nobody moved a finger. So this is like a good, the bad, and the ugly type thing with a knife in the middle of a circle, of a triangle. In order not to show any openings, I watched their movements closely. As if keeping each other in check, we stared at the knife and at each other's faces restlessly. My thoughts go around in circles. The knife. The knife was a weapon for protecting yourself. If I got my hands on it, it wouldn't land in the hands of the murderous monster. The other two in the room, three if you count Uni, who's crying in the corner, is one of them. If one of them snatches it away, my life will be in immeasurable danger. I don't know who the culprit is, so there's no way I'll hand the knife over to anyone else. But, the instant I get my hands on the knife, everyone but the culprit himself will misunderstand and think that the murderous monster is me. If the real culprit managed to take advantage of that opening, Not just me, but everyone else will also be killed. And besides, assuming I can get the knife, can I even use it properly? When the time comes, can I stab the murderous monster if they attack? You don't want to, though. There's no way. Even if it was to protect myself, to kill someone. What should I do? What should I do, Fuyukawa, Kokoro? Screaming, Otori sprang forward. Utsumi, too, made her move without a moment's delay. Only my reaction was late. No good, I won't reach it in time. I'm gonna pick keep on watching. Keep on watching. At almost exactly the same time, Otori and Utsumi both sprang for the knife. I couldn't move. My foot was cramped. If either Otori or Utsumi gets hold of that knife, either way, one of them will definitely get hurt. Someone close to me will die. My hair is with a difference. For a single instant, the hand that Otori was reaching out went further. Otori and Utsumi glared at each other, separated by the corpse between them. The knife was in Otori's hand. Otori had a desperate look on her face. However, tears rolled softly down her cheeks. Why was she crying?
渡しなさい
Give it to me! Utsumi commanded in a sharp voice I had never heard before. Otori shook her head and pointed the knife at Utsumi with trembling hands. Utsumi stood back with an impatient look.
また殺すの
I'm going to kill again.
今度は私を殺すの
You're going to kill me this time. No! Suddenly Uni screamed out. Stop it! He stood up with amazing vigor and started running, covering his head with his arms. I didn't have a moment to spare. Otori and Utsumi were equally surprised. That's some good voice acting. Otori seemed frightened. She was clearly very confused. Letting out a scream, she swung her knife randomly. From right beside her, Uni turned, and it seemed that what would occur next was the result of Uni being in the wrong place at the wrong time, not because he was targeted. Yeah. I don't see a cut. Flesh blood splattered everywhere. Oh, on the forehead. Is this where he gets the scar on his forehead? Uni's small body lost its strength and collapsed. Is there like a... Yeah, there you go. There's the graphic by itself with no text. That's the best graphic in this game. Probably. No! He's dead. Uni's dead. No, no. A portable radio flew out of Uni's grasp from the impact of his fall. The radio fell with a crashing sound and slid over to where I stood. Deranged, Otori headed for Utsumi, brandishing the knife.
ユキド君
Yukido-kun!
この子を止めて
Stop her!
なんてこと
How could this happen? How could this happen?
ユキド君
Yukino-kun! I regained my composure. The scene of Otori facing Utsumi with a knife held over her head entered my vision. Do something. I have to do something. This is a dream. I picked up the... This is a dream, or this is not a dream? It is a dream. I picked up the radio at my feet and ran to Otori from behind her. With all my strength, I threw the radio at the arm that held the knife. The radio connected with her wrist. The knife dropped to the floor. Unflinchingly, Otori turned around and started hitting me. I grabbed her arms tightly and pinned them to her sides. Stop it! I frantically tried to suppress Otori's violent struggling. Begging you, just stop it already. Tears blurred my vision. Through blurry eyes, I saw Utsumi pick up the knife. With sharp eyes, she looked at me. No, she was glaring at Otori, who I was pinning down. Eh? Utsumi lowered her stance and readied the knife. What is she? Die! Huh? It was a completely unconscious movement. I covered Otori with my body instantly. Utsumi quickly stopped herself. Not missing that chance, I knocked her hand away while she was still dazed. The knife flew out of Itsumi's hand. Ah. The knife slid across the floor and disappeared underneath a shelf. Utsumi glared at me. There was carnage in her hate-filled eyes. Why? I could do nothing but stare back at Utsumi in blank surprise. And then a sharp pain ran through my right hand. There was a gaping cut in the palm of my right hand. Blood began to flow from it.
よくも
How dare you? Utsumi muttered with loathing, biting her lip. And then, turning her back to us, she climbed back up the stairs. I stood there frozen. Silence returned to the once chaotic basement. I could hear someone wheezing roughly. As I wondered who it was, I realized that it was me who was coughing. Otori had lost consciousness. Uni is... He was crouched down, putting pressure on his wound. Thank goodness he's alive. I head over to Uni with sluggish steps. Uni's whole body jerked in surprise. Stay away! I couldn't find any words for which to respond to his voice full of dread. Uni looked up. His wound was dyed in blood. The spurting blood turned into scattered spots upon the concrete. However, Uni stared at me with frightened eyes, not even bothering to wipe up the blood. He stood back with a look of panic in his face.
来ないでよ。来ないでよ。
Stay away. Stay away.
僕を殺さないでよ。
Don't kill me.
傷を見せて。
Let me see your wound. I reached out my hand. A hand covered in blood.
その手で僕に触
Don't touch me with that
る
hand.
な。怖がらないで。私は心だよ。
Don't be afraid. I'm
違う
Kokoro.
違う違う違う。
No, no, no.
心なのに。
Even though I'm Kokoro? Discouraged, I crumbled where I stood. There's a pool of blood gathered under the man's corpse. My hand was drenched with blood. Blood continued to flow from Uni's wound as well. Blood, blood, blood. The basement of the storeroom was becoming a red hell filled with the scent of blood. Who can I believe in? What can I believe in? Hey Satoru, save me, save me. So he's saying Satoru is the murderer? That's the original. Oh goodness. No more. Slowly I lost consciousness. The 15th. January 15th. Small respite. Okay. The frigid air woke me. It seems I had fallen asleep without realizing it. It felt like I had gotten a lot weaker. After the chaos at Sphia, my consciousness returned to the cabin. At that time, it was already late at night. However, since I was fixated on the idea, go to sleep and you'll die, I just stayed awake. In the end, no matter how many times I began to doze off, I was awakened by the cold again. Looking at my watch, it was 1:30. I couldn't confirm the time before I fell asleep. Even though it was afternoon, it seemed dark and gloomy outside, as if the sun had disappeared. Wait. PM? I would approach the window. I got up and went to the window. I wiped away the ice frost on the surface with my hand and gazed outside. There was a terrible snowstorm outside. An infinite number of flakes streamed past the window. Large clumps of snow struck it repeatedly. The sky was covered by thick clouds, and as a result, the sunlight didn't reach us. I returned to the bed while rubbing my arm. Everyone in the shelter cabin had already woken up. They were all shivering. None of them stared at a conversation, simply crouched where they were, shivering. The fire on the stove had gone out a while ago. The last of the firewood had been used up last night. We didn't have anything left to burn. I thought it was cold even with the stove on. And now that the fire's burned out, the cold is beyond all comparison. Just use the floor. I couldn't stop my body from shivering, even if I wanted it to. I was wearing several layers of coats and wrapping myself in a blanket on top of that, but they had no effect at all. My fingers and toes felt a pain like being pierced by needles. Touching my own hand, I was shocked at how terribly cold it felt. My hands wouldn't warm up even if I blew on them or rubbed them together. Touching my hair, I found that parts of it had frozen from the cold. Tears welled up in my eyes, and I combed my hair with my fingers over and over again. It was likely gotten wet. It had likely gotten wet when I went out to get snow for water last night and had frozen just like that. Yagomi had said water was the thing most important for living. In the last rationing of water, we divided it into 4 PET bottles. The 4 of us each had 1 bottle. I didn't want to imagine what would happen when this water ran out. Even Uni, who had been simple-minded and energetic until yesterday, and Yagomi, who kept us calm with his composure, were curling themselves up. Everyone, including Miyazumi, was wearing a hollow expression. Their complexions were blue and lacking any life. If their eyes had been closed and their lips weren't trembling, I wouldn't be able to tell whether they were dead or if their eyes had been closed. I wouldn't be able to tell if they were dead or alive. That was how much the feeling of hopelessness had begun to drift over everyone. It was a terrible atmosphere. Even though I thought that myself, I didn't feel any hope. There's the scene by itself. I wasn't in any position to encourage the others. We had already taken refuge in this cabin for 5 days. There had been no sign that a search party was coming around, and the snowstorm help probably won't come today either. There's no guarantee that it'll clear up by tomorrow, and there is no grounds to believe that help will come tomorrow, even if it did. All of my thoughts were turning negative. Maybe the entire world had forgotten about us. Maybe no one even noticed that the plane had crashed. Even though that shouldn't be, I inadvertently think it, and my chest is gripped with anxiety. On top of that, I'm carrying another troublesome problem. What happened at Svea had become vague in my mind because of the transfer, but did Satoru resolve that messed up situation? Who attacked Satoru? Who can I believe in? Who was the man that died? What was the transfer phenomenon I've been experiencing in the first place? I start pondering all this with a mind slowed by cold and lack of sleep. With maybe the personality transfer as a dream, I curve my dried and cracked lips. I've asked myself that unproductive question over and over again. If that really was the case, how relieved I would be. However, the transfer phenomenon is reality. Fukuron. Raising my head, I saw that Uni had come up in front of me before I noticed. His muttering voice wavering from the cold. Can I sit next to you? I nodded, opened my space on my bed for Uni. Alright, cold's the problem. You want to awkwardly huddle each other because that decreases your surface area relative to your volume. So if you're two kind of awkward strangers, well, you're going to be spooning, trying to live, and it's going to be awkward. But you'd rather live and be awkward than die and not awkward. Open my blanket to invite Uni in. Uni and I piled our 2 blankets up together as we both cover ourselves with them. And then... Hey, I'm kind of hungry. Uni whispered while blushing. As if skipping the breakfast as well, I was famished too. As I'd skipped. That's right. And as my speech is slurred... Let's eat then. I take out the can for the vinyl bag under my pillow. And there was the remaining food supply for 3 people, me, Uni, and Yagomi. I faced Yagomi and signaled him with my eyes, but he shook his head slightly. I raised my eyes to the top bunk bed where Miyazumi was, and with only my lips mouthed, "Here you go," to Uni. I take just a bit of the hardtack from the can. I hold out half of my biscuit to Uni. Is it okay? Yep. Uni smiled weakly. Thank you. Together, we snapped the biscuit in 2. It wasn't enough to relieve my hunger, but mentally I felt a bit better. Hey, when we
食
eat...
事の時
Okay, hey, when we eat next...
僕が心に多めに分けてあげるね。
I'll give Kokoro the bigger half.
無理しなくてもいいのよ。
You don't need to push yourself.
平気。
I'm okay. Now, I just can't resist making this comment. If you're in the situation where you have two dangers, cold and starvation, it is very helpful to be morbidly obese. Start stacking up. Start bulking.
でも
But
心のためならちょっとぐらいお腹が空いても我慢するもん。
if it's for Kokoro, then I can endure a little hunger.
だから
Okay?
ね。
ユニ
Uni? I loved the sweetness of Uni so much, it was almost unbearable. The tears I've been holding back until now overflowed all at once. Yes, hug the guy. 'Cause survival, right? I slowly reached for Uni's glasses.
ダメ。
Oh,
あれはダメ。
don't do
な
that.
んでよ。
Why?
僕の身にもなってよ。あれってすっごく苦しいんだから。
Think about my body too. That's extremely painful.
私のためなら我慢できるんでしょ。
You can endure it for me, right?
それとこれとは別だよ。
This and that are different.
うん
Jeez. Without any other alternative, I settled for grasping Uni's small hand
あ
instead.
れ
Huh? There was something gripped in his cold hand. It was a charm. I wonder where it came from.
いいでしょ。
Nice,
僕
huh?
を守ってくれるんだよ。
It's protecting me. Perhaps trying to cheer me up, Uni forced a smile. However, his smile seemed cramped by the cold.
それじゃあ二人で神様にお願いしよう。
In that case, let's make both a wish to God. Capital God, by the way. So, are they suggesting Judeo-Christian God? Okay. We gripped the charm together, closed our eyes, and prayed. It was a prayer to God without any foundation. But the mere existence of this charm acted as support to us.
なんてお願いしたの？
Hey, what did you wish for?
どうかみんな無事に帰れますように。
To somehow let everyone return
ユ
safely.
ニは
How about you, Uni? Uni hid his face. With hollow eyes, a fleeting smile crossed his
あ
face.
のね、
Um,
ココロンとずっと一緒にいれますように。
I wished that I could always be with Kokoron. I couldn't hold it back anymore. Uni, I shook the entire earth.
あーやめてよ。苦しいよ心。
Stop it, it hurts, Kokoron.
ギブ
I give. I was nothing more than an empty show of spirit. However, acted as if I was in high spirits as always, so that Uni might be even a little bit more energetic. Uni had encouraged me with his sweet kindness. Releasing himself, Uni looked a bit fed up as he took a deep breath. I softly embraced his shaking shoulders. Uni seemed to have calmed down as he surrendered his body to me. We stayed with one another, rolled up in the blanket, gripping each other's hands. Swap? I slowly closed my eyes. Uni's small body was faintly warm. I truly feel it. As long as this warmth is here, I wouldn't be alone. I have comrades that can help me. As long as Uni and Yagomi are here, I'll do my best to survive. Okay, back to bloodiness. Frightens and is frightened. Before I noticed, the trembling from the cold had transformed into a feeling of lethargy. I opened my eyes. I saw the white walls of Svea. I was sitting in Satoru's
ま
bed.
た飛んだ。
I jumped again. Svea had functional heating, unlike the freezing cold shelter cabin. There was food here too. However, I wasn't at least the least bit happy, because in Svea the presence of a murderous monster was constantly approaching me. I tried to stand up. What is this? My vision distorted. On top of that, I couldn't put my strength into my body at all, as if all bones had been removed. Drugs. I fell to my knees. I tried to get up, but my body wouldn't listen to me. None of the muscles in my body were responding. I couldn't move an arm or even lift a single finger. So what is going on? I tried to mutter, but my mouth and tongue wouldn't move how I wanted them to. My voice couldn't come forth either. But still, even with my body unable to move, my mind was completely clear. What's happening? One more try, I tell myself. It's odd. No matter how you look at it, this is odd. Someone ate the food, but it wasn't me. I'm not exactly sure what, but something's definitely happened to Satoru's body. On top of that, it was critically abnormal. Move. Please, move already. I put everything I have into moving my limbs. Focusing my concentration on my fingertips, slowly yet impatiently, I did everything I could to put strength into them. How long did this go on? By the time I was able to lift it, even slightly, my body was covered in sweat. I dragged my drowsy body to the edge of the bed and sat down. Someone shot him with a paralytic? To speak comparatively, it was as if my whole body had been assaulted with lethargy. I felt dizzy again. What was going on with my body? Panic struck me as I realized that this condition might be permanent. Shaking my head lightly, I staggered to stand up. I was somehow able to manage that much. However, my legs felt unreliable, as if they'd fail on me as soon as I let my guard down. It was probably the first time since birth that it's taken me this much effort just to stand up or move. Well, generally you don't do that at birth. You don't stand up at birth, so I don't know how that expression makes sense. Actually, it's technically correct. No, it wouldn't be your first time since birth because when you tried to stand up would be after your birth. Yeah, so it's still wrong. I felt as if my body had degenerated rapidly. Degenerated terribly. I turned my arm slightly. I couldn't put that much strength into it, and my body continued to stagger, but didn't feel any pain. There didn't seem to be any injuries besides my left arm that got cut the other day, as well as my right hand. Then why? I pondered the cause of the situation. I wasn't injured. We did get a concussion earlier, right? My head felt perfectly clear, and it didn't seem like I was sick either. Then what? Then I suddenly realized there was someone trying to kill Satoru. Pushing him off a building, stabbing, drowning, they used many different methods to try to murder Satoru. And now the next method this person attempted to use was... Can't be. Poison. It can't be. Poisoning. In other words, what my body is experiencing right now is due to some sort of drug. I shuddered at the thought. My vision became distorted once again. I crouched down when it seemed like I was going to fall. Going as far as using poison to kill is just too much. The murderous monster was ready to kill Satoru by any means. I squeezed my eyes shut and sternly clutched at my shoulders. No, more. Stop it already. Unable to stand the fear, tears began to flow from my eyes. How many times will I have to go through this? Slowly opened my eyes and the dizziness began to recede. The feeling of lethargy attacking my body began to lessen as well. Maybe the symptoms appear and disappear in waves? What should I do? That's right. I decided to leave a note for Satoru. I don't know what kind of drug he took, or was it injected, but I'll have to deal with it myself. In times of crisis like this, we have to keep an especially close communication with each other. I looked toward the notepad. Because Satoru's hands were under the influence of the drug, I could feel how their grip had weakened. It wasn't my dominant hand, but I earnestly grabbed hold of the pen with my right hand and began writing a message for Satoru. It's Kokoro. There's something strange going on with your body. What happened? Did someone make you take poison? Please tell me. Even just a little is fine, so tell me. I paused. A teardrop fell onto the notepad. The ink ran and blurred. Fear, irrationality, loneliness, sorrow. All these emotions piled up on top of each other and were pressing down hard on my heart. Unable to bear the pain, the tears began to fall one after another. Without wiping them away, I continued to write. As if to say that this was my only remaining method of resistance, I single-mindedly continued to run my pen across the paper. I don't want to die. I don't want you to die either, Satoru. What should I do? What should I do to help? I'm scared. I'm very, very scared. I have no idea why this is happening. I don't even know what will happen 5 minutes from now. I don't know who I can believe in either. Hey Satoru, I want to meet you. Even a single glance is fine, but I want to meet you. Because the one reflected in the mirror isn't you, it's me. I want to meet the you that's really you. Because there's no one I can believe in but you, Satoru. And I want you to tell me that everything's alright. Except he could be the killer, though. I want you to tell me that there's nothing to worry about. I put down the pen and wiped away my tears. The things I wrote in that message were my true feelings. It was almost like a confession of love, but I think it's different from that. I wanted to cling to someone. I wanted to cling to someone for them to say to me, don't worry, you can relax now. I wanted someone to hold me tight and say those words. I think I wanted to escape from this unstable situation by clinging to someone. I think my mind's already reached its limit. A sound came from the direction of the door. I quickly raised my head. I saw Uni peeking in through the slightly open door. I realized he'd been spotted. Spotted Uni's face filled with anxiety. And so to escape, he made it to run away.
どうしたのよ
Oh, what's wrong?
待って
Wait. I forcibly stood up. Stagger, and there's still some slight dizziness. My body wouldn't move the way I wanted it to, as if it were made out of jelly. Even so, I pushed my arms and legs to move and chased after him. Uni rushed into his own room. I followed after him. Entering the room, I saw Uni's frightened eyes staring back at me.
来ないでよ。
Don't come near me.
どうしたの何を怖がってるの
What's wrong? What are you afraid of? As I neared him, Uni pulled himself back as if trying to get
逃げ
away.
ないでいいよ
You don't have to run away.
安心して私だよ
Don't be afraid, it's me.
冬川心だよ
Fuyukawa Kokoro. Uni shook his head almost hard enough to make a
違う
sound.
違うよ
No, that's wrong.
サトルは病気なんだ
Satoru's just sick.
だから
So, Uni retreated even further, his face distorted in fear.
危ない
Look out! Eh? As he was walking backward, Uni's foot bumped against the table. With that, he tumbled to the floor. Wah! By chance, Uni's forehead struck the edge of the bed as he fell.
ユニ
Uni! Panicking, rushed over to him and helped him sit up. Uni pressed his hand against his forehead.
痛い痛いよ
It hurts. It
大
hurts.
丈夫見せてごらん
Are you alright? Let me have a look. It's gotta be that scar. Pushing back his hair, I saw that Uni's forehead had a new injury. Probably due to the shock of the collision, Uni's bandage had peeled off and dropped to the floor. It was probably the one applied to his cut Hotori had given him the other day. I thought that it had bled quite a lot at the time, but the cut itself was actually shallow. Tears were forming on Uni's large eyes.
男の子でしょ泣いちゃダメだよ
Hey, you're a boy, right? Don't cry.
もう仕方ないな
Geez, there's no other choice then. I gave Uni's forehead a small kiss.
痛いの痛いのアンドロメダの彼方まで飛んでいけ
Pain, pain, fly away to Andromeda. Wait, so you would have remembered that. Whoa, dear. I saw Uni's eyes widen in
こ
surprise.
れはね私のお母さんがやってくれたんだよ
My mother often did this to me, you know.
痛いのなんて一発で忘れちゃう不思議なおまじない
Mysterious charm that makes you forget all about the pain in one blow. I embraced Uni's thin body closely. I buried my face in his hair.
大丈夫だよ
It's okay.
何も心配することなんてないんだよ
There's nothing to worry about. However, yeah, I was thrust away by Uni. He had done it much more forcefully than I expected.
やめてよ僕に触らないで
Stop it, don't touch me. Uni shouted and turned and ran away. That had been pure terror on his face.
ユニ
Uni. I was left alone in the room. Even though the room wasn't very wide, it felt extraordinarily vast to
ど
me.
うして逃げたの
Why did he run away? Because he thought you stabbed that person. Was it because he felt grossed out at his forehead being kissed while I looked like Satoru? Or was
大
it...
丈夫だよ
It's
何も
okay.
心配することなんてないん
There's
だよ
nothing to worry about. These were the words I was wishing for. The words I wanted to hear said to me. There's no one to say those words to me, so I used them myself on Uni. Under the guise of worrying about Uni, I may have only been thinking of myself. Maybe being sensitive, Uni was able to see through to my heart? I don't know. I don't know anything. The only thing I did know is that the remaining warmth left by Uni felt extremely lonely. Even so, I decided to run after Uni, because losing Uni would be unbearably sorrowful for me. Uni went in the direction of Otori's room. I began to chase after Uni. And it got swapped before it could get there. I have to say got swapped because that's gonna wipe out my voice. I didn't get the scene title. The cold wrapped around me. It was no mere cold. It was so painful that my entire body jarred. Humans begin to feel pain if they are exposed to the elements for too long. Too used to the heating at Sphia, my unprepared body shuddered as it suddenly pulled back into reality. Well, that much was to be expected, because I was standing in front of the cabin. I had been dropped right into the middle of a violent snowstorm. At this rate, I'll freeze to death. Was Satoru trying to kill me? Panicking, I opened the door and ran into the cabin. The situation here didn't seem to have changed. Before the transfer, Uni and I had been curled together in the same bed, but now he was curled up in another bed. I quickly stared at my hand, which prickled with pain. My fingertips were numb and had turned stark white, having lost the coloring that blood would provide. I tried blowing on them. That had hardly any effect at all. My entire body felt heavy. I didn't have the energy to talk either. At this rate, I probably won't even make it through the rest of the day. I covered my entire body with a blanket. However, even the blanket had already become cold.
Fuyukawa-san.
Fuyukawa-san, is it? Before I noticed, Yugomi was standing in front of me. From his facial expression, I knew that he too had weakened considerably. I quietly nodded.
食料をくれないか。
Can you give me some food? He whispered to me as he glanced toward the top bunk bed.
はい。
Yes.
どれくらい？
How
乾
much?
パン一つかみで。
A handful of hardtack.
いや、一つまみでいい。
No, one piece is enough.
大丈夫ですか？
Are you okay? He only patted my head as he forced a smile.
僕から言わせれば、君の方がよっぽど心配だよ。
If I say it out loud, you'll just worry about me even more.
雪、やみませんね。
The snow isn't stopping, is it? Naomi looked out the window. The snow violently struck the pane.
さっき少しの間だけ収まったんだけどね。
It calmed down for a bit, just a bit
またひ
earlier.
どくなった。
I see it's gotten bad again.
助けは来るんでしょうか？
I wonder if help is
大
coming.
丈夫だ。信じて待とう。
Don't worry, let's believe and wait.
はい。
Yes. Hearing this from Yagomi, who was knowledgeable about mountains, I felt somewhat encouraged. I was honestly thankful for Yagomi's presence.
そうそう。食料でしたね。
That's right, the rations, right? I reached deep into my bed, reaching my hand under the pillow. However, huh?
ない。
Gone.
どうした？
What's
な
wrong?
くなってる。
It's not here. The can with the three people's shares of rations was gone. I'm sure I left it underneath the pillow.
そんな。どうして？
This can't be. Why? Panicking, I looked around the area. I found it in the corner of the bed, where it had rolled into the dark area on the far side of the bed. I found it in the... I grasped the can, feeling relieved.
何こそこそしてんのよ。
What are you sneaking around for? I jumped. Izumi peeked out as from the top bunk. Her face was without spirit, and her voice had gotten hoarse. Mayuzumi may be the one who's exhausted the most strength of us all. However, her bloodshot eyes alone still had the energy to glare fiercely at us.
何よ。
What's that? Izumi pointed a finger at the can I was holding.
まさか私に隠れて他にも食べ物。あ
You weren't hiding food from me. Oh no. Mayuzumi has the wrong idea.
違います。
You're wrong.
私たちはあなたとは違う。
We're not like you. Mayuzumi felt shame in my words. She stayed there, biting her lip as she hung her head. The reason why I chose that is because if I said these are all three of ours combined, it's like makes it tempting, right? She knows what it is. If you don't, yeah, that sounds like recipes for disaster. I was surprised at the thoughtless words that had come out of my mouth, and I regretted it. It's true that Mayuzumi's selfish and self-centered, but that doesn't change the fact that she's a comrade who's fighting very harsh difficulties alongside us. Before I noticed it, I started treating Mayuzumi like an outcast and said some pretty awful things to her.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. Mayuzumi wouldn't raise her head. Maybe she was crying. Realizing that Mayuzumi was suffering too, a feeling of guilt swelled in
ご
my
めんな
chest.
さい。
I'm sorry. Huh? Mayuzumi wasn't crying at all. On the contrary, she was wearing a smile of
やっ
self-derision.
と本性を表したわね。
Finally, you show your true colors.
まゆずみさん。
Mayuzumi-san. Mayuzumi's sharp eyes glared straight at
みん
me,
なで助け合おうとか綺麗事言っといて。
saying pretty words like, let's all work together to
結
survive.
局はあんたも自分が助かりたいだけでしょ。
In the end, you just wanted to save yourself, right?
そんなこと。
That's not...
私が邪魔ならはっきりそう言えばいいじゃない。
If I'm in your way, then you should just come out and say it.
どうなの？
How about it? I just...
もうよせよマユズミ。
Stop it, Mayuzumi.
今そんなこと言ったってどうにもならない。
Even if you say that, nothing will come of it.
綺麗事だろうとなんだろうと助け合わなくちゃいけないんだ。
Whether they're just pretty words or whatever, if we don't help each other survive, we won't make it. Mayuzumi grew sulky and withdrew back to the far side of the bed. She may not have had the energy left to quarrel with us. Mayuzumi is weakening at a remarkable rate. I sighed and looked over at Yagomi. He only gave a small shake of his head as if giving up.
食料でしたね。今出します。
Food, right? I'll get it now. I grabbed the can. It felt impossibly light. I doubted my own eyes. The can was empty.
どうして？
Can't be. Why? There was still plenty of hardtack inside. I'd seen it just before, when I ate with Uni. Satoru. Satoru! Yeah!
なんで？
Yeah, we aren't gonna blame Mayuzumi, but like, I don't know if this is Mayuzumi's fault.
誰かが勝手に食べたの？ねえ、誰なの？
Did someone steal and eat it all? Hey, who was it? I cried out loudly enough for the whole cabin to hear. Yuni and Yagomi kept silent. They just quietly looked at me. What were those eyes for? I heard Mayuzumi laughing from her bed. I stood up and walked over to her
何が
bed.
おかしいんですか？
What's so funny? Mayuzumi only countered my challenging tone with a faint
あ
smile.
んたさ、
Hey, you.
誰が犯人かわかんないの？
Don't you know who the culprit is? Judging from her tone, Mayuzumi probably knows who did it. Just who is the culprit? Don't identify the culprit. I tried to think of who the culprit could be. However, I abandoned that thought immediately. This place was completely enclosed. It would be impossible for someone to just waltz in here and eat them all. The culprit was either Yagomi, Mayuzumi, or Uni. It had to have been one of those three. It had to have... Nope. You think so, but I'm not so sure. It had to have been one of those three who ate it. However, I didn't want to point that out. No, you're wrong. You're so...
犯人探しなんてやめましょう。
Let's stop trying to find the
た
culprit.
だでさえギスギスしやすい状態なのに、
I know this isn't something you can easily forgive.
犯人探しなんてしたら余計に人間関係がこじれちゃいます。
If we try to search out the culprit, our relationship with each other might be damaged unnecessarily. I said this in an earnest tone. However... Mayuzumi suddenly burst out laughing. She began laughing while holding her stomach.
お腹痛い。
My stomach
何
hurts.
がおかしいんですか？
What's so
だ
funny?
って犯人探しはダメですなんてこと。
Because the one's saying, let's not search for the culprit.
人が言ってんだもん。これが笑わずにいられる？
Is the culprit herself. How can you tell me not to laugh? Eh? Mayuzumi glared at me with eyes of contempt. What did Mayuzumi just say?
もういい加減しらばっくれるのはよしたら？
It's enough. So, can you stop trying to hide it
見
already?
てて痛いから。
It's painful to watch.
何を言ってるの？
What are you saying? I did. Who is? I
あん
am?
たよ。
It's you.
あんたが犯人に決まってるでしょうが。
It's obvious that you're the culprit. I'm the culprit.
そんなはず。
That can't be.
あんたしかできないことよ。
Only you could have done it.
食料が手元にあるあんたしか人目を盗んで食べることなんてできないんだよ。
The only person that could eat it unseen is you, the person who was holding onto it, right?
私は食べてない。
I didn't eat it. You don't understand, do you?
信じて。
Believe me. But Yagomi and Uni didn't protect me. They only looked at me with cold, distrustful eyes.
そんな
No.
そんな目で見ないで。
Don't look at me with those eyes. I lowered my head as if to escape their stares. No one believed me. They're trying to pin a crime on me that my body doesn't even remember committing, even though I've been enduring the hunger all this time. It was at that moment that I suddenly realized, right now I'm not hungry. I don't feel hunger. The hardtack I ate at noon wasn't enough to state my hunger. I was so hungry I felt like my stomach was sticking to my back. But now, astonished, I rubbed my own stomach. I looked at Uni as if begging him for help. Uni only looked
ねえ、
down.
ユニは信じてくれるよね。
Uni, you believe me, right?
だって私たちさっきまで一緒にいたんだから。
Because we were with each other until just now.
そうだったな。ユニ、君なら見たんじゃないのか。
That's true, Uni. Did you see anything? Uni nodded awkwardly.
誰だったんだ？
Who was it? And then, Uni momentarily glanced in my direction. That one look said everything. Mayuzumi snorted through her nose in triumph. The inside of my mind went completely white. Why? Why was he lying like that? Come on, main character, figure this out already. This is so stupid. As I stayed there, immobilized by confusion and shock, Yagomi came up to the bed. He looked around the bed I used as if investigating, and then he grabbed tightly onto the blanket.
カスが落ちてる。
There are crumbs. He said shortly, his tone strained.
ベッドの表面に乾パンのカスが
A lot of hardtack crumbs have
たくさん
fallen.
落ちてるよ。
A lot of hardtack crumbs have fallen onto your bed. A nerve-wracking shrill laugh echoed in the cabin.
あんたってさ、
Hey, you know what?
私なんかよりよっぽど悪い女だね。
You're a way worse woman than I am. I fell to my knees where I stood.
嘘よ。
This has to be a lie.
嘘なんかじゃないわ。
It's not a lie.
あんたこそずーっと私たちに嘘ついて、
You were the one who's lying to us all this time.
サトルのふりをしてたのも最初からこれが狙いだったんじゃない？
And that's the trigger. She's gonna hear this line. Pretending to be Satoru, too. And we're planning all this from the beginning, weren't you?
次はサトルのせいにでもする気？
Don't tell me that you're going to blame it on Satoru next. Yes, I am! I'm going to blame it on Satoru next! I suddenly realized.
そうよ、サトルだわ。
That's right, it was Satoru.
私が自分でも知らない間に食料食べちゃうなんてありえない。
It's impossible for me to have eaten the food in a period in which I wasn't even
考
aware.
えられるとしたら、転移している時にサトルが勝手に食べちゃったってことくらいなのよ。
If you think about it, the only way to explain it is that Satoru ate it on his own during a transfer.
彼が そんな身勝手な男だったなんて信じたくないけど。
Although I don't want to believe that he's really that selfish of a man.
また DID ってか。いい加減にしてくれよ。
Again with the DID stuff. Give me a break already. Yagomi glanced at me and clucked his tongue. He ruffled his own hair. Obvious discomfort showed on his face.
よもぎさん、
Yagomi-san,
君の病気には同情するが、
I can sympathize with your illness, but
僕らを巻き込まないでくれよ。
don't pull us into it.
違う。
No, that's wrong.
何が違うんだ。
What's wrong about it? Yagomi shouted forcefully.
君が僕とユニの分の食料まで無断で食べ尽くした。
Without permission, you ate Uni's and my portions as well.
それが現実だ。
That's the reality.
僕らは一歩死に近づいたんだ。
We've moved one step closer to death. I ate there. I looked at Uni. He just stood there biting his lip. He averted his eyes from me. Well, he knows what's going on, so this is kind of acting from Uni. Like Uni has it all planned out,
ひ
right?
ょっとして優しい性格も DID とかっていう病気も
Could it be that your kind personality, along with your
全部
DID,
僕らを安心させるための演技なんじゃないのか。
was all an act to get us to let our guard down?
おかしなふりして僕らの食料を。
And while you were pretending there was something wrong, you took our food. Tears began to overflow from his eyes. The already weakened bonds between us were beginning to break apart, making a shattering sound as they did.
すまない。失言だった。忘れてくれよ。
Sorry, it just slipped out. Forget about it. No longer bothering to look at me, Yagomi sat in the corner of the cabin and wrapped himself in a blanket. Meizumi only continued to laugh to herself. Yuni wouldn't come near me. I sat on his bed, painfully rubbing at his stomach. He sat on his bed.
ユニ、ごめんね。
Yuni, I'm sorry. I apologized in tears, but Yuni gave no reply. I pulled the blanket over his head. I was suddenly overcome with an extraordinary sense of loneliness. I'm not alone, I have comrades that will help me. That's what I had thought. Inside the hellish shelter cabin without food or fuel, there was only one hope that I could cling to, that I had my comrades here with me. That alone is what supported me. But even so, before I noticed there was no one left besides me. Everyone blamed me. I looked at the hardtack crumbs scattered across the bed, messy, as if a child had eaten it. Was it Satoru that ate it? Why? He should have known what that food meant to us. This third person, for him to eat it all. Why did he do something like that? Okay, so the next idea this would throw in here is that there's a third person. The tears wouldn't stop. It looks like I've unconsciously come to resent Satoru. It was because of him that my faint hope of survival had
ど
disappeared.
うして、
Why?
どうしてなのよ、サトル。
Why did you do it, Satoru? I broke down crying on the bed. Interesting. Time passed and before long, night arrived. In the corner of the cabin, Yogomi was trying to communicate with the satellite phone again. However, the results had been no good, as always.
おう電話はダメだろ
I guess the phone is useless, Yagomi muttered. Everyone felt the same. The night continued on. The darkness of the night deepened quickly, and little by little, it invited us toward death. Cruel harmony. When I came to, I was standing perfectly still in Satoru's room. I had transferred again. I checked the time. 10:20 p.m. A delicious smell was coming from beyond the door. Lured by the smell, I left the room. On the table right in front of my eyes was a warm meal. The shiny white rice was letting off steam and looked delicious. Right next to it was a bowl of eggplant miso soup, grilled salmon, a vegetable side dish of spinach. There was a large platter full of diced chicken and vegetables. I became unbearably sad. There was food here. There were just enough food to satisfy the hunger of 3 people. I wanted to bring Yogomi and everyone else here as well. If I could, we wouldn't have to quarrel over food anymore. If I could, the sin I had unknowingly committed as well as the trust in me that had been lost as a result would all be cancelled out by the food right in front of my eyes. If I could, everyone would forgive me with a
ど
smile.
うしたの？
What's wrong? Eh?
突然泣き出したりして。
You suddenly started crying. From where she sat across from me, Utsumi raised her eyebrows and peered into my face. Yuni and Otori were sitting on the other end of the dining table. She was right, there were tears running down my cheeks. The 2 of them stared at me in surprise as I had unexpectedly started crying.
ご飯呼びに行かなかったのがそんなに悔しかったの？
Are you really so upset that we didn't call you for dinner?
いえ、
No,
そうじゃありません。
that's not it.
私、ちょっと考え事してて。
I just had something on my mind.
あら、その口調、冬川さん？
That tone, Fuyukawa-san.
はい。
Yes,
そう。
I see.
だったらごめんなさいね。
In that case, I'm
呼び
sorry.
に行く前に先に食べてしまって。
We started eating without calling you.
いえ、
It's alright. The amount of food here would be just enough to satisfy the hunger of all the people at the shelter cabin. If they only had something to eat, then that foul and edgy atmosphere would calm just a bit. I felt that the personality exchange was an extremely cruel thing. Even though I don't want to admit it, I was only full because I had eaten 3 people's shares of hardtack back at the shelter cabin, leaving the others starving. However, it seems that Satoru was hungry. Right now, it feels like I'm starving. Don't eat the food. I put down my chopsticks. I don't actually remember it, but I had eaten Yuni and Yogomi's food all by myself. I felt as if it was unforgivable for me to accept such delicious food in spite of that. Thinking of those 2, I'll abstain from eating as well. But
お腹空いてるのね。
it seems you're hungry. Otori was laughing voicelessly as well. It seems Satoru was considerably hungry.
すみません。
I'm sorry. As I apologized in a soft voice, I was hesitating as to whether it would be okay for me to refuse the food. As far as my own feelings went, I wanted to keep my honor with those in the shelter cabin by abstaining from eating. That's not why! You're abstaining from eating because of poison! However, if I did that, Satoru would be the one to suffer. Of course, because I was probably Satoru that ate all the hardtack, I'd like to tell him a thing or two, but if I didn't eat here, it would be a problem if Satoru didn't have the energy to run away from the murderous monster. I picked up the chopsticks with mixed feelings. I'll eat it. Oh no. While eating, I looked at the other 3 people around the dinner table. Something felt off. Why is it that the 4 of us were gathered around a table eating right now? There was a murder here just the other day. Moreover, the culprit is among these 3 people. It's not the time to be calmly eating here. But even so, why? Why did they decide that it'd be safer for everyone to eat altogether? To prevent any one of us from being poisoned, everyone should be seen eating the same thing. That's when I remembered. That's right, Satoru was poisoned. The last time I transferred, his body was in terrible condition. I looked up at the ceiling. I checked to see whether my vision was blurry or if I'd become dizzy. However, everything was perfectly normal. My body didn't feel dull at all either. Did Satoru deal with it somehow? Then Usumi spoke in a voice that betrayed worry.
勢いよく食べたかと思ったら、今度は急に箸が止まって。
I thought you were really wolfing it down, but now your chopsticks aren't even
どう
moving.
かしたの？気分でも悪い？
Is something the matter? Are you feeling unwell?
大丈夫です。
No, I'm fine. Panicking, I shook my head. I see.
最近みんなろくなもの食べてなかったから、栄養が足りないわ。
No one has been eating well lately, so we haven't gotten enough
それ
nutrition.
に、冬川さんはこの3日間、何も食べてなかったんだから。
Besides, Furukawa-san hasn't eaten anything for the past 3 days.
そうですね。
That's true.
食べられるだけでいいから食べてね。
Just eat what you can, okay? Now that she mentioned it, Satoru and I have been refusing food for fear that it was poisoned. Would it be okay for me to eat now? Actually, I've already eaten some. It was too late. Sorry, Satoru. If you die from this, please forgive me. Please, please don't let there be any poison in it. Hotori took some of the diced chicken and vegetables from a large platter and put it in Yuni's bowl.
ありがとう、ほとり。
Thank you, Hotori.
ユニ
Yuni grabbed it with the chopsticks without showing any hesitation.
何
What? Swallowing down a piece of bamboo shoot, Yuni glanced up at me, startled.
なんでもないの。
That's nothing. Hotori served herself from the same platter, then brought the food to her mouth. There wasn't any sign that it was poisoned. Gathering my resolve, I decided to continue with the meal. The food that Utsumi had made was very delicious. The atmosphere at the table was peaceful and happy as well. Yuni ate a lot and talked a lot as well. Utsumi, too, answered him with a laugh. Hotori was sitting beside Yuni, nodding at the conversation with a smile. It was like the meal we had had on the first day. It was almost like the murder that had taken place was just a lie. A bad dream, or a world far away. However, there was something different from the meal on the first day as
ね
well.
え、ユニ、お醤油取って。
Hey, Yuni, pass the soy sauce. When I casually called out to him, Yuni flinched and his body trembled with surprise. He stared at me with eyes full of
ユ
fear.
ニ、ど
Yuni,
うしてそんな目で？
why are you looking at me like that?
はいこれ
Here you go. As if interrupting my question, Utsumi passed me the soy sauce instead.
すみません。
Sorry. Yuni was oddly afraid of me. Satoru? That was the biggest difference. And there was one more difference. Hotori lightly tapped Yuni on the shoulder.
どうしたのほとり。
What's wrong, Hotori? Hotori pointed her finger at her
ほ
own
っ
cheek.
ぺがどうかした
Is there something about your cheek? Hotori shook her head as if troubled and then reached over to Yuni's cheek. There was a grain of rice stuck there. Hotori put it into her own
おっ
mouth.
ぺんとつけてどこ行くのってやつだね。
Where are you going with your lunch on your face, or something like that? Hotori smiled happily.
もう新婚さんみたいじゃん。
Geez, we're like newlyweds, huh? Yuni smiled and leaned against her arm, as if teasing her. Hotori, as if reacting to the word newlyweds, looked down at her cheeks as her cheeks turned
照れ
red.
すぎだよほとり。
You don't need to get so embarrassed, Hotori. Hotori and Yuni were getting along unusually well. I thought as if I'd bring one of the vegetable side dishes dripping with soy sauce into my mouth. Yuni's forehead should be wounded. It wasn't visible right now because his bangs were hiding it, but it was a new wound. And it had unmistakably been inflicted by none other than Hotori. So then, why wasn't Yuni on his guard against Hotori? Why is it that rather than being scared of her, he seemed to be getting along with her so well? The meal ended, leaving behind that huge question.
ごちそうさま。
Thanks for the food. I put my hands together and mentally apologized while doing so. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being the only one to eat. All the people at the shelter cabin were enduring their hunger right now. Being able to fulfill myself spiritually by eating like this was more than enough to further my feelings of guilt. Mother and child. After the meal ended, I was the only one sitting at the dinner table. Yuni went into the living area as if avoiding me. He sat on the sofa playing with Hotori. I gazed at the two of them from the kitchen, while feeling a strong sense of alienation.
かごめかごめかごの中の鳥はいついつでやる夜明けの晩に鶴と亀が滑った後ろの正面誰
Yuni's hands were covering Hotori's eyes. The two of them were singing Kagome Kagome by themselves. Hotori was crossing her arms and nodding as if pondering it. After a while, Hotori took the notepad in her hand and wrote
あっ
Yuni-kun.
たり
Bingo.
正解は楠田ユニくんでした
Correct answer was Kusada Yuni-kun. Letting out a voice full of joy, Yuni lifted his hands away. Hotori was grinning and laughing as well. If you just saw what they were doing as innocent play, it would have looked like a very enjoyable scene. However, Yuni and Hotori were the only ones there. Just what was fun about that? If you think about it, their play was kind of creepy. The Kagome song. It was a song Uni had sung to himself many times in the past. On the plane, in the shelter cabin, and at Svea. It was the year 2011 in the shelter cabin, and the year 2012 in Svea, that's what I concluded. Was Uni like us after all, in that only his consciousness was transferring? No, before that. Before that, there's something even more important I have to think about. The same question from before crosses my mind. Why wasn't Uni afraid of Hotori? Uni had unmistakably gotten his forehead cut by Hotori. That was the truth, even if she hadn't done it unintentionally. Normally, you'd be cautious of a person who did that and try to avoid them. But looking at the two of them, rather than trying to avoid her, you'd get the impression that they were getting along even better than before. So why? I have no idea. The only idea I had was that he thought that Satoru was the killer. And he could be right, actually. But then, why would he not be afraid of Hotori? Yeah, I don't know. When I snapped out of my reverie, I saw that Uni was now sitting beside Utsumi. Cuddling himself close to Utsumi, Uni began talking to her. Like the way a spoiled child behaves with his
カー
mother.
リーが言ってた通りだね。一緒に食べた方が安心だったよ。
It's just like you said, Callie. It's much more relaxing when we eat
と
together.
っても美味しかったし。
And it was really delicious.
それはよかったわ。
I'm glad to hear that. The two sat on the sofa saying that. What were they talking about, I wonder? It may have been about the same thing I felt during the meal, about the chance of poisoning decreasing when we were eating together than apart. Uni was sticking even closer to Utsumi than necessary. Even so, Utsumi pats him gently. With narrowing her kind eyes and with an affectionate expression, the two looked as if they were truly mother and child.
カーリー、僕怖いよ。
Callie, I'm scared. Uni muttered as he pressed his forehead against Utsumi's arm. It looked like he was trembling
次
slightly.
は僕が殺されちゃうかもしれない。
I might be the next one to be
や
killed.
だよ。死にたくないよ。
I don't want that. I don't want to die.
ユニ。
Uni. As if to soothe his trembling, Utsumi embraces Uni. After brushing her lips against his hair, Utsumi nestles his face into her arms.
大丈夫よ。
It's okay.
何かあっても絶対に私が守ってあげるわ。
Whatever happens, I'll definitely protect you.
カーリー、
Callie. Uni wrapped her arms around Utsumi's back as well and returned her hug. They embraced each other for a while, but Uni soon separated from her. Worry still showed on his
カーリー
face.
が守ってくれたら嬉しいけど、
I'd be happy if you could protect me.
でもさ、カーリーがいないところで襲われちゃったらどうするの？
But what if I'm attacked when Callie isn't there? What do I do then?
僕、怖いよ。
I'm scared. Utsumi looks at Uni with sad eyes and then...
そうだわ。
That's right. She reached into her notebook. She took out something wrapped in paper with red lettering. Inside the wrapping was a
これを
charm.
あげる。
I'll give you
お
this.
守り？
A charm?
そうよ。
Yes. It's...
このお守りはね、怪我をしたりしないようにっていう願いのこもったものなの。
You see, this charm has a wish inside it to protect you from injury. Wearing an expression like the Virgin Mary, Utsumi handed the charm over to Uni. Uni placed it into his hand and stared at it with a mysterious look. I began to doubt my eyes. That charm is the shelter cabin. Through our shivering, Uni and I had prayed to that charm. This implies that Uni's not, that it's really a recreation again. That's... Why? What's going on? Utsumi speaks gently to
きっ
Uni.
とお守りがあなたを守ってくれるわ。
I'm sure the charm will protect
僕
you.
がもらってもいいの？
Is it okay for me to take
え
this?
え、持っていて。
Of course, you hold on to it.
手遅れにならないうちに持っていてほしいの。
I want you to carry it with you before it's too late. Uni wore a puzzled expression at first, but eventually gave a small nod. Like something precious, he held the charm to his
あ
chest.
りがとう。 かり。
Thank you, Callie. Itsumi hugged Yumi tightly one more time. And then she headed into the kitchen to do the dishes, with literally dish-doing background noises. Yumi started heading down to his room. I wanted to talk to him. As I approached him, Yumi suddenly jumped and froze where he stood as a frightened expression appeared on his face. He couldn't look me in the eyes. He gripped the charm in his hand.
どうしたっていうの？
What does this mean? I didn't really understand what Yuni was thinking. Yuni was hurt by Hotori. He had his forehead cut with a knife. Even so, he wasn't afraid of her at all. However, while Yuni was speaking to Itsumi, he sounded as if he was afraid of someone. Could it be that Sotoro did something to Yuni without me knowing? And because of that, Yuni was afraid. I didn't have the energy to think about it anymore. I tried my best to talk to him.
ちょっといい？
Yuni, can I have a moment? Huh?
何？
What? Yuni held the charm to his heart as if turning a holy cross towards a vampire.
怯えないで。何にもしないから。
Don't be afraid, I'm not going to do anything.
そんなに怖がられたら辛くなっちゃうよ。
It will only complicate things if you act so scared. Yuni bit his lip and glared at
ね
me.
えユニ、ほとりちゃんのことは怖くないの？
Hey Yuni, aren't you afraid of Hotori-chan?
どうして？
Why?
だってその額の傷、ほとりちゃんに切られたんだよ。
Because that wound on your forehead is from Hotori-chan cutting you, right?
私、ユニが死んじゃったかもって本当に不安だった。
I thought you might have died and was really worried. When I saw Yuni fall down with blood spraying from his forehead, for a moment I thought he was dead. The thought of Yuni dying, even remembering that scene, made me start to shiver all over.
ねえ、ほとりちゃんは怖くないの？
Hey, aren't you afraid of Hotori-chan? Yuni stared at his toes for a moment, but finally raised his head and with a resolute look on his
怖く
face.
ないよ。前より仲良しだよ。
I'm not afraid. We're getting along better than
ど
before.
うして仲良くなったの？
Why did you start getting
小
along?
鳥は時々変になる。
Once in a while, Hotori acts kind of strange.
怖い顔する時もある。
And there are times when she makes a scary face.
でも人を殺したりなんてしないから。
But she wouldn't ever kill someone.
殺したりしないって。
Wouldn't kill someone? Hotori is a thankfully rare murderous monster, the one who slaughtered 12 people in Ibushi Keiko. Yuni probably doesn't know about that. If Yuni gets too close to Hotori without knowing that, he might be in danger. Confused over what to do, I tried to tell him
よく
directly.
考えてみてよ。ほとりちゃんは男の人が死んでる部屋でナイフを持って立ってた。
Think about it carefully. Hotori-chan was standing in the same room as a dead man holding a
ほ
knife.
とりちゃんの人格は優しいかもしれないけど、危ない本性があるかもしれないよ。
Hotori-chan's personality may be gentle, but there might be a dangerous part of her, you know? Yuni starts to violently shake his head at my words.
そんなことないよ。小鳥はあの男の人殺してない。
That isn't true. Hotori didn't kill that man.
どうしてそんなこと言えるの？
How can you be so sure of
だ
that?
って僕見たんだ。
Because I saw it.
何を？
What? Yuni lowered his voice.
男の人が
I saw that man
殺されるとこ。
get killed.
犯人を見たの？
Did you see the culprit? Yuni nodded slightly. Still grasping the charm, he squeezed it even more tightly.
誰が殺したの？
Who was it that killed him?
犯人を教えて。
Tell me. As I drew closer, Yuni shrank from me. His face was warped in fear.
どうしたの？黙っててもわかんない。
What's wrong? I won't understand if you just go
教
silent.
えてよ。
Tell me. Yuni stood frozen, fear and sorrow mingled on his face.
ねえ、どうしたの？
Hey, what's wrong? After a long, long silence, with one small hand, he extended his index finger and pointed straight at me. Eh? In a tone as if declaring a death sentence,
お
Yuni
前
said it.
が殺したんだ。
You killed him. And then you immediately get swapped. Hope that visits in the end. All of a sudden, snow was beating against my face with amazing force. It was so much that I could barely scream. I was forced into a crouch. There was terrible ringing in my ears. It was horribly painful. I couldn't hear very well. I heard a faint scream through the high-pitched ringing in my ears. I looked at my surroundings, but I could only see the darkness and the night stretching in every direction. From within that darkness, snow came to assault me again and again. The darkness and the snow hindered my vision, and I could barely even make out what was a few meters ahead of me. Even so, I was somehow able to perceive the faint beam of a flashlight. There I was able to confirm the outlines of Yagomi, Miyazumi, and Yuni. The three of them were covered in thick clothes to protect them from the cold, covering their ears and writhing in agony.
なんだって急に初めていうこと
Vin's hurry star means
耳とかしろよ
my
このま
ears
まじゃ帰っちゃう
or something. At this rate, go back.
無理だよ見つかり歩け
Walk the. Unable to hear anything due to the ringing in my ears and the roaring of the storm, I couldn't make out anything they said. I headed for the three of them.
なんでこんなことに
Hey, how did this happen? None of them had even noticed my voice. Everyone seemed to have their hands full dealing with themselves. Who am I? No, all of us. Why are we outside? Going out for a walk in the middle of a blizzard like this is an act of suicide. Yagomi should know that better than anyone. I clung to Yagomi.
よもぎさん
Yagomi-san. Yagomi finally noticed me. Because of the darkness, I was unable to see the expression on his face.
一体どうしたんです
What's going on right now? Yagomi violently shook his head.
これほど急激な天候の変化は初めてだ
It's the first time that the weather's changed so rapidly. The things we were saying didn't line up.
そうじゃなくて
No, not that.
それでもヘリを諦めきれない
Even so, we can't give up on the helicopter.
ヘリってどういうこと
Helicopter? What do you mean by helicopter?
僕は行くぞ
I'm going on ahead. Yagomi shook him off my hand and began walking.
待って私も行くだから待って
I'm going to, so wait up. As if using up the last of her strength, the already weakened Miyazumi began to stagger forward unsteadily, trying to follow Yagomi. Yui silently followed after
待
them.
ってください
Please wait. I tried once again to pull
こ
Yagomi
のまま進むの
back.
は自殺行為です
It'd be suicide to continue like
戻り
this.
ましょう
Let's go back.
危険なのは分かってるさ
I know that
で
it's
もこれを
dangerous.
逃したら僕たちは永遠に帰れないかもしれない
But if we let this go, we might not be able to go back for all eternity.
最後のチャンスなんだよ
It's our only chance. Chance, what was he saying? I don't know what had happened, but it seemed like Yagomi has completely lost it. I couldn't just let them continue like
ダメ
this.
です戻りましょう
It's no good, let's go
で
back.
ないとみんな死んじゃいます
If we don't, everyone's going to die.
戻るなら一人で戻りなさいよ
If you want to go back yourself. From the side, Miyazumi pushed me away. I stumbled and landed on my rear in the
何する
snow.
んですか
What are you doing?
綺麗事言ってる場合じゃないのよ
It's not the time for useless petty
そうだ
words. She's right. That's
どうして
right.
も戻りたいというなら君を置いていく
If you want to go back no matter what, they were going to leave you behind. I couldn't believe it. Even Yagomi had agreed with Miyazumi's reckless view. Just what had happened? Yagomi turned his back to me and continued advancing into the darkness. At this rate, I'll be left behind. I follow Yagomi. Fear of being left behind chilled me to the bone. Wait. The figures of Yagomi and the rest were far
置いて
off.
いかないで
Don't leave me behind. I set up frantically and chased after them. My footing in the snow was bad. On top of that, I had barely any strength left. And even though I had taken only a single step forward, it already felt like my knees were about to give. I couldn't put any strength into them. My body was heavy. My vision was dim. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't stop my entire body from shivering. The feeling of my fingers and toes was already gone. The clothes I was wearing were already soaked. No matter how many layers you piled on, they were still made to be worn in the city after all. They weren't articles of clothing that could withstand this intensely cold environment. They were hardly carrying out their function of protecting us from the cold. On the contrary, my body was slowly starting to cool. My coat, wet with snow, grew heavy and limited my mobility. The limitless amount of snow blew onto my exposed face, bringing a stinging pain with it. It was difficult to even open my eyes properly. But even so, I continued to walk. If I stop, I'll die. I barely managed to catch up with Yagomi and the rest. I had only a moment of relief before it happened. Our only means with which to tear through the darkness and beam of the flashlight suddenly started shaking in a disorderly manner. As soon as I had that thought, it suddenly disappeared. Uni, who had been walking ahead of me, had stopped and was now standing still. The darkness had deprived me of my vision. I narrowly avoided running into him.
どうしたの？
What's wrong?
セイジが。
It's Seiji. What happened to Yagomi? Making my way past Uni and advancing a little further, I saw Yagomi crouching down. The flashlight was now sticking up out of the snow.
したんですか？
What's wrong? I picked up the flashlight and shoved the beam into Yagomi. His breathing was terribly rough. It looked like he was on the verge of suffocating to death at any moment. His face was soaked with sweat and his eyes looked
どう
hollow.
したんです？大丈夫ですか？
What's the matter? Are you okay? Yagomi answered with a raised hand. He shook his head back and forth lightly. I think he muttered something, but I wasn't able to catch most of it. I drew my ear close to him.
疲れた。
I'm just a bit tired. Ha, ha.
先に行ってくれ。
Please go on without me. His words sounded extremely weak. It didn't look like he was just a bit tired at all. Yagomi's been pushed past the point of exhaustion as well. But, seeing me hesitant, Yagomi grabbed me by the arm. With the appearance of someone near death, he desperately begged me.
墜落現場へ行けば、なんとかなる。
If we can reach the crash site, we'll be able to manage
ヘ
somehow.
リを見たんだ。
I saw a helicopter.
しっかりと、この目で見たんだ。
I saw it with my own eyes.
今は、僕のことより、ヘリとコンタクト
Right now, rather than
取
me,
ることが最優先だ。
right now, rather than me, our top priority is to make contact with the helicopter. Helicopter. Was that why they continued to march out on recklessly? But there's no way a helicopter could come in this snowstorm. There's no way it could fly. It's obvious that Yagomi saw was just a hallucination. But what if there really was one? If it were true, then this was the chance we've been wishing for. We made a contact with the helicopter and everyone would be saved. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do?
先に行け。
That's why you need to go on ahead.
What 何言ってるんですか？
What are you saying? I forcefully pulled Yagomi onto his feet. I lent him my
置いてい
shoulder.
けるわけないじゃないですか。
There's no way I could just leave you behind.
冬川さん、
Fuyukawa-san.
みんな一緒です。一緒に助かるんです。
Everyone's all together. We'll be rescued all together. Yagomi's body was heavy. I continued to support him like this for a while. I might be the one to fall instead. Or is it? What can I do? The very least I can do to atone. Even if I don't remember it myself, that I owed for consuming our food pushes me on. I have to do it. What I am able to do right now.
絶対にみんな一緒に生きて帰るんです。
We're all definitely going to live and go back together.
そうだな。
Yes, that's right. Thank you. Supporting Yagomi, I took a single step forward onto the deep snow. Wonder how far we've walked. It felt like we had been wandering inside the snowstorm for hours. In reality, about 10 minutes had probably passed. It had become impossible to tell time. No matter how long we walk, we may never reach our goal. Thinking of that bred anxiety in me. I had no idea it was this difficult to stand at the front and rustle. It stole my strength so quickly that I became sharply aware of it. Moreover, I was supporting Yagomi with my shoulder, and I was a very normal girl. I didn't have that much stamina, whatever. I don't know how to say I'm famous for saying like stamina is stamina, or vice versa. I was already short of breath, and even now I was tired enough that it felt like my knees would give out at any moment. Yagomi was single-mindedly.
すまない。本当にすまない。
Sorry, I'm truly sorry. Continued to repeat those words. Even though my consciousness was faint, I was still able to hear those words as if they were an illusion. Once the words spoke by Yagomi, if we can reach the crash site, we'll be able to manage somehow, repeated in my mind as I absent-mindedly continued. Will I reach the crash site first, or will I fall dead of exhaustion first? My strength was already exhausted. What remained was willpower alone. When that willpower runs out, I'll die. I continued to mutter, walk, walk to myself with each step I took. I turned my head and quickly glanced behind me. Izumi and Yuni, too, continued to push forward in silence. I've been worried about Yuni's condition for a while now. He seemed to be staggering. Their backs hunched over and their heads hanging low, they walked unsteadily like zombies you'd see in a movie. The way they looked told me that it wouldn't be odd for them to fall over at any moment. At that very moment, I thought that Yuni's body rocked and swayed. Just like that, his strength deserted to him, and he collapsed onto the snow. For a moment, I couldn't understand what had happened. Still supporting Yagomi, I sat him down and walked over to Yuni. I absentmindedly stared at the small fallen body. Yuni? I slowly pulled on Yuni's hand. His hand was so cold, it was as if it were frozen. No matter how much I pulled, his hand only hung there lifelessly.
死んだの？
Are you dead? Even calling out to him was troubling to me. The other me in my heart became angry at myself. What do you think you're doing, just dozing off like that? Hurry and save Yuni. I fell to my knees as if collapsing and lifted Yuni's body softly into my arms. That alone felt like hard labor. Yuni's eyes wouldn't open. I had thought he was dead, but he was still breathing laboriously. I slapped his cheek.
起きて。
Yuni, wake up. Yuni silently opened his eyes between pants, he said.
歩けない。
I can't walk anymore.
ダメよ。死んじゃうよ。
Don't say that, you'll die, you know.
無理だよ。
It's no use.
諦めなよ。
Give it up. Standing where she was, Mayazumi took a look over at Yuni.
もう助からない。
He can't be saved. Mayazumi was wearing a blank expression. Her body was wavering back and forth and her eyes reflecting nothing.
置いていくしか
We
な
had
いよ。
no choice. We had no choice but to leave him. What was she saying? Leave who behind? Yuni?
バカなこと言わないで。
Don't say such ridiculous things. Sound like baka things.
仕方ないでしょ。
You don't have any other options, right?
全員死ぬかその子だけ見殺しにするか。
Do we all die, or do we just leave that child to die? Mayuzumi's voice just suddenly turned into, like, Tsukumi's voice suddenly there. Like, the accent went away. Mayuzumi curved her lips in
ど
self-derision.
っちにしろその子は
Either way,
助
that
から
child...
ないわ。
Either way, that child can't be saved. I looked at Yuni's face. In order to save him myself, I had to abandon this child. Was that really alright? But I'm afraid to die. I don't want to die.
私は
It's either one or both.
人殺しになったって絶対生き延びてみせる。
Even if I have to leave others to die, I am definitely going to survive.
あんたは
How about you? In order to save the majority, you have to sacrifice the minority. That might be an act of courage in itself. But, the golden ending always has everybody saved. I have to hit save Uni. I don't know how we're supposed to do it, but I have to hit it. There was no way I could do something as cruel as abandoning someone.
私は戻ります。
We're going back.
ユニタ、一緒に小屋に。
Oh dear, this is wrong. To the cabin together with Uni. I embraced Uni
ま
tightly.
だそんな甘っちょろいことを
Again with that naive optimism.
そうだとしても、
Even
た
so,
とえ綺麗事だって言われても、
even if you say that it's just petty words,
私にはこんな幼い子を犠牲にしてまで生き残るなんて、そんなの
I can't sacrifice such a young child just to survive.
そんなの耐えられない。
I wouldn't be able to bear that. I'd almost lost something important to me as a person. I'd only end up hating myself unbearably.
あの時、墜落する飛行機の中で私は誓ったの。
And at that moment, inside the crashing airplane, I swore to myself
私がユニを守るって
that I'd protect
誓
Uni.
ったから
I swore it. Right now, no matter what happens to me, I'm going to save Uni. In this
Nani?
mantled environment,
言ってんの？
what are you saying? Mayuzumi caught hold of me and shook me violently by the chest.
生きて帰れるチャンスなのよ。
It's our chance to live and return home.
これを逃したらもうチャンスはないのよ。
If we let this go, there won't be any more chances.
小屋に戻るですって？死にたいの？
Did you just say return to the cabin? You want to die?
でも
But
私はそんなのごめんよ。
there's no way in hell I'll do that. Resting me away, Mayuzumi began to walk alone into the darkness.
前泉さん一人じゃ危険です
Wait, Mayuzumi-san, it's dangerous to go alone. However, Mayuzumi didn't turn around. Falling several times as she went, she continued treading through the snow. This is bad. Letting her go alone would be too dangerous. But I looked down at Uni. If I left Uni here, his life would be a danger indeed. I hesitated. Should I abandon Mayuzumi? Maybe she won't die. Maybe she'll be able to find the helicopter. Maybe. I shook my head. It was all wishful thinking. Those assumptions were totally meaningless. I was only making excuses in my head that I wouldn't blame myself if she died.
冬川さん
Furukawa-san. Still down on his knees, Yugomi shuffled toward us. Still crouched down, he drew Uni close as though to cover him up.
僕がこの子を見ている
I'll look after him.
追いかけるんだ眉墨を連れ戻してくれ
Go after her, please. Bring Mayuzumi back.
それができるのは今君だけだ
The only one that can do that right now is you.
でも
But no matter how you look at it, Yugomi and Uni didn't seem all right at all. I feel uneasy to just left them here. If I had to choose between either Mayuzumi or Uni and Yugomi, I'd choose the latter without a second thought. Even so, Yugomi was signaling me to go save Mayuzumi
どうし
instead.
て
Why? Yugomi looked straight up at me. His eyes are full of the strong will to live.
眉墨は気に食わないやつだけど
Mayuzumi, she isn't a very likable
そ
person.
れでも彼女を見殺しにしていいわけがない
That doesn't mean we can just leave her here to die. Leave her to
生
die.
きている限り僕たちには生きる義務とみんなを生かす義務がある
As long as we're alive, we have the duty to live and the duty to help each other live as well.
誰かを殺してもいい権利なんて絶対にないんだ
We absolutely don't have the right to decide that it's okay for someone to
生
die.
きる義務とみんなを生かす義務
The duty to live and the duty to help each other
だか
live.
ら言ってくれ眉墨を死なせるな
So please go. Don't let Mayuzumi die. I grabbed hold of his clenched
わ
fist.
かりました
I understand. It's just as Yogomi said. I won't let someone die. Everyone's going to survive and return
絶
together.
対に戻ってきます
I'll definitely be back.
眉泉さんを連れ戻してきます
I'll bring Mayuzumi back with
だから
me.
待っててください
So please wait for me. Yogomi faintly smiled while giving me a thumbs up. The things I can do, the things only I can do, I'll do them now. I began running through the snow. My dim senses flew further and further away as I ran. My knees had already been aching. If I stopped for even a moment, I'd probably collapse and never be able to get back up again. Even so, I continued running, feeling the need to redeem myself, along with the strong will to rescue them, thinking everyone will live and return together. I caught up with Mayuzumi right away. Her steps were faltering. She wasn't even able to walk straight anymore.
眉泉さん
Mayuzumi-san. I reached out to grab Mayuzumi's shoulder from behind. It happened without warning. Mayuzumi whirled around and swung her ice axe towards me. I fell backwards, narrowly avoiding it. Just now, she was aiming for my head. If it had hit me full on, the thought utterly terrified me. I can't believe it. Did Mayuzumi just try to kill me? She peered down at me with bloodshot eyes.
眉泉さんなんで
Mayuzumi-san, why?
邪魔しないで。
Don't get in my way.
あんたの綺麗事なんてもうたくさんよ。
I have more than enough of your pretty
あ
words.
んたたちと心中なんてごめんだわ。
I refuse to let myself die with you guys.
私は生きてやる。絶対に
I'm going to
生き
live.
残ってやる。
I'm going to live. I'm definitely going to survive.
私の邪魔をするなら誰だろうと殺す。
If someone gets in my way, I'll kill them, no matter who it is.
前住さん聞いて
Maizumi-san, listen to me.
うるさい。
Shut up! Maizumi violently shook her head. The atmosphere was still tense, as if she would attack her ice axe at any moment.
誰も信じるもんか。信じられるのは自分だけよ。
We might be down to something here where your ability to turn Mayuzumi around or not may depend on how many Mayuzumi points you would have gotten. Excuse me, during the progress. So if we didn't make enough pro Mayuzumi decisions along the way, we just can't. Is this one that there's no success possible here?
あんたどうせ私のこと邪魔だと思ってたんでしょ。私ばっかり悪いみたいな言い方して。
You probably just thought I was getting in the way, didn't you? I was the only one who you talked to so hatefully.
死ねばいいとか思ってたんでしょ。
You thought I'd be better off if I died, didn't you?
そんなこと
That's not.
でもそうはさせるもんか。誰の言うことも聞くもんか。
But I won't let that happen. I won't listen to what anyone says anymore. This is bad. Mrs. Zumi's becoming deranged. She most likely was unable to endure the fear and anxiety any longer. And because of that, her mind has been pushed to the limit. I have to calm her down
お願い
somehow.
聞いてください
Please, just listen
こ
to
の
me.
吹雪じゃヘリは着陸できませんもう一度チャンスを待つんです
There's no way a helicopter can land in this blizzard. We have to wait for another chance.
だから今は一緒に戻りましょう
So let's go back together for now.
そんなこと言って今度は何を企んでるのよ。
Saying stuff like that, what are you planning this time?
これ以上邪魔するなら本当に殺すわよ。
If you get your way in my way again, I'll really kill you. Mayuzumi's face showed she'd think nothing of turning this confrontation into a bloodbath. I was terrified. If this continued, I'd really be killed. Mayuzumi raised the ice axe. You don't want to stay still because then you just get ice axed, right? Are we gonna like test her? Are you really willing to kill me? Do you have it in you? Right, just stand there. I charged at Miyazumi immediately. I tackled her and knocking her backwards, I held her down on top of the snow.
離せ
Let me
お願い
go.
こんなことやめて
Please stop this already. I pressed my elbow against Miyazumi's neck as she struggled. At that moment, I took a look of fear flashed in Miyazumi's eyes. Reflecting in those eyes was me. All of a sudden, I felt a tremendous impact against my head. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the ice axe Miyazumi was holding swing towards me. But what happened afterwards, I don't remember. What happened? I couldn't think anymore. My head hurts. The term hurts wasn't enough to express it. I felt like it would split in two. It's splitting. I couldn't even tell if I was still standing or if I had fallen. The feeling of nausea began to well up. I couldn't open my eyes. The pain is steadily becoming more intense. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it.
私を怒らせるからよ。
It's because you made me
さ
angry.
よなら。
Sayonara. Yes. Okay, so let me look at the. So that might be one where I don't have to make like a one different choice. It may be like I have to like build up more as Miyazumi points over time. That because that seemed like so late in the game. I was trying to plow through to get the end. That's why the recording is so long, but I couldn't get it. So, so we got Incident in Sphere. Annihilation in Mayuzumi 3. There's a lot more than that. Wow. Okay, so we can do some character counting here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 for the space. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Okay, let's look at these ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Okay, so this is like more characters than anything else, really. So there seems to be a maximum limit on the character length. So if it's 29 characters, it just shows up as 23 characters. That's not helpful. Phooey. Okay. I guess there's an annihilation in Mayuzu. There's multiple different annihilations. I'll try like backing up and doing slightly different choices. Like I'll do a different last choice, and then a different second to last choice, and so on until I can get a better until I can get it to work. But I'm gonna grab this one and I'm gonna do all the same choices until I get to the helicopter thing. Stop is the correct choice, I believe. And see if I I can change things by just like that, just few choices at the end there. But I might have to go back really far to save that one. Okay, so if you keep watching. Keep swapping. Okay, we eat the food. And then do this, which will do me. I'm gonna put a save here. Just, case this actually makes a difference. Okay. I'm gonna do the same one as I did previously, but this might matter significantly. It might be a big points thing here.
私たちはあなたとは違う。
Everyone's mad at you. And I said, don't eat. But it doesn't really matter. In this case, you end up eating it anyway. Okay, save here. Save. Cool. Do the same thing we did except for last choice. Shoulder. Save uni. And now we're gonna do the opposite choice here. Stay still. I squeeze my eyes shut. I'm going to believe in Mayuzumi. I'm going to show her who no longer believed in anything that I believe in her. We were comrades. Ah! Mayuzumi's scream rang out. My mind immediately went blank with panic. I was flooded with regret and unease. Is this really alright? Did I make the right choice? Was I really okay to believe in Mayuzumi? I don't want to die. Heart pounded with amazing force. Nothing happened. You could keep going. Okay, just made that one wrong choice. I slowly opened my eyes. My arms dropped lifelessly. Mayuzumi was hanging her head. She had dropped the ice axe by her feet. Unthinkably, I was breathing a sigh of relief. I reached her. My faith in Mayuzumi was able to get through to her. Why are you... Why are you so strong? Strong? Me?
強くなんてないです。
I'm not strong at all.
ただ誰にも死んでほしくない。
I just don't want anyone to die, only that... I stood up and took Mayuzumi's hand. I softly squeezed it.
戻りましょう。
Let's go back.
希望を捨てなければきっと助かります。
If we don't
みん
lose
なで
hope,
一緒に帰れます。
if we don't lose hope, we'll definitely be rescued. Everyone will return together.
だから今は戻るんです。
So come on, let's go back for now. Mayuzumi only stared at me wordlessly. Or it might have been that she had just been following me obediently as I pulled on her hand. It keeps going! Oh dear, my sense of direction was completely thrown off by the snowstorm. I was worried about whether I'd be able to return to where Uni was. But I promised that I'd definitely return. Believing that, I pulled Mayuzumi by the hand, and while pushing my way through the snow...
ねえ、あれ見て。
Hey, look over there! From behind me, Mayuzumi points off into the darkness. There I saw a faint light. It was the beam of a flashlight. We rushed toward the source of the light.
よもぎさん
Yogomi-san. Yo, Yomogi. They say Yogomi a lot. Wait a second. I literally... The beam of the flashlight wavered as I called to him. Okay. This is silly. In my notes, I have Yomogi's name written down as Yogomi. So I've referred to him as Yogomi often, which is wrong. Which reminds me of the whole Tsugumi Tsumugi situation. Yomogi had dug a shallow hole in the snow similar to Bivok. He was lying down in the hole as the snow and wind passed over him. Uni was curled up against his chest.
ユニは
How's Uni?
まだ大丈夫。でも危険な状態だ。
He's still okay, however, he's in bad
小
shape.
屋に戻りましょう。
Let's get back to the cabin. Yogomi gave me a small nod. Mayuzumi and I helped Yogomi as he began to crawl out of the hole. Yogomi looked like he wanted to say something to the oddly obedient Mayuzumi, but in the end he just gave me a small wink instead. It didn't look as though Uni would be able to walk by himself. He was still conscious, but his body had gone completely limp.
まずいな。
This isn't good. Seeing Uni like that, Yagomi
低
groaned.
体温症になりかけてる。
Hypothermia is setting
急い
in.
だ方が良さそうだ。
We had better hurry. Saying that, he lifted Uni's body in his arms and began to carry him over his shoulder. Aye. Carry Uni instead?
よもぎさん、私が背負います。
Yagomi-san, I'll carry him instead. I saw a look of astonishment spread over Yagomi's face.
いや、無理だ。
No, that's impossible for
よも
you.
ぎさんこそ無理です。
It isn't really possible for you either,
そ
Yagomi-san.
れに、私はたくさん食べたから、ま
Besides,
だ
I
大丈夫です。
besides, I ate a lot, so I'm still okay.
お願い。私に背負わせてください。
Please let me carry him.
それが私にできるせめてもの。
It's the least I can do. And besides, Yagomi had the duty of leading us back to the cabin. Yagomi was still slightly hesitant, but he gave a small shrug on his shoulders in the end.
分かったよ。
I understand.
その代わり、途中で辛くなったら言うんだ。
Tell me if it gets too hard for you part
い
way.
つでも変わるから。
I'll change with you anytime.
はい。
Okay. I took Uni with Yomogi, and began to carry him. Even though he was still a child, he was rather heavy. Moreover, my footing was bad. Wondering if my strength would hold out, I suddenly became uneasy. But even then, I have to continue carrying him. I wanted to do something for Uni, something to save Uni. I wanted to protect Uni. I could feel Uni shivering in his low temperature through my back. Let's go. Following after Yogomi, I began to
死
walk.
なないで。ユニ。
Don't die, Uni. Feeling Uni's weight on me, I pray. Honestly, I didn't know if the decision to return to the cabin was the right one. It may have been better for us to have just kept going. There might have been a helicopter waiting at the crash site, and the four of us might have really been rescued. We had chosen to return to the cabin with only the thought of not wanting to put Uni through any more suffering in our minds. If that choice was wrong, we would all suffer. Not only Uni, but Yagomi and Mayuzumi as well. Doubt began to overflow into my mind. In this harsh environment, a single mistake of judgment can turn out to be fatal. What was right and what was wrong? Was the decision I made the right one? Walking in a blizzard in the dark of the night, we didn't know where we were heading, but Yagomi's footsteps steadily continued. We continued walking straight without any sign of hesitation. Yagomi's back blocked out the snowstorm. His existence here was reassuring. I shook off the indecision in my heart and continued walking. Still, the limit of my strength was approaching. The exhaustion became unbearable and I began to stagger over my own feet. I can't walk anymore. I fell there. I'm sorry, it seems like it's impossible. I tried, right? So it's fine now, right?
冬川さん冬川さん
Fukawa-san, Fukawa-san. Somebody was calling my name. But whatever. There's no strength left in my body. There was no light. There was light coming from the sky. A shower of lights was raining down from the sky. Like fireflies, small illusory lights. Ah, how beautiful this world is. And how warm. I fell asleep. Engulfed in a shower of gentle light. Surrounded by blessings. I fell asleep. Oh. Yeah, save that. Okay, what is that called? Died without returning end. Okay. Let's load again. Yes. Oops, wrong load. Whatever. Okay, we follow Yagomi. Lend Yagomi a shoulder?
何
Save Uni? Stay still. Continue watching. I mean, it's called the end of self-sacrifice, right? Isn't that a hint? I continued to watch quietly. Worried about Uni, I felt like I had to hurry to the shelter cabin so we could get there even a moment sooner. Yagomi was having a lot of trouble carrying Uni. Yagomi's breathing was already ragged, but even then he didn't utter even a word that betrayed any weakness.
行こう
Should be portrayed. Let's go. Saying that, he began to walk steadily forward. Honestly, I didn't know if the decision to return to the cabin was the right one. It may have been better if we just kept going. It might have been a helicopter waiting for the crash site, and the four of us might have really been rescued. We had to choose to return to the cabin with only the thought of wanting to put Uni through this more suffering of minds. The choice was wrong. We would all suffer, not only Uni, but Yagomi and Miyazumi as well. Doubt began to overflow in my mind. Sorry, survivor, a single mistake judgment could be fatal. What's right, what's wrong? Was the decision I made the right one? Walking in the blizzard in the dark of night, we didn't know where we were heading, but Yagomi's footsteps steadily continued. He continued walking straight without any sign of hesitation. Yagomi's back blocked out the snowstorm. His existence here was reassuring. I shook off the indecision in my heart and continued walking. Still the limit of my strength was approaching. The exhaustion became unbearable. I began to stagger on my own feet. I can't walk anymore. Attacked by despair, I just when I was about to
見えた
collapse.
ぞ
There it is. In front of our eyes was the shelter cabin where we had spent the last 5 days. We've made it back to our final fortress. Or maybe the place that will become our grave. Nobody spoke a word. There was no hope there. There was only a gentle sloping despair. But still, it was a place where we would be able to live for a little longer. That's right, only a little longer. Despairing light. Even after returning to the cabin, we couldn't escape from the cold. We were all covered in snow and our coats were sopping wet. Carrying Uni inside, Yagomi laid him on the floor and began removing his clothes.
みんな服を脱げ
Everyone take off your clothes. Mizumi clucked her tongue at his words.
またつまんない冗談を。
And again, enough with your stupid joke.
服を脱げ
Take off your clothes.
指を切り落としたいか低体温症で死にたいか
Do you want to chop off your fingers? Do you want to die of hypothermia? I immediately began removing my clothes. Gloves, shoes, and many layers of coats I was wearing. The inside of our coats were also damp with sweat. It may have been that what I was wearing had gotten soaked because taking it off had the opposite effect, making me feel less cold.
ねえ
Hey. Mason was bashfully
まさ
hesitating.
か服を全部脱げってわけじゃないよね。
It can't be that you're asking us to take all our clothes off, right?
濡れているものは脱ぐんだ
Take off whatever's wet. I was embarrassed too, but I kept my mouth shut because it was necessary in our current situation. I covered my body with a blanket and took off my clothes underneath it. But I left my underwear on, of course. It was kind of drafty. I'd feel uneasy if I didn't have any clothes on at all.
冬川さん地下倉庫にガスバーナーの燃料がある持ってきてくれ
Fuyukawa-san, there's some fuel left for the gas burner in the basement storeroom. Can you go get it? What?
もう燃料はないはずじゃ。
I thought there wasn't any fuel
も
left.
しもの時のために取っておいた
I stored it away just
も
in
っと
case.
もせいぜいバケツ一杯分のお湯を作るくらいしか残ってないけどね
However, there's only enough left to warm one bucket of water at the most.
急いで
Hurry. I went down to the basement barefoot. As Yagomi had said, there was a single container of cassette-type fuel left, placed at the very back of the shelves as if hidden. Finding it, I returned back up. Heated the water with the gas burner. Miyazumi desperately held her hands close to the burner. It couldn't compare with the stove in terms of heating power, but having any fire at all right now was very reassuring. Stop
火
it.
に手をかざすな
Don't warm your hands over the fire.
なんでよ。
Why
感
not?
覚がないだろ暑さを感じないからやけどする危険がある
You've lost your sense of touch, right? You can't feel any heat, so you could burn yourself. I dried my body with a towel. The tips of my fingers and toes were pure white. The sense of touch had pretty much disappeared, and I could only feel a little numbness in them. I even tried massaging them, but the feeling wouldn't return. When the water in the bucket became lukewarm, Yagomi lowered the flame strength. Dipping some of the towels in the hot water, Yagomi handed one to each
顔
of
に巻い
us.
ておくんだ凍傷になりやすいのは手足と耳鼻だからね
Wrap that towel around your face. along with your limbs, and your ears and nose are highly susceptible to frostbite. Doing as he told us, I wrapped the towel around my head as if concealing my ears and nose. To an outsider, we probably look pretty silly right now.
バケツに手足を突っ込め。
Submerge your hands and feet in the
火を
bucket.
強めるなよ。ぬるま湯でゆっくり温めるんだ。
Don't raise the flame. Wash your hands slowly in the water. After looking at each other awkwardly, Meizumi and I placed our hands and feet in the bucket. The feeling of warmth steadily spread, as if we were being revived. As the bucket wasn't very large, Meizumi and I were sitting in a position where our shoulders met. Our forelimbs were bumping into each other inside the narrow
ちょっ
bucket.
ともっとあっち行ってよ。
Hey, don't come so close.
そんなこと言われても。
Even if you say that.
なんかかゆくない？
Hey, don't you feel kind of itchy? Having been warmed up, my hands and feet were gradually becoming itchy. On top of that, blisters started to form here and
かゆ
there.
いからって引っかくなよ。
Don't pull them out just because they itch. Yomi also placed a warm towel underneath one of Uni's armpits, and then piled on several blankets on top of him. That he was able to groan at all meant that he was still conscious. But even now, Uni's small body was shivering. It was almost like he was convulsing. I could hardly stand to
ユ
watch.
ニは大丈夫ですか？
Is Uni going to be alright?
軽い低体温症にかかってる。
He has a mild case of
体が
hypothermia.
震えてるからそれほど重症じゃないだろうけど、
His body's still shivering, but he hasn't reached critical condition yet.
震えてるから重症のように見えますけど。
But it looks like he's in critical condition because he's
低
shivering.
体温症はひどくなると震えが止まるんだ。そうなると応急処置じゃどうにもならない。
With hypothermia, the body stops shivering when it becomes serious. If that happens, you won't be able to do anything without only emergency measures. Anything with only emergency measures. You need fancy equipment.
マッサージとかした方がいいんじゃ。
Wouldn't it be better to massage him or something
ダ
like
メ
that?
だ。低体温症の場合はマッサージは逆効果だ。
Absolutely not. To someone with hypothermia, massage would have an opposite
マッ
effect.
サージすると体の末端の冷えた血液が心臓に流れ込む。
If you start massaging him, the blood that's grown cold in his extremities will begin to flow into his
そうな
heart.
ると体の中心温度が下がって下手をするとショック症状を起こしてしまう。
Yeah, the annoying things your body does to protect itself actually work to protect it. Believe it or not. If that happens, his core body temperature will lower, and in the worst case, he'll go into shock. I was truly thankful that Yagomi was here. If he wasn't here, we might have ignorantly killed Uni with our own
ヤモリ
hands.
さんありがとう。
Yagomi-san, arigato, which means thank you. Embarrassed, Yagomi only shrugged his
運命
shoulders.
だったんだよ。僕がここにいるってことは。
It was fate that brought me here, I mean.
運命
Fate? Yagomi's eyes looked very gentle as he stared at
あの
Uni.
時息子を助けてやれなかった僕に与えられた罪滅ぼしの機会だったのかもしれない。
This may be a chance for me to atone for my sin of not being able to protect my son at that
この子
time.
を助けることで僕自身も救われるんだ。
By saving this child, I feel like I'll be saved myself. After 30 minutes, the feeling of my hands and feet have completely returned. Yomi and I took turns warming Yuni's hands and feet in the warm water. Yuni's complexion became much better as well. As Yagomi had instructed, I was hugging Yuni's body, rolled up inside a blanket. I had thought it was just something they said on TV, but apparently lying with our bodies together was effective in itself. This cold on Yuni's body was transmitted to me through his skin. I desperately prayed as I kept holding Yuni. Live. You have to live. You can't die. I'll give you as much of my body heat as you want. So live, Uni. Okay. Oh, day turnover 16. And save here. Save. Done. And then title. Yes. Yes. And that's it.